Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the early days of the western United States, outlaws roamed the territory. Usually working in small bands, they attacked isolated ranch houses, driving off cattle and stealing whatever they could lay their hands on. But occasionally, an outlaw with a gift of leadership became ambitious. He welcomed new recruits until his band had grown into a small army, and he was able to defy not only the local sheriffs, but the government troops as well. The Hawk was such a man, and the story of his meeting with the masked rider of the plains is one of the most exciting episodes in the history of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the border. The Hawk has been seen near Dover. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story begins in the little town of Preston, where the Army post was located. Matt Badger, an engineer on the newly built railroad, is enjoying an evening at home and...
Oh, it sure seems good having you at home at least one day a week, Matt. Sometimes I get so lonesome I wish you wasn't working for the railroad, even if it does pay so good.
Bess, you ain't no more glad to see me here than I am to be here.
But it ain't just being lonesome. If you was railroading back east where things were all safe and settled, I'd likely not mind so much. But here, with engines and hold-up men, and thinking of you in the cab of your engine, in the mountains with a canyon beside you, and you likely to run off the tracks. Oh, man, I can't sleep half the time for thinking of it.
Now, honey, it ain't near as bad as you make out.
And our boy talking of railroading all the time, saying he's going to be an engineer as soon as the company will take him on.
He'll have to be a fireman first.
That ain't no safer.
Speaking of Dale, where is he tonight?
Oh, land sakes, I never even thought to ask where he was going when he went out.
Hey, folks, I just heard some news. Big news.
Dale, where have you been?
Just how much in the train pulling from Dover?
Your pa's been asking for you.
Wait till I tell you what I heard.
Reckon it ain't anything to make use of out of bread.
It ain't. Well, just listen to this. The Hawks on this side of the border.
The Hawk.
Him and all his men. They say there must be 200 or 300 of them.
The worst scum in all the West.
They ain't coming this way, are they?
Now, don't you worry, Ma. They wouldn't do that with all the soldiers there is at the fort. Not them fellas. Nope. The word is they were seen heading for Dover.
Good Lord.
Oh, the poor folks up there.
But what'd the Hawk cross the border for?
He had a fight with the soldiers on the other side and lost. He came to this side to get away from them.
Somebody ought to get that fella and string him up by the neck.
He calls himself a general, don't he?
He hires every border cutthroat and breed there is and calls it an army. But that don't keep him from being just a bunch of murdering outlaws. Just like calling himself a general don't keep him from being nothing but a low-down thief and killer.
Yeah, you should see the stir down to the fort when the news came in.
Is the major going after
Yeah,
him?
you bet he is. He's got to. If the Hawk raids Dover, he'll wipe out the folks up there. They won't have a chance.
But, son...
Oh, no.
Oh, dear, now what is
Come in. Oh, howdy, Herb.
Matt, grab your coat and hat.
Huh?
You and me are taking a train to Dover. I got steam up at the engine just waiting to pull out.
But this is Matt's day off.
Don't make no difference, ma'am. These are Army orders. We're hauling soldiers into the mountains so as they can get after the Hawk. You better hurry, Matt.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, can I go with you?
I should say you
But
can't.
look here, maybe I could help you. I can handle an engine just as well as you can.
Don't
and
be pestering me. Bess, where's my hat?
Here you are, Matt.
Will we have to wait for the soldiers, Herb?
They're loading now. Close to 500 of them.
Golly, that's going to make a mighty hard pull up that mountain
It
grade.
has to be done, Matt. You ready?
Uh-huh. Goodbye, honey. We'll likely be back by tomorrow night.
Oh, Matt, do take care of yourself.
Bye, Pa.
We better run, Matt.
Yeah, come on.
The major says we got to be in Dover by morning.
That'll be it, sure. You got steam up, you say?
Steam up and everything set. All you'll have to do, Matt, is open up the throttle.
Gosh, you wasn't far wrong when you said there was going to be 500 soldiers going.
The major's taking near every man he has in the fort.
If they get the Hawk, it's a good thing.
There's the major now. Hey, Major. Here's Matt. You ready to start?
Get in your cab, men. We'll be ready in 30 seconds. I'll give the order to pull out.
Climb in, Matt.
Here, I'll give you a hand.
This is going to be a ride to remember.
Captain Beverly, tell those men to get in their car. Sergeant, see to those arms.
You watching for the signal to highball?
Uh-huh.
The major sounds like he means business. And when he sounds like that, the Hawk had better watch out.
Yeah.
Matt, get going.
Here we go. All set, Major?
We're ready. Get over in a hurry.
We'll do that same. Herb, you keep the steam up.
I'll give you enough pressure to blow out the boiler.
We're on our way.
You just bet we are.
Howdy, friends.
What in blazes?
Matt, they just swung aboard.
Look here, you
Mister, we
can't...
got both of you covered. Keep this train rolling, do what we tell you, or stop lead.
It was scarcely 15 minutes after the train had left town that young Lieutenant Rooney, in command at the fort, in the major's absence, was startled by the sound of loud voices outside his office.
Can't tell me.
What in blazes?
Masked fellow,
Don't try to stop me. Put down those guns.
Not until you take me to Major Wilson.
Major Wilson isn't here. Now get out before...
Not here? Then where is he?
You're one of the Hawks men.
Quick, Lieutenant. Where's the Major?
I'll tell you where he's gone, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. He's gone to wipe out your rotten bunch.
To Dover.
By train. By heavens, when he gets there, your friends will pay for their murders.
I'm not from the Hawk.
Don't tell me that.
I came here to warn Major Wilson of the Hawk's trap.
You're planning
I've been
something.
following the truck ever since he crossed the border, trying to learn his plans. Lieutenant, he has no more idea of attacking Dover than you have.
That's a lie. We have information...
Which the Hawk supplied for his own reasons. It's a trick, Lieutenant. The Hawk sent only enough men toward Dover to frighten the people and make them think he was approaching with his full force.
Then what are you
Right
doing?
now, he's coming here by way of Eagle Pass with more than 200 men.
I don't believe it.
Listen to me. What reason would he have for attacking Dover? What he wants is arms and ammunition. With those, he can recross the border and fight the soldiers there on even terms.
It seems impossible.
He's clever. He knows he's not safe on this side of the border. He plans just one daring raid and then escape.
But if that's
It
true...
is true. What's more, the Hawk has sent 2 men here ahead of him. They probably came to look over the ground to see if their trick worked.
Where are those men?
We lost the trail once, but Tonto picked it up again just outside of town. He went into town to look for them while I came here.
Tonto?
An Indian, my friend.
Then we'll pick up those men. If you've told the truth, the Major will have to be warned and brought back here. You say the Hawk is at Eagle Pass now?
He is.
Thank heavens there's still time for the soldiers to return. Orderly.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to get the soldiers...
bad news.
What are you doing?
Fellas, get way.
The 2 men you followed?
Me get there too late.
Them on train.
What's that?
You saw them get on?
Me not see 'em. Other fella see 'em. Them getting engine.
Major Wilson and the soldiers on that train with 2 of Hawk's men in the engine?
But what can be done?
If we knew their plans. Tonto.
Huh?
That train has to climb a steep grade to get to Dover.
That right.
The train won't be able to travel at full speed. Scout could get you to Dover almost as soon as the train. You're going to ride to Dover. Perhaps the 2 men seen getting in the cab weren't the outlaws we followed.
Tonto think them outlaws.
I'm afraid they are. But if they aren't, if the soldiers arrive at Dover safely, give Major Wilson the message to return.
Tonto do that.
It'll be morning in a few hours. Lieutenant.
Yes?
We don't know why those men boarded the train. There may be a branch line or something of the sort between here and Dover. They might plan on forcing the engine crew to sidetrack the soldiers, figuring to delay them long enough for the Hawk to attack and get away.
There is a branch line. It goes to Dawson.
Your men are equipped with heliographs, aren't they? Mirrors to reflect the sun and send signals?
Of course.
And get one for Tonto.
But what's he going to do?
If he finds the soldiers have been sidetracked, he can tell us. He'll be in the mountains. It'll be easy for him to send the message and for us to receive it.
You're right.
And we'll know what's happened. And then we can make our plans. Now hurry so that Tonto can get on his way.
Through the long hours of the night, the train toiled up the steep ascent to Dover, the tracks winding between a sheer cliff on the one side and a drop of thousands of feet on the other. During all that time, Matt and Herb were conscious of the unwavering guns of the 2 outlaws who stood over them.
There's no use you fellas pretending. We know you're from the Hawk.
But you won't get away with this.
We're doing well enough. If you're savvy when you're well off, you'll pay more attention to your work than to spiking me here.
It's daylight. We're getting pretty close to Dover.
You'll be more than 10 or 15 miles from here.
And just how do you sidewinders figure you're going to get away from the soldiers after we reach town?
That's just it. The soldiers ain't going there.
Huh? What do you mean?
Don't get anxious. Passenger cars kept on a spur in Dover, ain't they?
There always is.
That's just fine. They'll be coming in handy. You see, our boss sent some of the fellas to make the folks in Dover think all of us was nearby.
You mean they ain't? If there was, nobody's known about it till too late.
Truth is, friends, the Hawk's marching on the fort this very minute. And we're planning on using them cars in Dover to pick up our parts there and join the Hawk at the fort. By the time we get back, he'll likely have it took over.
Keep your big mouth closed. Spike, and they better stop the train.
I reckon, Luke. This will do as good as any place.
Stop the train. What for?
Don't ask so many questions. Just stop it.
But I tell
And
you...
after it's stopped, if any soldier sticks his head out of the window to ask why, you tell him nothing's the matter.
Oh, get drilled.
But you can't
Stop
get
this
You
train.
better do like he says, Matt. They ain't the kind that'd hesitate much about shooting.
But stop on this grade. We'd never be able to get started again.
We'll worry about that. You just follow orders.
You fellas must be local.
Don't argue with him anymore, Luke. Drill him.
I'm stopping.
Stick your head out of the cab and tell them fellas nothing is wrong. Go ahead.
Matt, what did you stop for?
Speak up.
Ain't nothing, Major. We'll be on our way again in a minute.
Very well, but don't delay us.
Is he outside the train?
No, he just shouted from the door back there.
Good enough. Now climb out of this cab, you fellas. We just got one more thing for you to do. And you'll find that downright easy.
Silver, old fellow. We should be getting Tonto's signal soon. If anything's delayed here... What's that? Light signals. Silver, old boy, it's Tonto! Come on, Silver! Hurry, old fellow! Lieutenant! Oh, Silver! Oh, Lieutenant!
Your friend Tonto, did he signal?
He did.
Then we get
Lieutenant, the Hawk has done something I didn't believe even he was capable of doing.
Yes?
The train stopped 8 miles this side of Dover.
There's no branch line at that point.
The train stopped and the engine uncoupled from the cars.
You mean the train?
I mean that at this moment those cars are loose. They're running away down the grade. And when they jump the track, every man inside will be dashed to his death.
The curtain falls on the first part of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger received the startling news from Tonto that railroad cars carrying 500 soldiers were hurtling unchecked down the mountain grade, he brought the news to Lieutenant Rooney at the fort.
Every man will be killed, every last man.
Listen to me, Lieutenant.
But what can
How many men have you here?
Only 15.
The Hawk will be arriving in very few hours. Send your men into town. Warn the townspeople. Get every man, woman, and child inside the fort.
We'll never be able to hold
You
out.
can for a while.
But what good
I haven't a second to waste explaining. Just do as you're told. Get those people in the fort.
At once.
Come on, Silver!
Have you heard any word about the soldiers yet, son?
Not a word, Ma.
Oh, I'm that worried I just can't sit still.
Oh, now, shucks, there ain't no sense in that. I'd say the safest place to be is right where Pa is with the soldiers. And as for getting word, you know as well as I do, there can't be no word till the train gets back.
I suppose I'm foolish.
Of course you are. Now, what are you fixing for supper?
Well, now, I ain't just decided yet. There's that...
A masked man.
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, my boy. My son, leave me. Dale, what you doing to him?
You won't be harmed.
Let me be. Let me go, you crook. You...
Up with you.
Help, it's a masked man.
Come on, Silver.
What's this, Purr? What's the idea?
I'm sorry I had to frighten your mother, Dale, but this is a matter of life and death.
But what's the
I was told you could run an engine.
Sure I can, but not to help outlaws.
No, to save the lives of 500 men.
So what?
Here we are. Oh, Silver. Over. Get down. This is the only engine here, and you're the only man who can run it. Now get in that cab.
In the meantime, obeying the Lone Ranger's instructions, Lieutenant Rooney sent his men to summon the townspeople to the fort. In a frenzy of fear and confusion, thrown into a panic by the dreaded name of the Hawk, the townspeople gathered their families, loaded their possessions into carts, wagons, across the saddles of their horses, into and onto anything available, and made their way to the fort. For hours, an unbroken stream of horses and wagons covered the short distance between the fort and town. All was chaos at first inside the fort. Baggage was strewn at random. Untied horses got in everyone's way. Children were lost, and frantic mothers searched for them. Men busied themselves at useless, self-appointed tasks. But at length the discipline of the small body of soldiers prevailed, and a measure of order was finally restored.
Get those horses out of the way! Put the children in the barracks! All the men are to stand by for orders, and the women make ready to load the guns! Sergeant, have ammunition brought from the magazine. Yes, sir.
Lieutenant.
Well, what is it?
Over there, down the trail. Don't you see anything?
I don't... Horsemen.
Do you think?
It's the Hawk and his men. If they were at Eagle Pass at the time the masked man said, they're just about due.
Oh, they'll kill us. I know they will.
But not before they know they've been in a fight, ma'am. Orderly, the Hawk is in sight. Men, to the stockade! Make ready for an attack!
With a head of steam in the boilers and with Dale at the throttle, the engine taken by the Lone Ranger raced from town and up the mountain grade. While he fed fuel to the blazing firebox, the Lone Ranger explained his purpose to the young man.
So that's why you made me come along.
Yes, Dale. We may lose our lives in the attempt, but it's worth the risk. We can save the lives of 500.
I'm glad you made me do it.
I thought you'd feel that way when you understood, but I wouldn't have hesitated even if I'd known you wouldn't. There's too much at stake.
If only them cars don't jump the track before we can get to them.
We can do nothing about that except hope.
Stranger, do you think them crooks killed Pa and her?
I don't know, but I do know this. Tonto was somewhere nearby, and if there was anything to prevent it, Tonto would have taken a hand.
You said Tonto.
Yes.
I've heard that name before somewhere.
Perhaps you have.
But I can't just seem to place it.
That doesn't matter now. All that counts is reaching those runaway cars as soon as we can.
And with us going toward them and them coming toward us, if we don't see them in time and meet head on, there ain't likely to be enough of us left to know who we was.
The runaway cars, gathering momentum as they rolled down the grade, were soon racing at terrific speed. They roared down straightaways, the iron wheel rims just barely clutching the rails as they whipped around curves. The cars rocking madly from side to side as they threatened to leap the tracks and plunge into the waiting canyon. Inside the cars, the soldiers were at first paralyzed, then shouted their terror. Finally became grim and silent. Not a man among them but was certain that the lightning journey could end only in death. And all the time, engine and cars were rushing toward each other. At the fort, too, the townspeople and the small body of soldiers, though prepared to sell their lives dearly, expected only death at the hands of the Hawk.
Have all the men armed? Guns and ammunition have been passed around. The men are ready and waiting, sir. Don't fire till I give the word.
There's hundreds of them killers. Hundreds.
Not many more than 200.
Is there anything I can do?
There is. Have some of the women prepare bandages. Detail others to stand by with ammunition. Our guns must be loaded as fast as they're empty. And, ma'am.
Yes?
The most important thing you can do is keep the women from becoming frightened.
Well, they ain't no more scared than the men folks are.
I know, but...
And I'll see to the bandages and bullets right now.
The Hawk is getting ready to charge. Men, make every bullet count. Take aim. Fire!
There's the fort, fellers. Don't pay no attention to their shooting. There's more than 10 of us to every soldier in there. And the townspeople don't count. Are you ready? Then come on. We'll wipe out the whole blasted bunch of them. Get up there.
More steam, Dale.
I need every bit you can give me.
Right.
Funny we haven't got sight of them yet.
People, look out. They can see them any minute now.
If they ain't jumped the tracks, have a look from your side, will you? Going around this curve, you'll be able to see better than me.
There should be a straight stretch here.
Sight anything?
Wait.
Do you see
Stop
anything?
the engine. They're coming.
How far are
Stop
they?
it, I say.
If they hit us now...
We'll never know it.
There we are.
Now back up. Head back toward town.
Give me more steam.
You'll get it.
They drove us off that time, but they won't do it again. Load up your guns again and get set for another charge.
There's the train.
That's Spike and Luke were the fellers they picked up at Dover. I told them fellers we'd be inside the fort by the time they got here. Now come on. That's one promise I'm keeping. Get set, and when I say the word, follow me.
sure was, sir. And there she is again. But I don't understand. If Tonto told the truth, if those cars were uncoupled... I don't savvy either, sir. The masked man had some plan. But I don't see what he could have done to prevent it. Well, we'll soon be knowing. The last whistle was for when the train reached town. And the Hawk is getting ready to attack again. Yeah, I'm afraid we won't be able to fight him off much longer. Well, we'll try. What are those people shouting about? I don't know, but I can... What in blazes? Well, I'll be the major, sir, and all of the men. With a masked man leading them. But how in blazes did he do it? That's something I don't know. But watch out, the Hawk, he's charging. To your stations! Fire at will! Hold off the Hawk!
Bewildered by the appearance of the soldiers they had thought dead, the outlaw army fell into confusion. But there was no escape for them, with the fort on one side and the advancing soldiers on the other. At length, the Hawk and his followers, seeing themselves in danger of being killed to the last man, threw away their guns, and the victory was won. While the outlaws were being herded inside the fort at the command of Major Wilson, Bess Badger ran toward the Lone Ranger, saying,
Stranger, my husband, Matt. What's become of him? Where's he at? Is he killed?
Steady, Silver. I'm sorry, I can't say.
Oh, Dale, you're back.
Wait, there's Tonto.
Tonto?
With two men. Kimosabe!
Oh, Scout, oh, Scout.
Oh, Matt. Matt, it's you, honey.
Pa, you're wounded.
It ain't nothing much. It's just what them crooks done when me and Herb wouldn't uncouple the train like they told us.
Why, they shot you?
They shot me and knocked Herb out. Then the skunks let the cars loose and went on to Dover with the engine to get the rest of their parts.
They seem to know how to handle an engine all right.
You say they went after the men the Hawk sent to Dover?
By golly, that's right. They was going to pick them up, then come back here.
Major.
Yes?
This man has information that more of the Hawk's men are coming here. They can only be a handful. They'll come by train thinking their friends have captured the fort. You can be prepared for them, and you'll have the last of the worst gang of killers this country has ever known.
Thanks to you, stranger. But what I don't see is how you got us here alive.
Dale deserves the credit for that. He can tell you about it better than I can.
Dale?
Son, did you have a hand in saving a soldier?
I just done what the masked man told me.
Yeah?
We went up the tracks with another engine till we caught sight of the cars heading to town.
Go on.
Well, when we seen him, we stopped and started backing up just as fast as we could. We was only going about 4 or 5 miles slower than the cars was and in the same direction. So when they hit us, the bump didn't amount to much.
Oh, son.
Well, after that, there wasn't anything to it. We just slowed down as easy as we could, and the cars slowed down with us. Then we hooked on proper and brought the soldiers into town.
And saved both us and the force.
Son, you're a railroad man, by thunder. And I'm here to say you're a better one than your pa.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Boonville! There's justice to be done! Hail, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
What time's that stage supposed to be here, Chester?
Oh, sometime this afternoon, Doc. They ain't quite sure.
You mean they're not sure it'll come at all?
Now, that ain't what I said. I said they ain't sure when.
Oh. Well, I've heard of stages that don't come at all.
Gracious, you ain't very cheery today, Doc. What's the matter, lose a couple of cash patients last night?
No, I didn't lose any patients last night. I lost $50 at Faro.
Ah, well, what's $50 to a rich man like you?
Oh, yes, which if you and everybody else paid your bills once in a while, I'd be a rich man.
Hey, there she comes, Doc.
Oh.
Golly, I hope Mr. Dillon's on it.
You mean you're waiting here and you don't even know he's coming?
Ah, he'll be there. And with Big Jim Kelly, too.
Kelly? Who's that?
For pity's sake, you sure are ignorant, Doc.
Ignorant of what? Thieves and murderers and scallywags?
Big Jim Kelly is wanted for burning down a hotel in Wichita.
Yeah, arson.
Arson? No, Doc, I said he's wanted for burning down a hotel.
Never mind. Oh, but there he is. He's coming. Hello, Matt.
Hey, he's all alone.
Maybe he shot him to save the price of the stage fare, Chester.
Oh, Doc, Mr. Dillon wouldn't do that.
Hello, Doc. Chester.
How are you, Matt?
Hey, where's Big Jim Kelly, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
You didn't catch him?
Well, I got close enough to put salt on his tail, but he got away.
Well, how in the world did that happen?
Well, he outsmarted me, Chester. Well, what's new in Dodge, anyway?
Well, Doc lost $50 at Faro last night.
Oh, that's not new, Chester. Besides, it's perfectly legal.
Oh, you mean has there been any trouble, huh? No, sir. It's been real quiet, Mr. Dillon. Except last night when Cassidy got beat up.
Cassidy? Who'd beat him up?
I hadn't heard of that, Chester. Why, Cassidy's the mildest mannered man I ever saw. Even in his cups. And he's been in his cups for 10 solid years now, that I know of.
What happened, Chester?
Oh, that gambler, Bill Clell. Oh, he come here since you left, Mr. Dillon. He brought a girl with him named Flora.
What about Clell and Cassidy?
Well, nobody's seen it, but Clell admits beating him up.
Well, why?
He says Cassidy walked up to him, tried to club him with a bottle.
Oh, I don't believe that. Cassidy wouldn't attack a wood fence.
Is he hurt much, Chester?
He don't look very good, but he'll be all right, Mr. Dillon.
Say, man, I don't believe this Clell. There's something wrong with his story.
Well, I'll go by there tonight and have a talk with him, Doc. But right now, let's go get something to eat, huh? Well, do you see Clell anywhere, Chester?
No, sir, I don't. I guess he ain't come in yet tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Look, you go get your beer. I'm going to go over and say hello to Kitty over there.
Okay, sir.
But you come tell me when he does come in, huh?
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay. Well, evening, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. I hear you came back empty-handed.
Oh? How did you know that?
Everybody knows it.
You know, and all the time I was thinking that nobody even knew I'd gone after a man.
It's hard to keep secrets in Dodge, Matt. I've tried it myself.
Yeah. Well, there's one I'd like to uncover, Kitty. What was this man Clell doing beating up Cassidy last night?
Well, I heard it was Cassidy went after him.
Oh?
Took a bottle to him, they say.
Who says?
You're right. Nobody saw it. But the way Clell told it, he was just as surprised as anybody. I have to admit, I kind of believe him, Matt.
Oh, now, Kitty, you know Cassidy wouldn't attack anybody.
But don't get me wrong. I'm not standing up for Clell. In fact, I don't even like him.
Oh, what's wrong with him?
But he's no good. I can tell by the way he treats Flora. She's a real unhappy girl, Matt.
Well, that's no business of mine. And I don't like the idea of a poor, harmless drunk like Cassidy taking it from him.
There's Flora now. You want to meet her?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
Flora! Flora! Pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yeah, she is.
Hello, Kitty. Did you want me?
You got a minute, honey? I want you to meet Marshal Dillon.
Oh. Are you the marshal?
I'm pleased to know you, Flora. Won't you sit down?
Thanks. But I can't stay long. Mr. Clell will be in directly.
Oh? You, work for Clell, Flora?
My job's to steer people over to his faro table and then try to keep them there. You know.
Yeah. How long have you known Clell?
All my life, I guess.
What?
Oh, he sort of adopted me when I was 5, when my mother died. I'm only 18 now, Marshal.
Well, that's mighty young. You, look a little older than that.
I wish I was 10 years older.
Oh? Why?
Then maybe I could get away from him somehow. Oh, please, don't tell him that.
No. Of course I won't.
He married me last year.
Oh?
Oh, there he is now. He just came in. I'd better go.
The tall man, Matt. The black derby.
Yeah, I see him. I thought he'd be older. He only looks about 35.
I'll be darned. There's Cassidy, too. Looks like he's following him.
Yeah, he is. And he's got a gun in his hand.
Cassidy's going to shoot him, Matt.
Can't even hold that gun steady with both hands, Cassidy. I'm going to kill you, Clell.
Put that gun away, Cassidy.
I'll handle him. That's just about enough for you, Cassidy. Gonna break every bone in your body.
All right, hold it, Clell. Stop kicking him.
Mister, stay out of this.
You kick him once more and you'll wake up in jail.
Jail? Why, who are you?
I'm the marshal here.
Well, then why don't you arrest Cassidy? Didn't you see him try to shoot me?
I saw him. Now, what's the trouble between you two?
Look, Marshal, I give you my word I never saw this drunken bum before in my life. Took a bottle to me last night. This time he's got a gun.
There must be something behind this, Clell. Cassidy's one of the most peaceful men in Dodge.
Well, I swear it. I never saw him before. I'll tell you one thing, Marshal. Next time I see him, I'm going to kill him.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Cassidy's still out. Get him over to Doc's, will you? I'll come by there later.
Yes, sir, I'll do it, Mr.
Clell, if Cassidy tries to kill you, it's your right to protect yourself. But don't do it with your feet. Cassidy's friends might not like it. And I'm one of them.
King size or regular, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. Flavor. Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. Filtration. Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter cigarette.
Come in, Matt.
Hello, Doc. Oh, how you feeling, Cassidy?
I'm okay, Marshal.
Oh, you're so full of booze you don't know how you feel, Cassidy. I told you you've got 2 broken ribs.
That don't matter. I've had worse.
Cassidy, what are you after Clow for? Why did you try to shoot him tonight?
13 years of hard drinking's lovely to think about. It's bad on the aim, Marshal. I had to hold that gun in both hands. He hit me before I get it off.
Why were you trying to shoot him?
I don't like his face. Doc, will you do something for me?
Sure, yes, Cassidy. What is it?
Make me sober.
What?
I mean real sober. Oh, I ain't gonna quit forever, but I want to get sober for a spell.
Well, I'm sorry, Cassidy. Medicine has no idea how to treat a man who drinks like you. No idea at all.
There's nothing you can do?
Nothing. If you want to get sober, you'll have to do it yourself.
How?
Stop drinking.
Okay, I'll do it. If Marshal will help me.
Me help you?
Lock me up in jail, Marshal, and don't let me out for about a week. I can't drink that way. You'll do it, won't you?
Well, ordinarily, I'd do anything I could to help you, Cassidy, but, no, not this time.
Why not?
Because you want to get sober so you can kill a man.
Then I'll do it without your help.
Oh, don't worry, Matt. He'll never stay sober long enough to do any harm. I never saw a man like him stop drinking yet.
You never saw a man had a reason like I have, Doc.
What is your reason, Cassidy?
I'll tell you later, Marshal. When you come to hang me.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Chester. Oh, where's the mail?
Well, it's in, but they ain't got it sorted out yet. I'll go back and get it later.
Okay.
You expecting something important?
No, nothing special, Chester, but you never know.
Sometimes I think we'd be better off if there wasn't no mail, no telegraphs, no trains, no stages, no nothing like that.
Well, I wish we had more. And maybe we could find out what happened to Cassidy. He's been missing a whole week now.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Dillon, I plumb forgot. That's the first thing I meant to tell you. Well, how could I forget that? I swear I must be getting old. It seems like every time I start...
Chester, what did you forget?
About Cassidy. I seen him in the street just now.
You did? Well, where is he? I want to talk to him.
He was leaning on that building right next door.
Drunk?
No, sir, he didn't look it. He looked plumb sober.
I'll go see if he's still there, will you?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There he is. Cassidy! Hey, Cassidy! Come here a minute. He's coming, Mr. Dillon. Come on in, Cassidy. Marshal wants to say hello.
I ain't got much time, Chester.
Well, you got a minute, ain't you?
Close the door, Chester.
What do you want, Marshal?
You had everybody worried, Cassidy. Where you been the past week, huh?
I've been out on the prairie, Marshal. Ain't no whiskey out there.
Oh, I see. Well, you look fine.
I ain't had a drop since I left Doc that night.
How are your ribs?
I breathe hard, but that don't bother me.
Mm-hmm. I see that you got a gun in your belt.
I have. I can shoot it with one hand now.
Still after Clell, huh?
You can hang me later, Marshal. It don't matter. But right now, you can't do nothing but talk.
Why don't you tell me what this is all about, Cassidy? We're friends, aren't we?
You was always a friend to me, Marshal. And I don't like to cause you no trouble, but I can't help it this time. It's just gotta be.
Well, okay, Cassidy. You don't want me to help you, but I'm going to do it anyway.
You can't help me.
Yes, I can. Now give me your gun.
No, Marshal. No, you got no right. Now
Give me the gun. There.
Buy me another one.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
lock him up.
Lock me up? No, you can't do that. It ain't legal. I ain't done nothing.
To stop you from killing a man's plenty legal, the way I look at it, Cassidy. All right, put him in his cage, Chester.
Come on, Cassidy, and don't you try nothing.
No, wait, no, you can't lock me up. Clell might get away.
You want me to carry you?
All right. All right, I'll tell you, Marshal. I'll tell you.
Leave him be, Chester. Well, go ahead, Cassidy. Tell me. Who is Clell?
13 years ago, Marshal, down in New Orleans, Clell run off with my wife.
He did. And then how come he claims that he doesn't know you?
He don't know me. I changed my name, and I only seen him once before. My wife told me she was leaving, and I watched him get on the riverboat. Clell, my wife, my little girl.
Your little girl?
Flora was only 5 then.
Flora? You mean Flora's your daughter?
She don't remember me. I don't want her ever to know that, now the way I am. Promise you won't tell her?
No, of course I won't. But Clell's married to Flora now. What happened to your wife?
Yeah, they got married, but later I heard she ran off. She had to get away from him. I think she's dead, Marshal. I think she killed herself.
Look, Cassidy, shooting Clell isn't going to help anything now.
I ain't going to kill him because of me, Marshal. I'm doing it for Flora. I can tell. She wants to get away from him, too.
Yeah, I know she does.
I'm going to do it, Marshal. I don't mind hanging. I'm going to help Flora.
Clell's done a lot to you, Cassidy, but there's nothing in the world I know of that justifies murder.
I don't hold with killing people either, Marshal, but I'm going to do it.
Cassidy, listen to me. If I get Flora away from Clell, would you be satisfied?
How are you going to do that?
Will you leave him alone if I do?
I told you it's for Flora I'm thinking about. The other thing, that's too long past. I buried that in 1,000 whiskey bottles, Marshal.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Do you have any money, Cassidy?
If I didn't work down then, I couldn't drink.
How much have you got?
No, about $50.
All right, give it to me.
What?
I said give it to me.
Oh. Well, here it is, Marshal. That's all I got.
It's enough. Now, look, I want you to lay low, Cassidy. Stay out of sight for a while. Will you do that?
I'll do it. But I'll be watching. This better not take too long, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go find Kitty, will you? Tell her to get Flora over to her room and be sure that Clell doesn't know where she is.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
Tell Kitty I'll meet him there in about an hour. Oh, and you better hang around outside somewhere, huh? In case Clell gets interested and shows up.
L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Yes, everything. L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy, lets you enjoy all the taste.
And L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Yes, everything. King size or regular, it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
She's here, Matt. Come on in.
Oh, thanks, Kitty. Hello, Flora.
Is there something wrong, Marshal?
Yes, I think so.
I told you, Kitty. I knew there
Now,
was.
Flora, don't get upset. Whatever it is, I'm sure the marshal isn't after you. Give him a chance to explain.
Is it about Mr. Clell, Marshal?
It's about you, Flora.
But I haven't done anything.
No, you haven't done anything, Flora, but I'm going to help you do something.
I don't understand.
Tell me, if you were alone, free from Clell, where would you go?
Oh, I tried to run away before, but he caught me. He beat me something terrible.
Well, he won't catch you this time, Flora. Now, where do you want to go? Can you find a job in St. Louis?
I'd like to go to New Orleans. Mr. Clell says I was born there. I'm sure I could find something to do there. I always wanted to go.
Okay, here's $100, Flora. Now, that'll get you to New Orleans and keep you till you find work.
$100? Oh, Marshal, I can't take that.
Yes, you can. Now, go on, take it.
Why are you giving it to me?
Well, you're young. You still got a life ahead of you. That's reason enough.
It's no use, Marshal. Mr. Clell would never let me go.
Where is Clell now?
At the Long Branch gambling. He'll be expecting me there soon.
All right, then you'll have to hurry. There's a train out at 1 o'clock. That'll only give you about a half hour.
But I can't go like this. What about my things?
Go get what you need. Kitty will help you.
Sure I will. Come on, Flora.
But if Mr. Clell finds
I'll
me...
be at the depot. If Clell does find you, it won't do him any good. I'll see that you get on that train alone, Flora.
My gracious, she better hurry, Mr. Dillon. Santa Fe's about to leave.
Kitty will see that she gets here, Chester. Don't worry.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I thought you told Cassidy to lay low.
I did. What? And now what's he up to?
Guess he wants to talk to you.
What are you doing here, Cassidy?
I know what you're doing, Marshal. I figured it all out. Especially when I seen Flora and Kitty going back to her room. They're on the way down here now.
I thought you didn't want Flora to know about you.
I don't, Marshal. I'm going to stand over there by the building. I only want to see her leave. It'll be the last time.
There they come. You better get going.
I'm going.
Oh, that poor fellow.
Come on.
Marshal.
Take Flora's bag, will you, Chester, and throw it on the train for her?
Sure. Here, give me your bag, Flora. I'll take care of it for you.
Thanks, Chester.
I'll go find you a seat.
I thought we'd never make it, Matt.
Oh, you barely did. Now, Flora, we'll say goodbye here. You better follow Chester.
Goodbye, Marshal. I don't know why you're doing this, but... Well... I just can't seem to say anything.
You don't have to. Good luck.
Goodbye, honey. I'm awful happy for you. You'll make out fine. I know you will.
I kind of hate to leave you, Kitty.
You get going. Train's about to leave. Go on now.
All right. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You're a good girl, Matt.
Yeah, she is.
I'm kind of wondering myself why you're doing this.
Well, I'll tell you, Kitty.
Oh, you're about to leave.
Now, she'll make it.
What about Chester? He's still in the car there.
Oh, it doesn't matter. He's always wanted to go to St. Louis. And
Matt, look.
What?
It's Clell. He's after her.
Hey, you stay here, Kitty.
Yeah, hurry, Matt.
Flora, don't you get on that train!
You all right, Flora?
He's dead, Marshal.
Get on the train, Flora.
But I...
Come on, hurry. Go on, move.
Cassidy shot him, Mr. Dillon. I seen him through the train window.
Yeah, I saw him, Chester. Now, here he comes now. Watch him.
Yes, sir.
I killed him. I killed him, Marshal. Here's my gun. Take it.
I should have locked this gun up. You went back to the office for it, didn't you?
I thought something would go wrong, and it almost did, too.
I'd have stopped him, Cassidy.
You wouldn't have killed him, Marshal. He can't ever follow her now.
You're under arrest, Cassidy.
You can hang me, I don't care. Only
one thing, Marshal.
Yeah, I know. Chester, I'll lock him up. You go buy him a bottle, will you? He's been sober long enough.
No, Marshal. That's what I was going to say. I kind of like it this way. I ain't feeling sorry for myself no more. I'm through drinking the rest of my life. However long that's going to be.
Cassidy.
Yeah?
Nothing. All right, come on. Walk ahead of me.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter-tip cigarette. Try L&M's king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Eleanor Tannen, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Try Chesterfield today. Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield's smoothness. You want them mild. We make them mild. Mild and mellow, with the smooth, refreshing taste of the world's best tobaccos. Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield's satisfaction. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking. Try Chesterfield today.
The current issue of TV Radio Mirror carries a feature story on Gunsmoke, complete with pictures of Matt, Chester, Doc, and Kitty. It is available at your local newsstand.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
This woman may spend a lot of money and time in your store, Billy. But is a good customer worth more than your life?
1, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Hey, that ought to do it. Thank you, hey boy.
Oh, you saw. But there's one thing, hey boy, not understand.
What's that?
Why you take fancy shorts on easy trip, Mr. Paladin?
Well, I'm not sure I know the answer myself. I just have a feeling that Whitewater Falls has become a very fashionable town now that Billy Boggs has set up shop there, and I want to be in style.
Oh, this is Billy Boggs. He's the same man who have haberdasher shop in San Francisco for many years?
Yeah, that's right. Same man.
Why he move away to dinky town like Whitewater Falls?
Well, for his health, he said. He couldn't stand the fog anymore, he said.
Oh, fog not hurt health. Hey, boy, like fog. Like big city much better than dinky town.
Well, to each his own, hey boy.
Why he sent for you? He in much trouble?
If a man threatened to kill you because he thought you were trying to steal his wife, would that be trouble?
Oh, you saw.
That's what Billy said in his letter.
Oh, my, could be big sad mess.
We'll see, hey boy, but it's hard to believe that Billy Boggs is mixed up with a woman, especially a married woman. He never seemed to be the type.
Oh, can't always tell a man by the way he looks, Mr. Paladin.
Ordinarily, I'd agree with you, but not when it comes to Billy Boggs. But we'll see, hey boy. We'll see.
Constipation can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, close to natural acting. A medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is so gentle, so close to natural acting, there's no upset. That's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity, gently, overnight.
From a haberdasher shop in San Francisco to a general store in Whitewater Falls was quite a transition. From the street, it looked like any other general store anywhere, but inside, it looked more like Billy Boggs, except for one big difference. He was now specializing in women's apparel instead of men's. More than half the floor space was devoted to a ladies' department where the latest Paris styles were proudly displayed. The more mundane items found in a general store like cheese and coal oil were crowded to the corners. Billy Boggs personally attended to fashion, and I must admit he had a style all his own.
I declare, Mr. Boggs, this was a dreary town before you brought high fashion to us.
Well, it's a privilege and a pleasure to adorn beauties such as yours, Mrs. Thompson.
Oh, Mr. Boggs, how you do go on.
Well, I must say, Billy, your merchandise is more attractive than your customers.
Yes, well, they don't have to be gorgeous, Paladin. As long as I can make them believe they are, it keeps me in business.
Oh, that could be a dangerous philosophy, Billy. Perhaps that's causing your present troubles.
Oh, no, they're not all like that old hen. Oh, Paladin, wait until you meet Amelia. Mrs. Arbuthnot.
What's the full story, Billy?
Well, it's like I told you. Her husband's got it in for me. Just because she craves high style and spends a lot of time in my store, he's fixing to gun me.
And when does he propose to do this?
Well, how do I know? I haven't talked to him.
You haven't talked to him?
No.
How did he make his threat?
Through her, through Amelia. She's warned me. He thinks she's attracted to me because she comes in here all the time.
Why don't you keep her out?
Well, I can't do that. She's my best customer.
Was a good customer worth more than your life?
Well, no, I hadn't thought about it exactly that way.
Yeah. I think there's more to this than you're telling me, Billy Boggs.
Now, Paladin, don't be jumping to any conclusions. All I want you to do is to keep Henry Arbuthnot from killing me, and I'm willing to pay you.
This kind of protection usually runs pretty high.
Whatever you say.
I'll let you know. Maybe I'd better get Arbuthnot's side of this before I decide to take the job.
Amelia can tell you all about it.
Oh, when do I meet her?
Right now. Look.
Oh.
That's her.
Mrs. Arbuthnot?
That's right.
Oh, my. She is indeed a looker.
Yes.
Oh, Billy, I came as soon as I heard you had a new shipment.
Yes.
Did you get the reversible silk petticoats with a lacy frill? Oh. Excuse me, I didn't know you were waiting on someone.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right, Amelia. I want you to meet a friend of mine. Paladin, this is Mrs. Arbuthnot, one of my most valued customers.
Ma'am.
How do you do, Mr. Paladin?
Mr. Paladin is a business associate of mine, Amelia.
Oh, indeed. Will your business keep you long in Whitewater Falls, Mr. Paladin?
That depends.
On what?
You.
Me?
Well, that's to say, I'm here to make a survey of Mr. Boggs' female clientele.
Oh, well, how interesting. When do you begin?
I already have.
But I should think such a project would proceed more successfully under less formal circumstances.
It might.
Then suppose you take tea with me this afternoon.
I should be honored, ma'am.
Amelia, I should like to direct your attention to these perfectly entrancing bonnets.
Later, Billy, later. I seem to have lost my interest in clothes for the moment.
But, Amelia...
Billy can direct you to my house, Mr. Paladin. I'll expect you at 3.
I'll be there.
Until then.
Until then.
Well, now, look here, Paladin. I'm not hiring you to socialize with Mrs. Arbuthnot. You're supposed to protect me from her husband.
I am beginning to think I may have to protect you from yourself.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You didn't look like shopkeeper and customer to me. Billy this, and Amelia that. Are you sure you aren't holding out some facts on me?
My private life has nothing to do with it.
Oh, it has everything to do with it. Your private life, and hers and her husband's. The only way I can do a job for you is to find out all I can about the people involved. If you don't want me to do that, then maybe we just as well forget about the whole thing, and I'll go back to San Francisco.
Yes, well, maybe that would be best.
Whatever you say.
Paladin, look, out in the street.
What?
There, out there in the street. He's coming this way. He's coming to get me.
Who?
That big fella in the buckskin coat. That's Henry Arbuthnot.
Her husband?
Yes.
He doesn't look so big or so tough.
Well, he is.
Well, he isn't coming in here. He's walking right past the door.
Oh, dear. Well, this time maybe. But the day will come.
Listen, Boggs, he wasn't even wearing a gun.
No, he probably left it in the gun shop to have it put in a top-notch shape to kill me. And, look, Paladin, forget what I said. Do it your way. Anything you say goes. Only don't walk out on me. Don't let that man kill me.
Mr. Paladin, how nice of you to come.
I've been looking forward to it.
You say the nicest things. Come in. We can have tea in my private sitting room.
Oh, how cozy.
Come.
A lovely home.
We enjoy it.
Mm.
In here.
Thank you.
Come now. Sit here beside me on the love seat.
Is there room?
We'll make room.
There.
Now, I didn't know you were such a famous man, Mr. Paladin.
Am I?
My husband told me all about you.
He did?
Yes. How many men have you killed, Paladin?
Well, quite frankly, I don't recall.
Have you ever killed over a woman?
Over a woman?
Oh, it must make a man feel like a god to kill for his woman. To stand there, gun smoking, looking down on his dead rival, knowing what a prize is waiting for him.
I wouldn't know.
Come now, Paladin, don't be modest. And then how must she feel? The woman these two men have fought over. For that moment she must feel indeed like a goddess at whose altar a human sacrifice has been laid.
She might, if she were as romantic as you are.
Do you find me so, Mr. Paladin?
Well, maybe you've been reading too many novels.
I do read a great deal. But then why shouldn't I? Nothing ever happens in Whitewater Falls.
Like men being killed over a beautiful woman.
Oh, who would do that in this town? A bunch of farmers who never shot anything more dangerous than a jackrabbit.
Billy Boggs tells me your husband was once pretty handy with a gun.
Well, he was, to hear him tell about it. I suspect he could still outdraw anyone in these parts, except you, Mr. Paladin.
Ooh, I'm not looking for any trouble.
I'm trouble, Mr. Paladin.
Are you?
For the right man. Are you the right man, Paladin?
Right man for what?
For me?
Well, I hadn't given it much thought.
But you will, now that you know I have. Won't you, Paladin?
It does seem to give it some immediacy.
You're him, Paladin. You're what I've been waiting for.
And there's really nothing much I can do about it, is there?
Nothing but a seed gracefully. And you won't find that too much trouble, will you, Paladin?
Not when you're this close to me, ma'am.
Amelia.
Amelia.
You must be Paladin.
Yes, that's right.
Excuse the interruption. Sit down.
Why,
Amelia said you'd be coming to call.
Oh, she did?
Yes. Amelia has no secrets from me, have you, my dear?
None, Henry. Why should I?
So, if you'll get that nervous hand of yours away from your holster, I'd like to shake it.
Hmm? Oh, yes, of course. I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Arbuthnot.
And I to meet you, Paladin. You're so famous, you're practically a legend.
But as you can see, as human as the next man and as susceptible to temptation.
He who is without sin, let him throw the first stone.
You see what I mean, Paladin. You see the kind of heroes we grow in these parts.
Now, Amelia, are you going to start that all over again?
No, Henry, what good would it do?
Amelia thinks things are too quiet around here. She's always trying to stir up some excitement.
Oh, Henry, that isn't true.
Isn't it now? Mr. Paladin, I figure if you don't go looking for trouble, trouble won't come looking for you.
But you saw plenty of it in your time, didn't you?
Maybe I have. But if the good Lord lets you live long enough, you learn that there aren't very many reasons for drawing a gun on a man. But the only one that comes to mind right readily is to protect yourself. And then, too, man gets to be my age. His fingers get the rheumatism. His eye isn't so good. He'd better keep his gun in his holster. Right, Mr. Paladin?
If you say so, Mr. Arbuthnot. However adept Henry Arbuthnot may once have been with a gun, it was clear that he was no longer a threat to anyone. He had a philosophy of non-violence and a body that was tending to go flabby. Billy Boggs was safe, and I told him so.
You're sure?
Positive. Whether you're selling her ribbons, yard goods, Paris hats, or your special brand of sweet talk, you are safe.
I told you, Paladin, our relationship is strictly business.
Whatever it is, your life is in no danger and never was.
Well. Now, you say Arbuthnot's got a philosophy or whatever it is? But he could change his mind, couldn't he?
Sure he could, but he won't.
You sound mighty positive.
I am.
Why?
Well, he's not as young as he once was. He's slowing down. He's got a touch of rheumatism in his gun hand.
Is that a fact?
Eyes aren't as sharp anymore.
I never knew that.
What are you going to do now, Billy? Play footsie with that wife of his under his nose, or face up to it like a man and run away with her?
Neither, Paladin, neither. But in any case, my plans no longer concern you.
That they don't, and I'm mighty glad to be out of it.
Are you going back to San Francisco?
Might as well.
No stage until tomorrow morning.
I'll be on it. But if you need me, I'll be around till then.
Well, evening, Mr. Boggs.
Evening, Ben. I'll have a whiskey.
Whiskey, Mr. Boggs?
I said whiskey.
Since when did you go off in the beer wagon?
Since when is that any of your business?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Boggs. One whiskey.
Yeah. Mr. Arbuthnot been in this evening?
Why, yes, sir. He's right over there in the corner, sitting in on a hand of poker.
Yes, I see him.
Hey, did your friend Mr. Paladin leave?
No, Ben. He leaves tomorrow.
Well, howdy there, Mr. Boggs.
Evening, Red.
Hey, what's the big idea, huh?
What idea, Red?
Well, I never saw you wearing a gun before.
Uh-huh. Well, you do now.
Well, it's so nice and shiny and new, like it was out of your stock.
It is.
How come? Are you gunning for somebody?
Maybe.
What? Oh, no.
Now, what's so funny?
You, on the prowl. You.
Now, don't you upset me, Red. I'm not gunning for you, and I don't want to.
Well, you better not be.
So be quiet. Oh, there, he's coming this way.
What, you gunning for him?
You stick around and see. Arbuthnot? Henry Arbuthnot.
Oh, good evening, Boggs.
Arbuthnot, the time has come for a showdown.
Indeed.
Yes. It's you or me.
Go home and sleep it off, Boggs.
Now, don't you tell me what to do. Don't you tell me anything.
Well, that's fair enough. Good night, Boggs.
Now, wait a minute. Here now. You don't walk out on me. I'm not finished yet. You hear me, Arbuthnot? I'm not finished with you. You better stop right where you are. I'm not anxious to shoot you in the back, but I will if necessary.
Why don't you go home, Boggs? I've got no quarrel with you.
Well, I've got a quarrel with you, and we're settling it right now. So go on. Go for your gun. What's the matter? You getting too old for gunfighting? It's a sure thing you're too old for that young wife of yours.
You leave her out of this.
I can't. She's right in the middle of it. She's sick to death of you, Arbuthnot. Didn't you know that? Everybody else in town does. Everybody else knows what's been going on between us. Seems only fair to let you in on the secret.
Well, you...
Billy, what happened?
Paladin, he went for his gun.
His gun? It's still in his holster. He couldn't have. His hand was too crippled. You knew that. I told you that.
Oh? I don't remember.
Billy, this is murder. You know it, and I know it. Somebody got the word to Amelia Arbuthnot, and she came running up the moonlit street, holding her skirts high. She threw herself on her husband's body, and she seemed to be sobbing. But I could see her unbuckle her husband's gun belt. She got it loose, rose to her feet, strapping it around her waist.
All right, Mr. Boggs. I'll see to firing my husband's gun.
Amelia,
I'm giving you a chance to defend yourself.
Well, I can't go up against a woman.
Why not? You went up against a man who was unable to defend himself. I'm able and I will.
But I can't, Amelia. I love you.
Oh, do you now? Love me enough to murder my husband?
I gave him a fair chance.
Like I'm giving you.
Oh, no, now, Amelia, I can't.
Oh, you're not scared of little old me, are you, Billy?
Mrs. Arbuthnot, look, do you know what you're doing?
You bet I do. He didn't think there was room in Whitewater Falls for him and my husband. Well, there isn't room in the whole wide world for him and me.
But I love you, Amelia. I won't shoot you.
That's too bad, Billy Boggs, because I loathe you, and I will shoot you.
Amelia.
All right. Make your play. Any of you boys want to call the law in on this?
No, ma'am, that was a fair fight, and the best man... Well, that is...
Very well, then.
Mrs. Arbuthnot. I'd better escort you home.
Why, thank you, Mr. Paladin.
You knew he wouldn't draw on you, didn't you?
Aren't you forgetting?
No, I'm remembering. I didn't realize you had such a strong feeling for your husband.
I didn't.
But you just killed Billy to avenge his murder.
Not to avenge my husband's murder, Paladin. To remove Billy.
I don't understand.
Well, Billy Boggs was such a dreadfully silly little man. But he did do us a favor.
Us?
You and me. He did us the favor of removing Henry. I'm grateful. But we wouldn't want Billy around bothering us, now would we?
What a pity you didn't talk it over with me first.
What do you mean? Haven't you understood a word I've said?
Every word, Mrs. Arbuthnot. Every word. And all I've got to say to you is good night.
Excuse, please, Mr. Paladin.
Oh. Yes, Miss Wong?
Oh, I finished cleaning room. Would you like Mr. Wong to bring you some nice hot coffee?
No, thanks, Miss Wong. I'll be going down for lunch soon.
You all right, Mr. Paladin?
Why, yes, I feel fine. Why do you ask?
Well, ever since you come back, you've been very quiet. You look white, like you've been scared.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was a little frightened, Miss Wong.
What scared you?
A femme fatale.
Miss Wong, no understand.
But it's hard to explain. There's nothing like it in China, I'm sure.
Oh.
Femme fatale. A fatal woman.
Oh.
That's to say, a woman who tries to get her man no matter what.
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. Wong, understand, we have same thing in China.
Well, perhaps you do at that, but not the kind who uses a gun.
Oh, no, sir. Chinese woman now have to use gun. Can get her man much better without gun. Oh, many better ways.
I think I know what you mean. And I believe I've witnessed our Miss Wong as a femme fatale when it comes to, hey, boy?
You very observant man, Mr. Paladin.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi, drink light, refreshing Pepsi, stay young and fair and debonair, be sociable, have a Pepsi. Have a Pepsi.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by William N. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Olin Soleil, Jack Moyles, Russell Arms, and Lynn Allen. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Wild Bill Hickok!
fast and pass those Kellogg Sugar Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of the Sunny Side Scrap. Moms love Pops, kids love Pops, Pops love Pops. Just about everybody loves Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Eat them out of the box like a snack, or enjoy them out of a bowl with a little milk or cream. Remember, with Kellogg's Sugar Pops, you never have to add any sugar because the sweetening's already on them. Good just any time you feel hungry. Make it a point to enjoy Kellogg's Sugar Pops soon. United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his square-shooting deputy Jingles had been after the Blue Neckerchief gang of bank robbers for weeks. Then one day, the two law partners got a tip that the Blue Neckerchief gang was planning to rob the bank in Angel's Fork. After hours of hard riding, Wild Bill and Jingles pulled their lathered horses down to a walk at the edge of the dusty cow town just in time to become involved in the Sunny Side Scrap.
Easy now, boy.
Oh, Joker. Well, looks like we got here in time, Bill. I don't see any bank robbing going on. Looks nice and quiet.
Yeah, maybe it's too quiet, partner. Who there, Buckshot?
Oh, Joker. What do you mean, Bill?
Look down the street.
I'm looking and I don't see nothing.
See that pair of hombres loafing near the corner of the bank?
Yeah. What about them?
Now look across the street from the bank. There's two more. You notice anything strange about the tall one?
Hey, Bill, he's wearing a blue neckerchief.
That's right, and so is that big Jasper riding in from the other end of town.
You reckon it's them, Bill, the blue neckerchief gang?
Well, we had a tip they were going to rob the bank here today.
Oh, what are we going to do, Bill?
We'll start down the street toward the bank slowly.
Yeah.
And keep your eyes on that bunch of men. If they start to move toward the bank, then
Bill, look, they're closing in right now.
Yeah, looks like now is when we're going to acting, partner.
Bill, who's doing that shooting?
That came from this end of the street. Look over there at the hardware store.
Hey, you old mountain goat, what do you think you're doing?
I got your window that time, Buggy. Next time I'm going to ventilate your hide. You're going to pay for that window, Tom, or I'll take it out of your skin.
Bill, what's going on here?
I don't know.
Hey, look, the bank robbers have stopped.
Yeah, if they were bank robbers.
Well, they're looking this way.
I guess they didn't expect this any more than we did.
Well, now, we don't know whether that's the Blue Neckerchief gang or not.
That'll have to wait. Let's find out what's eating these two Jaspers. Get around there, Buckshot.
Yeah, come on, Joker. All right, you two old chipmunks. Drop them shooting irons and come parading out here in the street where I can get a look at you.
Yo, go soak your head, Balloony.
You don't scare him much, partner.
Well, I will scare him, doggone it. Now, Dad, blame it, you two get out here. If I have to come after you, I'll crack your heads together till you jar your granddaddies clear back to Adam.
If you're looking for trouble, turn around and look down the street. Looks like there's plenty of it coming your way.
Huh?
Looks like he's right, Jingles. That gang must have gotten over their surprise. They're heading this way.
We're caught right in the middle.
Here we go, partner.
Now, doggone it. This is getting too hot for comfort. What are those coyotes shooting at us for?
Maybe they didn't like being interrupted.
Well, I'll interrupt them. They can't go using me for a target and get away with it. Take this, you varmint!
Easy, partner.
Yeah, Bill, maybe I was too hasty. You reckon we could find some cover until we can talk to them a little?
Now, that might be a good idea. Just to give them the notion, let's pick off a hat or two.
Well, you go right ahead and pick off the hats, Bill, and I'll look for a place to hide out.
You know, a lot of the fellas down at the bunkhouse think I'm a magician. Heard them talking about it yesterday. They say they've never seen anyone that can make Kellogg's Sugar Pops disappear as fast as I can.
Well, that sure isn't magic. That's pure enjoyment. The kind of enjoyment I like to have often. You ought to have 'em often yourself. When it comes time for breakfast, have your Kellogg Sugar Pops out of a bowl with just a little milk or cream. Or when you have those between meals hunger pangs, just fetch down that box of Sugar Pops and grab yourself a few handfuls. Good either way. And you never have to add sugar because the sweetening's already on 'em. Tell Mom to latch on to a package of Kellogg Sugar Pops for you when she goes to the store. Right now, how about singing along in our song?
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Be sure you're around later on in the show when I tell you all about a very special offer you won't want to miss out on.
Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles, following the tip that the Blue Neckerchief Gang was going to rob the bank at Angel's Fork, arrived just in time to land in the middle of a street gun battle. They were riding to take cover when suddenly the shooting stopped.
Hold it, Jingles. But Bill, I don't want to get shot at.
They've stopped shooting.
Huh? Yeah. Now, what do you reckon made them stop?
They're heading back for the horses. All but one.
Yeah, and he's coming this way. Oh, but he don't look like one of the gang. Ain't he dressed up fancy like a riverboat gambler?
He may be just that, but before he gets here, let's find out about those two old gents who started all the shooting.
Doggone it, I almost forgot about them. Now, like I said, you two, come parading out here. I want a word with you. I'm the law.
Aren't you forgetting me, Jing?
Yeah, I reckon I did for a minute there, Bill. Come on, shake a leg, you two. I got you covered, and Wild Bill Hickok wants to talk to you.
Yeah, well, who? Wild Bill Hickok. Well, now, why didn't you say so? Everybody wants to talk to Wild Bill Hickok anytime. But I don't reckon conversation with a big buffalo like you would profit a man nothing.
Now, hold on there.
Never mind, Jingle.
Did I hear you say this gent's name was Wild Bill Hickok?
You sure did, and I'm Jingle.
Do tell. What's that prove?
Well, now it don't prove nothing, I reckon.
I thought so. Mr. Hickok, my name is Tom Short. I run the general store.
And my name's Buggy Bryan. I run the harness shop across the street along with the hardware store.
Yeah, they call him Buggy because his eyes bug out like a rabbit when he's scared.
Short, you'd better quit talking about me that way. Next time I'm gonna plug you.
Bryan, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn if you was locked up in it.
What's this shooting about, gents?
Yeah, what's the feud about?
Well, Short started it.
No, Bryan started it. He gets a sudden notion he wants the sunny side of the street, and I got it.
This looks like a private fight, partner. Guess we better keep out of it.
Yeah, as long as nobody gets hurt. But this ain't telling us nothing we want to know.
Yeah, gents. I'm looking for some information.
Well, if it's information you want, stranger, you're not going to get much of it out of these two old coots. Maybe I can help you. I'm Archibald Ness.
Archie? Archibald? Now if that ain't a name. Archibald? Ow! Hey, cut that out. You just missed my big toe.
Well, let's just be careful about how you bandy my name about, stranger, or I'm liable to puncture that big balloon you got your belt wrapped around.
I wouldn't be so free with my guns if I were you, Ness.
Who's going to stop me?
I'm just warning you, that's all. I don't like having my partner shot at.
No man buffaloes me, stranger. You feel you got a call to stop me from doing anything I'm doing, just reach for your hog leg.
I'm not looking for gunplay. It's just a warning.
Well, I don't take a warning from no man. I reckon we might as well settle that right now.
Well, that's what you get for trying to draw on Wild Bill Hickok.
Hickok? Well now, Marshal, I didn't know you were around these parts. Never having seen you before, I guess I made a mistake, and I want to apologize.
Well, now, ain't he become a sugar jar awful fast?
Let it go, Jingles. That's all right, Mr. Ness. I guess we understand each other now. Maybe you could tell me what that bunch of Jaspers down the street meant with that shooting.
Well, I reckon these two old coots surprise boys, little Marshal, and when they get surprised, the first thing they do is reach for a gun. But I stopped them. They won't cause any more trouble.
Oh, they answer to you, huh?
Yep. I'm the kingpin around Angel's Fork.
What I say goes. I own most of this town except the bank, so I reckon you and your partner can go along now, Marshal. We won't be needing the law around here.
Maybe I'm a better judge of that, Mr. Ness.
Well, suit yourself, Marshal, but you could be making a mistake. Like I say, I'm all the law we need around here.
Now, Bill, what do you reckon he meant by that?
I don't know, Jingles. But I'm just curious enough to stick around tonight and find out.
Well, I wouldn't do that if I was you, Marshal.
Sure, it's right, Marshal. I ain't never seen nobody, lawman or not, buck Archibald Ness and get away with it. If I was you, I'd leave town and set up a dust trail they could see for a mile.
Well, now, gents, I sure do appreciate your concern. But I got a curiosity bump as big as an eagle's egg. So I reckon we're staying right here. All right, Jingles, hold it. We can see this down the street from here.
You reckon they'll make another try at that bank, Bill?
If that's the Blue Neckerchief gang and they're after that bank, we can expect something to happen before the night's over.
And you're still set on getting into it?
We came here to catch that gang, didn't we?
Yeah, but I seem to have lost my appetite for it.
Quiet, Jingles.
Now, who's that?
Somebody ran into the back of Brand's harness shop.
Doggone it, I wish we could get just one thing at a time going on around here.
Yeah, I do too, partner. Looks like those men are crowding in closer to the bank down the street.
Yeah, those horses are all standing around ready to ride.
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it?
If they're going after that bank, I don't want any more interruptions.
What are you getting at, Bill?
I wonder if that was Tom Short that ran into the back of Brian's harness shop.
Doggone it, if they start another commotion with that Banty Rooster feud they've got going on, we never will catch the Blue Neckerchief gang.
Just what I was thinking. Come on.
Are you going into the harness shop, Bill?
We sure are.
It's dark in here.
Quiet now. Strike a match.
Yeah. Here's one.
All right, stand where you are.
Don't shoot me. I didn't do nothing.
There's a lamp, Jingle. Stick that match to it.
Mr. Hickok, what's the meaning of this?
Doggone it, Bill. We were excited about nothing. This here's old Buggy Bryan, and it's his store. Well, I reckon he had a right to come in here.
Sure I did. Now, what do you want with me?
What's making you so nervous, Mr. Bryan?
Oh, we just scared him, Bill. Come on, let's go back out and watch for those bank robbers. We're liable to miss something.
Just a minute, Jingles.
Fire! Help! The store's on fire! Help!
Bill, did you hear that?
Yeah, partner, come on. Sounded like it came from across the street.
Come on, Brian. If there's a fire, you can help us put it out.
Sure.
There it is, Jingles. It's in Short's general store, round in the back.
Yeah, doggone it. I wish things would settle down around here. Fires, bank robbers, feuding old coots, more commotion than you'd find if you turned a couple of rattlesnakes loose in a ladies' aid meeting. Now, Dad Burnett, that's the last straw.
That shot came from down the street, Jingles. Well, come on, let's see about this fire first.
Oh, don't look like much to me.
Hey, my store's on fire. Here, grab a bucket,
Oh, I can stomp that little blaze out with my bare feet.
Well, go ahead. My feet ain't that big.
Now, you keep insulting me, and I'll let it burn down.
Yeah, I got a bucket of water.
That'll take care of it. What are you raising so much sand about a little thing like that for, Tom?
Well, what do you want me to do? Let the store burn down? He said it. That's what he done. He said it, and I can prove it.
Who?
Buggy Bryan, that's who.
I did not do it. I didn't do it. And you can't prove it, you old goat.
I can, too. You bring him in here in the light, Mr. Hickok.
All right, Mr. Bryan, come on in.
I didn't do it, I tell you.
How you gonna prove it?
Look at them jeans he's wearing.
What you mean?
Yeah, you see that white stuff on his shoes and on the bottom of them jeans?
Yeah, what about it?
That's flour. That's my flour. Now, come here and I'll show you. There, you see? You see that flour I spread around on the ground? That's where he set the fire, and he's got the proof right on him.
Well, I didn't mean to burn it down.
Well, when you start a little flame flickering, what you mean to burn down don't mean a thing. Reckon I'd better take him to jail, Bill.
If you take me, you gotta take Short. He broke my window yesterday.
We can tend to that in the morning, partner. Right now, we got bigger business, and Short's little trick with that flour gives me a pretty good idea. Come on, we got work to do.
Bill, I'm getting tired of lugging this sack of flour around the night. Where are we going?
Right here to the bank, Jingles.
You taking a sack of flour to deposit in the bank? Bill, you gone crazy?
Quiet, partner. We don't want anybody to hear us.
I don't get you, Bill.
We're going to go in the back door of this bank, Jingles. Only we're not taking something out, we're putting something in.
Well, if we're going to take him a present of some flour, it would have been nicer if you'd let me bake him a batch of biscuits.
I don't think biscuit would work, Jingles. This trick needs flour, just plain flour. Now, let's see how good we are at breaking into a bank.
That's right. Now get that money out of the bank vault.
Bill, somebody's here before us. Quiet, partner. Doggone it anyway.
Somebody's coming in the back door, boys. Blast him.
Hey, Bill!
Give him another blast.
Jingles, rip open that sack of flour.
Now?
Yeah.
Blast away, I said.
Now throw that sack of flour, Jingles.
Okay, here goes.
Hey, what's this? It's blasted powder. It got all over me. Come on, let's get out of here. Shoot your way out.
Bill, they're getting away. I can't see them in the dark.
Come on, get your horses. Throw them in all the way.
Hey, buckaroos, you ever think of finding buried treasure? Pirate's gold, huh? Well, would you like to have your brand on a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret treasure guide? There's just nothing like it, north or south of the Rio Grande. Now, the map itself is powerful big and full of dozens of exciting, colorful pictures. Pictures of cowboys, Indians, and even pirates. And this isn't the kind of map you'll be wanting to fold up and put away in a drawer somewhere. No, sir, Wranglers. You see, this Wild Bill Hickok treasure map just about pinpoints for you many of the best-known treasure locations in the whole United States. Places that are scattered in every state from coast to coast. Then, to make this offer even better, you'll also get a secret treasure guide. A guide that lists and describes more than 300 different treasures, some in every state. Now, you can have more fun with this map and guide than a yearling calf. Now, here's what you do to get yourself a Wild Bill Hickok map and secret treasure guide. Just send 25 cents in coin, along with your name, address, and 1 Kellogg's Sugar Pops box top to Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. But do it today so that you'll be one of the first in your neighborhood to own a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret treasure guide. This offer is good only in those areas permitting such offers.
Bent on trying a trick to catch the bank robbers, Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles were taking a sack of flour into the back of the bank when they surprised the robbers in the act of taking the money from the vault. Just as Jingles threw the sack of flour, the bandits broke for the street in their horses with Bill and Jingles right behind them.
There they go, Bill!
All right, men, let's ride.
Come on, Jingles, let's get our horses.
All right, Bill. But I'm getting awful tired of this running around at night. I don't know who's doing what. Least of all me.
Save your breath, partner. Looks like we're in for a chase.
Doggone it, Bill. I'm getting tired of riding.
Stay with it, partner. We're gaining on them.
You don't have to tell me that. The dust clouds are getting so thick, I'm about to choke to death.
Wait a minute, Jingles. Oh, Buckshot. Oh, boy.
Oh, Joker. What are we stopping for, Bill?
Look up there at that peak to your right, silhouetted against the sky.
That one that looks like an eagle's crest?
That's the one.
Well, what about it?
When we rode out of town, that peak was on our left.
Well, now what? Well, I'll be doggone. Bill, you mean those sidewinders have taken us in a great big circle?
Looks like that's what they're doing, Jingles. They're heading back for town.
Why, those low-down coyotes. I could have sat right there in an easy chair and waited for them to come home to roost. Well, I hope I get my hands on them.
I hope you do, too.
Only trouble is, I wouldn't know them if I saw them.
I think you would, partner. Come on. Let's go, Buckshot.
Stay with them, Joker. Where are we going, Bill?
Back to town by the shortest route we can find, and we've got to ride hard to beat those Jaspers back to Angel's Fork. Hi, Buckshot, hi!
We're heading for the barn, Joker. Stretch out! Ha-ha-ho! Oh, Bill, this is silly. We're sitting out here waiting for somebody, and we don't know who we're waiting for.
Sit down in that rocking chair, Jingles. It won't be long.
Oh, well, now that you put it that way.
Might as well be comfortable.
Oh, sure. But why'd we come back here to the hotel porch?
I've just got a hunch that this is where our bank robbers are going to spend the night, unless we change their mind.
Well, if I've got anything to do with it, they're going to spend the night in jail. I'm getting tired of running around chasing those Gila monsters.
Well, partner, if things work out right, that's just where they'll be. Because here they come now.
What makes you so sure?
Oh, it's about time for them.
Well, boys, I reckon we...
Good evening, Mr. Ness.
Hickok, what are you doing here?
Thought I'd drop over to pass the time of day.
Yeah, that's right. Huh, Bill?
Never mind, partner. I think Mr. Ness gets the idea.
Can't say I do, Hickok.
Well, bring your boys and come on in the hotel and we'll talk about it.
I don't know what you're getting at, Marshal, but it's too late in the evening to start playing games.
Well, Mr. Ness, I thought maybe you just might be able to help me out on a little proposition.
Hickok, I told you before, we don't have any need for your services around here. I'm the law.
Hey, Bill, look at all that white stuff on the front of his coat.
I'm looking. All right, you coyotes, reach for the ceiling.
Blast him, boys!
All right, now, like Bill said before you made that foolish move, reach for the ceiling, you dad-blasted, long-eared razorbacks, or I'm going to rivet your ears together with some lead.
Now, that's better. All right, you with that blue neckerchief around your neck. I'll take that money sack. Just throw it over here on the floor.
Well, Bill, guess we got the blue neckerchief gang all right.
I don't know what you mean.
I reckon you do.
That's right, Archibald. Yeah, you got the evidence all over your shirt front, and we got the money. When I threw that sack of flour, I dusted you all like a bunch of clowns. Well, that was a pretty good trick at that, Bill.
Yeah. It didn't work out quite like we planned it, partner, but it worked just the same.
Now, doggone it, what's that?
Sounds like our two friends up the street are at it again, partner. You take these Jaspers to jail, and I'll go up and have a talk with Tom Short and Buggy Bryan.
No, Bill. Let's put it the other way around. You take these coyotes to the calaboose, and I'll go up and talk to those two feather-headed galoots. And if they don't listen to what I have to say, I'm going to get another sack of flour and teach them both to play patty cake, baker's man.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us today, folks. Andy and I'll be back again on Friday.
And we have a pip of a story for you all about a big swindle. It's called The Secret of Mile High Rock.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Pops.
Right. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great. So long.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Forrest Lewis, Herb Vigran, and Barney Phillips. Our director is Paul Pierce, story by Larry Hayes, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok learns the secret of Mile High Rock. Now, this is Charlie Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. And Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, Breakdown.
It is shortly after midnight, the beginning of Good Friday in the year 1937. Jim Wiley, constable of Romer, Texas, is driving through the lonely outskirts of his territory when his headlights pick out a car parked on the road shoulder. He brakes to a stop.
Having some trouble?
This heat conked out on me. I've been trying to get it started for half an hour.
Well, maybe I can get it going for you. I know a little something about cars. Okay about trying?
You bet. Go ahead.
Yeah, looks like it ain't about to start, friend. You must be out of gas.
The gauge says you're half full.
The gauge must be busted, then. Choking like I did, I should have flooded the carburetor. If gas was feeding through, we'd get the smell of it. Yeah, better check the tank. And get a stick or something to shove in here for measuring, will you?
You bet. This branch ought to do.
Yeah, it's good enough. Give it here.
She empty?
Dry as a WCTU meeting.
Yeah, that'd leave me kind of stuck.
Well, I got a siphon hose in my trunk. We can drain enough out of my tank to get you back to Roma.
Is there an all-night station there?
No, afraid not. No hotel either. But I can put you up for the night if you don't mind bunking in the jail.
What do you mean, jail?
I'm the constable.
Oh, I see.
Well, don't worry, the jail's clean. Come on, let's go get that hose. Well, it's in here someplace if I can find it. You got a match?
Ah, you bet.
Ought to be here someplace. I guess I let a lot of junk pile up.
I can't hold this match much longer.
Light another one.
That's the last one to book.
No.
Well, you got that hose, haven't you?
No point getting snappy about it, stranger. How come you didn't know the gas gauge in your car was busted?
It must have just happened, I guess.
Seems to me there's a car just like yours on my stolen car list. I hope you got proof of ownership on you.
I got it all right. In my pocket, pointed right square at your belly.
Use your head, young fella. Stolen car's a bad charge, but it ain't nearly as bad as using a gun on a peace officer. Now, you better hand that gun over and come with me.
Why, you hick, you small-town rube cop. You stinking rube cop. Go ahead. Go ahead. Reach for it so I can kick her face. Go ahead.
Don't be a loco. You can't get away with this.
I've heard that before from other dumb cops. Never should have told me you're cops, you know. You never should. Something coming on your face. Come on your face. Get in that brush. Now you look, if they stop, you're going to get it right through the window.
You'll pay off for this. Help! Help!
Help! Cross-country bus. Go on, Pop. Yell. Yell all you want. Try not to yell at motor. Go ahead. That's too bad, Pop. Nah, you and me gonna make a trade. Bullet from this gun in exchange for your car. What's the matter, Pop? Don't you like it?
You'll get caught. They'll get you.
The cop ain't born can take me. Come on, Pop, you're gonna die. Why don't you crawl a little? Why don't you beg a little? Maybe I'll change my mind. I said...
Reckon you could kill me, but you ain't scaring me.
I'll make it easy for you, Pop. But you gotta beg me a little. You don't, I'll give it to you through the kidney, and that ain't nice, Pop. Takes a couple of hours to die that way. And it hurts, Pop. I know. I watched a cop die that way once before.
You gotta know what he's doing.
That's it, Pop. Pray louder. Let me hear you.
You're the one I'm praying for. You must be crazy.
Praying for me? You rude cop. Let's see who you pray for in the next couple of hours. It hurts, don't it, Pop? And it's gonna get worse. You don't pass out till right near the end. Enjoy yourself, copper. Have a good time.
Constable Wiley's body was discovered shortly after sunrise when highway patrolmen spotted the stolen vehicle abandoned by the killer. The sheriff was summoned and he called for the help of the Texas Rangers. By noon of Good Friday, Ranger Captain Stinson was at the scene, accompanied by Ranger Jace Pearson.
Wiley didn't die easy, Jace. Look at that.
Yeah. Tried to crawl out to the road on a blood trail.
Must have been in agony every inch of the way.
You have any family?
An invalid wife, 2 daughters, and 3 grandchildren. The man who did this might just as well have shot them, too. They'll feel the same pain Wiley did, only longer.
With an alert out for Wiley's car, we might get a break. Killer may have been spotted in it somewhere along the line.
I doubt it. He probably got where he wanted to go and ditched it before sunup. Medical examiner figured Wiley's been dead since about 3 a.m. Must have been shot a couple of hours before that.
Gives the killer a good start, all right, Captain.
Yeah. Let's get back to the road. We've got one thing going for us, though. Man we're after may have left some prints on the car he abandoned when he took Wiley's.
Lab men flew in before we got here. They ought to be coming through with a report soon.
Well, Steve Clark is in town waiting for it. He'll bring it out. I want you and Steve to stay on this case until it's cracked.
It's one I'd enjoy cracking. Only lead we've got is that the abandoned car was headed west.
Well, that's something at least. You and Steve can start off in that direction.
Hey, here's Steve now.
Oh, yeah.
Howdy, Steve.
Howdy, Jace, Captain.
You get the lab report?
Yeah, Captain. It'll rattle your teeth. Here. Killer's been identified by fingerprints lifted from the car he ditched. Wiley was killed by Rex Lang.
Rex Lang?
Rex Lang?
Yeah, no doubt about it. The prints were as clear as a bell. There's a copy of Lang's record attached to the report.
I don't have to see that. I know it by heart.
I wonder how long he's been in Texas.
Yeah, they might have been here for a year or more. Last report on him was when he killed a policeman in Great Falls, Montana. Before that, he pulled jobs in Nebraska, Wyoming, and Iowa.
He's blazed quite a trail.
Yes, and I want that trail to end in Texas. It's the first time he's paid us a visit. I want it to be the last.
He's not easy to catch. According to that report, he's been jailed only once, Idaho State Reformatory, when he was 16. That's about 8 years ago.
Yeah, and in that 8 years, he's killed 6 people, 4 of them peace officers. The first one was the guard at the reformatory. Lang butchered him when he escaped. Look at this record. Look at it. Sent to the reformatory for beating his young brother half to death with a stove poker.
Is that Lang's picture clipped on the report?
Yeah, a mugshot taken at the reformatory.
Well, that'll help us.
I don't know, Steve. A big-boned 16-year-old kid. And we're looking for a 24-year-old man. He could have filled out plenty by now. Be hard to recognize.
Well, there ought to be some description since then.
Ought to be, but there aren't. All the witnesses he's left are dead ones. Is this the complete report?
Yeah, that's it, Captain. Oh, except this. It probably doesn't mean anything. The sheriff picked up this empty matchbook. It was just lying in back of where Wiley's car was parked here on the shoulder. Lab checked it for prints, but they couldn't pull anything off of it.
Well, it might have been thrown from any passing car.
Yeah, I guess so.
Let me see it. Advertising on the cover. Grand Bowling Alley in Pintado.
Pintado's about 70 miles west, Jace. And that's the way the car was headed. He couldn't pick up matches before he got there.
Not unless he'd been in Pintado before and was headed back there again when he tripped over Wiley.
Well, that's possible.
Our trail leads west anyhow. Won't do any harm to check around Pintado when we get there.
You're towing a double horse trailer, Jace, so you and Steve might as well ride together.
Suits me.
I'll load my horse and put him in with charcoal.
There's something about Rex Lang it might pay to remember. He was a ladies' man back where he came from, Pocatello, Idaho.
All right, boy. Back up. Even when he was 14?
Yeah, even then. It was a high school girl who smuggled in the knife he used to kill the reformatory guard. And there have been indications that he had a woman lookout with him on burglaries where his prints have been found.
I'll get my trailer open for you, Steve.
Thanks, Jace.
Company for you, Charky. No, you stay in, boy.
Now you climb in, boy. Come on, attaboy. Okay, Jace.
I guess we're ready to roll. You'll hear from us, Captain.
Jace, Steve.
Yeah? What's the matter, Captain?
You both know Lang's record. A killer with a crazy hate for all peace officers. So understand that what I'm going to say now is not in order. If you corner him, you'll have a mad dog on your hands. But I'd like to have him taken alive.
That may not be easy, Captain.
I know, but Rex Lang has become an idol to young punks and reform school toughs all over the country. Now, if we can put him on trial, convict him in a court of law, and have him executed by the state, it'll show those kids that society is strong enough to stamp him out like a flea. There's nothing glamorous about dying in an electric chair. But if you have to finish him in a fight, he'll still be an idol. He'll say Rex Lang was so tough we couldn't take him, we had to kill him.
I understand, Captain.
So do I.
Now remember, it's not in order. I want both of you back alive, too. That's all.
Come on, Steve. Let's go. We headed west, looking for a dangerous kid grown into a dangerous man, with a face we might recognize too late. By midnight, we'd checked the highway as far as Pintado. In the morning, we started to comb the town, still drawing a blank.
That guy at the bowling alley wasn't much help, Jace. Didn't seem to recognize that old picture of Rex Lang. Yeah, Lang may have changed a lot in 8 years, but if he made the alleys a hangout, the owner should have, Jace thought the face was a little familiar.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Lang was blond and smooth-skinned as a kid. Hair might have darkened plenty since then, face and frame filled out. And he shaves now. A beard line changes a face.
Yeah, he might have just passed through here and picked up those matches, so maybe they were just thrown out of a passing car.
I know. Well, we can't waste too much time on a lead that may be blind. Yeah, how about some breakfast? There's a Mexican place across the street, Lobo's.
That's for me. I'm so hungry, I'll even eat enchiladas for breakfast. Come on, let's cross. Easter Sunday tomorrow, Jace. Wish I could be home with the wife and kids. I even forgot to order flowers.
Oh, wire the captain. He'll have some sent to the house for you.
Yeah, didn't even think of that.
Buenos dias, senores.
Buenos dias.
Howdy. Let's take the booth, Jace. I'm tired eating on counters.
What can I get for you, senores? Here is the menu. I have everything.
Fruit juice, couple of scrambled eggs easy with bacon, coffee and toast.
Si, senor.
Let's see.
Buenos dias, senorita. I will be with you in a moment.
You bet.
Here I am starving. I don't even know what I want. Say, why don't you wait on the lady while I'm thinking it over?
Of course, senor. Take your time.
I thought you were hungry enough to eat enchiladas for breakfast.
Yeah, the man double-crossed me. He gave me a choice.
I just want a container of coffee to go, Lobo.
Si, senorita. You want it black?
No, creamy sugar.
And I guess I'll just double your order, Jace. Now, what's the move when we leave here?
I haven't figured it yet.
You want me to put it in a sack?
You bet. How much?
10 cents, senorita.
You know, Jace, maybe we should go back.
Wait a minute,
Here
Steve.
you are.
Huh?
50 cents change. Gracias, senorita.
You bet.
Sit tight, Steve. Oh, ma'am. Just a minute.
You speaking to me, Ranger?
Yes, ma'am. I happened to look out of the booth and saw you. Don't I know you from someplace?
I don't think so.
You sure look familiar. You live here in Pintado?
You bet.
I must have met you the last time I was through here, about 2 years ago.
Now, your mistake, Ranger. I've only been here 6 weeks.
Oh, well, where'd you come from before that?
Fort Worth?
That's your hometown?
You bet.
That's one on me. You sure did look familiar. Excuse me, please.
You bet.
You have the wrong senorita, no?
Maybe. Grab your hat, Steve.
Why? What was that all about?
Something hit me when she was talking. Notice how she kept saying, you bet?
Yeah, what about it?
That reformatory report about Lang. The part about his habits. You bet was his favorite expression.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jace. Lang may have changed, but I doubt if he's turned into a girl.
No. But she picked up that expression someplace, Steve, from somebody who uses it regularly. And it could be Lang.
Well, it's as good a lead as that matchbook, Jace. It's worth following.
I think so, too. Come on. Let's see where she's taken that coffee.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
We continue now with tonight's case, Breakdown, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We followed the girl, hoping she was taking the coffee to Rex Lang. The hope exploded less than 2 blocks from Lobo's Cafe when she turned into the doorway of a jewelry store, not far from where my car was parked.
Doesn't look like the sort of place we'd find Langy in, Jace.
And she went into the back of the store. Look through that corner of the window.
Yeah. There's the container of coffee on that bench right beside the watch repairman. She must have brought it in for him. Guess he's the boss.
Looks that way. And he can't be Lang. He must be 60 or more.
Jace, get back a little.
What is it?
She came out of the back. She's behind the counter now.
She's working there, then. Let's not take any chances on being spotted. Drift back this way a little.
Yeah, that's good enough. She'd have to come out to see us now.
Got to keep a tag on her. If she's Lang's girl, she'll lead us to him.
Well, even if she is his girl, no telling how often he sees her. He's hot and must be hiding out someplace. We could burn up a week or two and then find out we're sending out dogs at the wrong tree.
We won't waste any time. Not if we can get some information about her. I'm going to get to a phone. You stay right here on this block, though. Walk the corner with me.
Yeah. Jace, if she was Lang's girl, why should she be working?
If she was working in a laundry, that's a question I couldn't answer. But I can think of a good reason why she might be working in a jewelry store.
Casing it for Lang to knock it over?
It's been done before. I'm going to have headquarters check back on some jobs Lang's pulled before. See what you can find out along the street here. She's a mighty pretty girl, so it's a safe bet she's been noticed by other storekeepers along here. Maybe one of them knows her name and where she lives.
Chase, we don't want to tip our hand by asking too many questions.
Don't make them sound like official questions. Make them sound like you're just another man who's seen a pretty girl.
Okay. But you ever mention this to my wife, and you and me are going to tangle.
Get going. I'll make my call and meet you at the car later. I called my headquarters and gave Captain Stinson a description of the girl we were tagging and a list of information I wanted. It was less than 2 hours later when he called me back.
It looks like you may have hit something with that girl, Jace. I made a few phone calls and got answers that fit.
What are they?
Fingerprint records from out of state show that Lang's burglaries in the past included a jewelry store, a check cashing agency, and a private home where the owner was in the habit of keeping plenty of cash in the safe.
Girl fit into those cases?
Yes. A girl answering the description you gave worked at all 3 places. Only thing that varies in description is the color of her hair. In each case, she quit her job a few months before the actual burglary.
That's the modus operandi I've been looking for.
Well, if it was the same girl in each case, she always changed her name.
That's as easy as dyeing her hair. It all fits.
If you're right, Jace, you're getting mighty close to Lang.
That's where we want to be. Thanks, Captain. You'll hear from me.
Jace, maybe I'd better send you a couple of more men.
That'd only give Lang a couple of more targets. Bye, Captain. The girl was shaping up like the extra joker in a poker game. By the time I got back to Steve Clark, he had a rundown on her. The name she was using in Pintado was JoJo Deering. That night, the stores were open late for the last-minute Easter shoppers, but finally the lights went out. We followed the girl to her home and staked out to wait. 5 minutes later, she came out again.
Hey, Jace, look. She's changed her clothes.
Yeah, wearing jeans and a jacket now.
Yeah, but why?
I don't know.
She's moving for her car.
I'll let her stay about a block ahead. Don't want to tag her too close with this horse trailer behind us.
Right. Yeah, she's pulling out now.
So are we. Steve, I got a feeling we're moving in for the finish.
Why?
The way she's dressed. Not the way she'd dress for a date in town, but it is the way she'd dress to go to Lang if he was holed up in some off-trail spot.
Works during the week, goes off to meet him on Saturday nights. Yeah, Jace, it adds.
We'll know soon enough. She's turning for the highway out of town.
Looks like a long trip, Jace. Hey, where is she?
Took a turnoff up ahead. You reach in the back and get a Tommy gun.
The captain said he wanted Lang alive, remember?
I know. But if we have to stop that car later, she picks Lang up. I want to make sure we can put it out of commission.
Okay. Hey, we're crying out loud, Jace.
Sorry, Steve. Sharp turnoff there. Grab a look at the map. Where does this road lead?
I don't need the map. This is State 61. Nothing down here for more than 100 miles except for a few run-down Mexican settlements.
I'm going to cut off my headlights.
This road gets kind of rough, Jace.
Can't help it. I can follow her taillight without her knowing we're behind her.
Yeah, you're right. Hardly anything comes through here she'd scare in a minute. Would sure roll a lot easier if we weren't dragging that horse trailer.
I got a feeling we may need it. No need for her changing her clothes like she did if she's going to stay in the car. Any place in here where she could pick up a horse?
Yeah, about 10 more miles. Ranch owned by an old Mexican woman. All she's got is a couple of horses.
Can you think of any place near there where Lang might be hiding out?
Yeah, about 3 or 4 miles back in the hills. Used to be a mine there. A couple of them, in fact. They're abandoned, Jace.
Isn't there a road to the mines?
No, nothing but a rough burro trail. It's tough country to get into.
If Lang's there, it's going to be tough country for him to get out of. Just before we reached the old Mexican ranch, we let the girl's car pull out of sight. We parked for 10 minutes, then drove to the ranch. Her car was there, all right, almost hidden in a clump of brush behind the barn. And there was a fresh horse trail leading into the hills. We unloaded our horses and followed it.
Only about another half mile to the mines, Jace. She's heading right for them, all right.
Something about this that bothers me, Steve.
What's that? She stuck to the burro trail all the way.
That's just what I don't like. The only approach, and Lang wouldn't be at the end of a clear trail unless he had some way of guarding it.
You mean he might have an ambush staked out along here?
A man who hasn't been caught or even described in 8 years doesn't leave his guard down.
I don't know. He can't stay awake 24 hours a day.
Reckon not. Hey, wait a minute. Hold up. Whoa, Charky.
Whoa, boy, whoa. See something, Jace?
Yeah. This brush at the side of the path's been trampled. Not long ago either. Just bobbing back into its natural position. Horse was waiting in there, and now we got 2 sets of tracks on the path.
Well, that means he expected the girl. Waited here to meet her.
Looks that way. Better get down and lead your horse.
Right. Come on, boy.
Come on, Charky.
Why did he come down to meet her? He didn't have to show her the way. They're still sticking to the path.
I don't know. In one way, I wish the moon was a little fuller. And in another way, I'm glad it isn't. Hey, hold it.
Huh? Well, they left the trail here. Brush is disturbed again. The tracks turn in there.
Come on.
This is funny, Jace. We're following their movements through the brush, and we're just making a little half circle right back to the burro trail. Now, look here. We're right back on the path. You suppose he made that little half circle just to leave a blank spot in the tracks?
A blank spot of less than 20 yards? Isn't likely.
Must have had some reason.
Let's leave the horses for a second. Let's go back along the path and find out why he cut away from it.
Right.
Move slow and keep your eyes peeled.
Nothing that seems out of line here.
Stop. Look at this branch overhanging the path.
Just a branch? Why, hey, Jace can barely see it. A piece of string running from the end of the branch to that tree on the opposite side of the path.
Don't touch it. Let's see where it leads. Look at that.
Yeah. Sawed-off shotgun strapped to the tree. That string is tight around the trigger.
Gun probably has enough scatter shot and slugs in it to kill an elephant. No wonder he met her to steer her around this.
Chase, look at the way that gun is sighted. Anybody on a horse who moved that branch get a charge right through the middle. Anybody on foot who moved it probably get it right through the head. Yeah, you were right, Chase. He wasn't planning on taking any chances. The rat. Anybody could be killed by this thing. A rancher, some kid riding through.
You don't think that'd make any difference to Lang, do you?
What a death trap.
A death trap that's going to backfire on him. This is the thing we use to take him, Steve. When this goes off, he'll come running to see what he's got.
He'll have another gun. He'll still fight.
He won't get a chance if we work it right. I'm going to pull the trigger on this thing, and then let out a scream. Plant myself out there on the burro path. You stay here in the brush.
Then what?
Just be patient. Don't move, no matter how long it takes for him to get here. He'll come plenty slow, trying to make sure that whatever he hits alone. And when he finds me lying out there, fire your gun and startle him. But keep your fire high.
JC might pump a slug into you while you're flat on your back.
Not if we time it right. But don't fire until he's close enough for me to jump him. You better get the horses and tie him off down the trail a ways. You'll have time.
Say, Jace, how about a toss to see who sticks out on the path? Why should you take the chance? Why not me?
Because you forgot to wire the captain about that Easter plant for your wife and kids. Get going after the horses and then get back here.
Good luck, Jace.
Good luck to both of us, Steve. I planted myself in the path and waited. I could feel myself breaking into a sweat as cold as the ground. Even if he thought I was dead, a crazy, hate-ridden killer like Lang might waste one more bullet. A half hour passed. An hour. And then we heard him coming. Slowly, like a cat.
Watch where you step, Whoopi.
I can't help it, Rex. I'm scared.
You whine like a cop with a gun in his back. Now, shut up.
Right near here, wasn't it? Can't you see anything yet?
You bet. You bet I see something. Look at that. Look at the moon on him. It's a ranger.
Rex.
A ranger. Oh, be careful. Must be the one you told me about, but you were so smart. You said it didn't mean anything. You stupid getting followed here.
No, please. Rex, don't hit me again, please.
You bet, honey. If you ever slip again, I'll make you an honorary cop. Now, come on. I'll show you what you get. I'll demonstrate on him. I wish he was alive to feel what I'm going to show you.
Oh, no, Rex. Don't make me look, please.
Now, look at it. Look. Imagine what a bullet could do to that pretty face of yours.
I got him, Steve! Let go of that gun, Rex. Drop it, I said.
I'll kill you with my hand.
All right. Here's your chance to try.
Get the gun, go! Get it!
Hey, you want to get up? Try again, Rex? Or is that enough?
No. I come with you.
Shall I cuff you together, Jason?
Yeah. It'd be a shame to split such a lovely couple.
I guess this isn't the kind of bracelet you were after, Jojo, but it'll have to do. All right, Rex, hold out your wrist. Yeah, that does it, Jason.
Yeah. Well, let's get started. It's just midnight. After we get him in, a fast drive ought to get you home by morning and give you a chance to pick up that Easter plant.
Not only that, I'll be on time to go to church with the kids. You going?
Borrow a couple of words from Rex? You bet.
Tried as an accessory in the many crimes committed by Rex Lang, Jojo Deering was convicted and sentenced to a 50-year term in a women's prison at Goree. Lang, tried for the murder of Constable Wiley, slobbered and pleaded for mercy, but the jury gave no heed to his pleas as the prosecution brought his vicious record to light. Found guilty of murder in the first degree, Lang was sent to Huntsville Penitentiary, where on the morning of November 4th, 1938, he died in the electric chair.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Bill Johnstone, Byron Kane, Herb Ellis, and Betty Lou Gerson. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun, excitement, and prizes next on NBC as accordion-playing MC Phil Baker gathers contestants around the microphone to see if they know the answer to America's favorite question. What question is that? Why, the $64 question, of course. You're invited every Sunday for Laughs with Phil Baker and the $64 question. Tomorrow, enjoy the telephone hour. Now it's the $64 question on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, king size, extra mild and soothing, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. You get a call that a man has had a heart attack, fallen and fractured his skull. It looks like an accidental death. Your job, investigate.
Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality.
Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma.
And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
Switch to Fatima yourself today.
Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, September 4th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 10:46 p.m. when we got to 2102 West Francis Avenue. The front door.
Yes?
Miss Prater?
Yes, that's right.
Police officers, ma'am.
Oh, yes, of course. Come in.
Thank you. Well, I'm Sergeant Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
How do you do, ma'am?
How do you do, Mr. Smith? Won't you sit down?
Yes, thank you very much.
Doctor said you'd be here. Guess he told you about the accident.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, if there's something you want to know, I guess I can tell you about it.
Mm-hmm. Your husband's full name was Alfred Kenneth Prater, is that right?
Yes, Alfred Kenneth.
I wonder if we could go in, Miss Prater.
Yes, it's in the dining room.
Yes, ma'am.
We just finished dinner, and Alfred got up from the table, said he wanted to see the ball game on television. Excused himself and got up, then all of a sudden he put his hand on his chest and started to stagger. Said something about his heart. Asked me to help him.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, I jumped up to go to him. He just crumpled and fell. Hit his head on the table. But he there didn't move. The doctor said his skull might be fractured. That's what it might have killed him.
Did you call the doctor right away?
No, I stayed with Alfred. My mother called Dr. Adams. He's her own doctor. When we got here, poor Alfred was gone.
I'll try to take it easy. Dr. Adams, he's the one that called us.
Yes, he said he would. Something about a death certificate. I didn't understand it.
Well, Miss Prater, maybe you'd like to go into the living room.
Yes, please.
Can we get you anything? Glass of water, anything?
No, I'll be all right. It'll just take a minute.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Just a few more questions. Did your husband have a history of a bad heart, any trouble like this before?
Not that I know of. He never said anything about it. He used to work awfully hard, long hours.
Has your husband been under the care of a physician?
No, never was sick. Had a doctor where we used to live. Since we've been here, we haven't had any need for one.
Your husband ever give you any indication there was something wrong with his heart?
No, if there was something wrong, Alfred would have said something about it. We had no secrets, told each other everything. Married 14 years and never had a single fight that amounted to anything. Wonderful husband. And couldn't ask for anything more. Good provider.
Well, who was here when your husband had the accident, ma'am?
My mother, she lives with us.
She here now?
Yes, she's in the next room lying down. In a trying time, officer.
Yes, ma'am.
All those years, Alfred and me. When Ray was born, he's 9 now. Happy family. All the neighbors used to tell me how lucky I was, but I knew it. I knew it. Now it's all gone.
I wonder if we could speak to your mother, Miss Prater.
Yes, of course. I'll get her. Sergeant?
Yes, ma'am.
She's 55. Hasn't been too well lately, and this whole thing's been quite a shock for her. I'd appreciate it if you'd be as brief as possible.
Yes, ma'am. We understand.
Mother? Mother, are you awake?
Yes, dear. What is it?
Well, there are 2 officers out in the living room. They'd like to talk to you.
What about?
About Alfred.
Alfred, what about him?
I just wanted to ask you some questions. Nothing wrong.
I'll tell him I'll be right there.
All right, dear. She'll be right out, officers.
All right, thank you, Miss Prater.
Can I get you something? A cup of coffee or something?
No, not a thing, thank you.
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
If you don't mind, I'd like to make a pot of tea for Mother and myself.
Yes, go right ahead.
you want to come out in the kitchen? We can talk while I put the water on.
All right, man.
Did you call the coroner, Frank?
Yeah, Joe, before we left the office. Should be here any minute now. Have to get a sketch of the room before he removes the body.
Yeah.
Ray's the one who's going to suffer for it.
How's that, ma'am?
Poor little kid. He and his father were great friends. I don't know what he's going to do when he really knows what's happened.
Well, doesn't the boy know about it yet?
Yes, he was here when it happened, but I don't think he realizes yet what it means.
How old did you say he was, ma'am?
9. He's 9 last month.
Where is he now, Miss Prater?
He's in his room, asleep. Here's Mother now, officers. Mother?
Yes, dear.
Mother, this is Mr. Friday and Mr. Smith from the police. My mother, Mrs. Atkins.
Hello.
How do you do, ma'am?
Ellen says there's something about Alfred?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
I don't see any need to call the police. Accident, that's what the doctor said.
Well, there's no death certificate, ma'am. We have to look into it. It's just routine.
Mrs. Prater told us pretty much what we want to know. We'd just like to get your side of it.
Sure, I was there, you know. I saw it all. He got up from the table, said he had a heart attack. Well, he wasn't fooling me.
I beg your pardon?
He wasn't fooling me. I knew. Heart attack. Phooey.
I don't understand.
He was drunk.
Mother.
Well, I still think he was, and you ain't going to change my mind.
Had Mr. Prater been drinking?
No. Well, he maybe had a drink on the way home from work, you know, to relax him a little.
Mm-hmm.
Relax him. There was no trouble relaxing him. Big thing was to get him off the dime. Laziest man I ever knew. I told her not to marry him. I was against it all the time. I knew his type. Out carousing around. Hanging around in bars. And he'd come home and take it out on poor Ellen and little Ray.
Mother, please. Alfred was my husband. He's Ray's father. He's dead. Find a little forgiveness in your heart.
That's all I'll find. A little. Officer, I'm not afraid to say what I think. I didn't like him. I never did. As far as I'm concerned, he was no good. Drunken bum, that's all he was. He hated me. Never did like me. Regretted every mouthful of food I ate. Never was too quiet about it either.
Mother, that's not true. Alfred never regretted having you here with us.
Well, that's what you say, and I know different. He might have died from a heart attack, all right, but if he did, that was that cheap liquor brought it on. Got up from the table, staggered around, and fell. Well, you say it was his heart, and I say he was drunk. Just plain drunk.
Well, how about it, Miss Prater? Had Mr. Prater been drinking enough to make him fall, do you think?
Certainly not, officer. You'll have to excuse Mother. She doesn't mean what she's saying.
I do, too. If you're going to call me a liar, I'm going to my room. When you're sorry about what you said, you can call me.
You have to forgive her. She doesn't know what she's saying.
Yes, ma'am.
My father died when I was very young, Sergeant. That was all Mother had. Guess she never did think any man was good enough for me.
I hate to do this, Mrs. Prater, but there are some questions we have to ask for our report, if you'll bear with us.
Of course, I understand.
Now, you said his full name was Alfred Kenneth Prater, is that right?
Yes.
What was his age?
36. Birthday's November 22nd.
How about his physical description?
5'11", 167 pounds. Front door. You mind answering it?
Not at all, ma'am. My imagine's for us anyway. I'll get it, Joe.
Ms. Prater, we'd like to get this straight. Just your mother, your son, and yourself were present when this accident occurred, is that right?
Yes, just the three of us. The water's ready. You sure you don't want a cup of tea?
No, ma'am. Thanks just the same.
How about the other officers?
No, I don't think you'll want him either. About your boy, Ray, Miss Prater.
What about him?
You said he was asleep?
That's right. We put him to bed right after the accident. He was so close to Alfred. They were great friends. Thought it might be best if he went right to sleep. You want to see him?
Well, probably better if he sleeps right now. We can talk to him in the morning if we have to.
I'd appreciate it if you could, Mr. Friday. He's just a boy and all this. You know.
Surely, ma'am. We understand.
Deputy Coroner Joey's taking care of the body.
Well, that about does it, huh?
You're going to take Alfred now?
Yes, ma'am.
Will he be? Can I go along? Poor Alfred.
There's no need for it, ma'am. There'll be an inquest after the autopsy. We'll give you a call about that. We know how you feel, ma'am. We don't like to intrude at a time like this, but it's one of our duties, there being no doctor in attendance at the time of death. Meantime, if there's anything we can do for you, here's our card, and you let us know. Anything at all.
Thank you very much. Michigan 5211.
That's right, that's right. Station 2521.
All right, Mr. Friday. Terrible thing. Can't hardly believe it. Alfred dead. Terrible. Officers.
Yes, ma'am?
I hope you didn't take Mother seriously about Alfred drinking. I know she didn't really mean it.
Well, don't worry about it, Miss Prater. We understand.
Don't forget to call us if there's anything you need.
I won't. Good night, Mr. Friday. Mr. Smith.
Good night, ma'am.
That's one for you, huh, Joe?
Yeah.
Even when he's dead, his mother-in-law won't leave him alone. Must have been a real pleasant life.
He's been rough on his wife, too.
Joe, you hear that?
I think I did over there by the window, didn't I?
Yeah, there's somebody there. Well, did you call us, son?
Yeah. You the cops?
Yeah, that's right. Is there something you wanted?
Yeah, I'm Ray Prater. Something I wanted to tell you.
All right, what is it, son?
About my father. I don't want Mom to hear me. She'd be sore if she knew I told you. I'm supposed to be asleep.
What's that, Ray?
I've been sitting here listening to you talk to Mom. She told me she'd tell you, and she didn't.
Tell us what, Ray?
Maybe I shouldn't tell you. Mom said she'd take care of it. I just don't know what to do. I tried to think of what Dad'd do. He always said if there was something wrong to find a policeman and tell him.
All right, son. What is it you want to tell us?
About Dad. Just before he fell and hit his head, he was finishing dinner. He drank a glass of milk and he put the glass down on the table and he said to Mom, "This milk tastes bitter." Just like that. This milk tastes bitter. I tried mine, but it tastes all right.
Now, go ahead.
Well, a little bit after, he got up from the table and he fell and hit his head.
Did your mother hear him say that about the milk?
Yes, sir. She was right there.
Well, why'd you say that you didn't want your mother to know that you talked to us, Ray?
Because when I asked her about it, she said for me not to tell anybody. Mom said that if I told anybody, they wouldn't believe me. They'd be mad at me. I sat here and thought about it, and if she didn't tell you, I thought maybe I should. Is that wrong, mister?
No, son, that's not wrong.
Hope it's all right. Is it, mister?
What's that, son?
Are you mad at me?
Before we left the house, the incident looked just like another natural or accidental death. However, with the boy's story, it seemed possible that it might be something more. 11:56 p.m. Under the pretext of getting additional information for our report, Frank and I went back into the house. We talked to Mrs. Prater for another hour. It was possible that the boy's story about the glass of milk was his imagination, but it had to be checked out. While we talked to her, we had to be careful not to let her know that we'd seen or talked to little Ray. We noticed that the dishes from the evening meal had been washed and put away. We commented about this, and Mrs. Prater said that she'd done the dishes to keep her mind occupied while she waited for us. Frank and I asked her about her husband's insurance policies, and she gave us the name of the company that had written them. We asked if she and her husband had quarreled much, and she told us that in 14 years of marriage, they hadn't had one serious argument. During the conversation, we gave her every opportunity to tell us about Mr. Prater's remark concerning the glass of milk. She didn't mention it. Until we received the results of the autopsy, Frank and I figured we'd better wait before questioning her further. 12:34 a.m. We got back to the office and signed out. The next morning, we put in a call to the insurance company to check on the husband's policies. The deputy coroner said we'd have the results of the autopsy by noon. Thursday, 11:20 a.m.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. All right, sir, thank you. Yeah, that's right, Smith, 2521. Thanks again. Bye.
Anything?
Insurance company says when they wrote the policy on Prater, there was nothing wrong with his heart.
Yeah.
Good-sized policy, Joe.
Yeah.
$25,000 double indemnity in case of accidental death.
Who's the beneficiary?
His wife. The guy at the company told me that Mrs. Prater called last week, wanted to know the premium on a larger amount.
Mm-hmm.
He gave it to her and said they'd like to send a salesman over to the house to talk to her and her husband. She said it wouldn't be necessary. She'd bring him down to the office. They haven't heard from her since.
$50,000. Sure good enough motive, isn't it?
Yeah. Funny about the kid, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Figuring what his father said about the milk might have meant something. Must have been a tough decision for the little guy to make, whether to tell us or keep quiet.
I get it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah, just a second. All right, go ahead. No. Okay, thank you. Abernathy at the coroner's office just finished the autopsy.
Anything?
Yeah. Considerable amount of poison in the victim's stomach.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Friends, the name Fatima has always stood for quality. Fatimas are distinctive, with a truly different flavor and aroma. And in king-size Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Yes, there's a good reason why Fatima continues to grow in favor among king-size cigarette smokers everywhere.
In Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality, even to the appearance of the bright, sunny yellow pack. Carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So next time, insist on Fatima quality. Look for the bright, sunny yellow pack. Smoke Fatima, the extra mild and soothing king-size cigarette, with the added protection of Fatima quality.
The finding of the poison in the stomach of Alfred Prater had definitely ruled out natural or accidental death. There was still the possibility, however, that he'd taken his own life. The story given us by the Sun made this unlikely, but still within the realm of possibility. 1:15 p.m., Frank and I arrived at the Prater residence.
Yes? Oh, you're the officers who were here last night. Won't you come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
Something more that you wanted to know? I think I told you everything last night.
Well, something's come up, ma'am, that kind of changes things a little.
What's that?
Well, originally, ma'am, we thought your husband's death was natural or accidental.
You mean now you don't think so?
No, ma'am, he died of poison.
No, it can't be. There's a mistake someplace.
No, afraid not, ma'am. Wonder if we could sit down. A few questions we're going to have to ask you.
Yes, of course. This is quite a shock, officers. I don't know what to think.
Yes, ma'am. Did you tell us what you had for dinner last night, what your husband ate?
He ate the same things all of us did, nothing different.
What was that, ma'am?
Green salad, macaroni and cheese, bread and butter, and a pudding for dessert.
And you all ate the same food, is that right?
Yes, what are you trying to say? Do you think that I poisoned Alfred?
We're not trying to say anything, Mrs. Prater. Your husband died of poison. We're trying to find out why.
Just a minute. Mother? Mother, can you come out here a minute? It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Your husband have anything to drink with his dinner, ma'am?
Of course, water, then coffee after dinner. He always has a couple of cups of coffee after dinner.
Now, all he had with his dinner was water, is that right?
Yes, just water.
You ever drink anything else with his dinner? Milk, tea, maybe a glass of beer?
Oh, milk once in a while. Last night we only had enough for Ray, though. Just one glass. As for beer, Mother'd raised such a fuss, I don't think Alfred wanted to go through it. No, if he wanted beer, he drank it at the bar down the street.
Now, you're sure, though, that last night your husband only drank water with his meal, is that right?
Yes, I told you, just water. Why all this harping on milk? What are you trying to say? What are you getting at? Mother, are you coming out?
That's all the ruckus about. Can I even take a nap in peace?
These officers just told me that Alfred's death wasn't accidental, Mother.
Not accidental? Nonsense. The doctor said it was an accident. What more do you need? Got drunk and fell down, broke his head. Of course it was an accident.
I'm afraid not, Miss Atkins. Your son-in-law was poisoned.
Poisoned? How?
That's what we're trying to find out.
They seem to think that maybe I did it, Mother.
You? Why, that's ridiculous. Why would she do it?
Well, there's quite a bit of insurance, for one thing.
You've been nosing around, haven't you? So there was a little insurance. What does that prove?
There was more than a little, ma'am. $25,000 worth. Double indemnity clause makes it $50,000.
And that brings up another thing, Miss Prater.
Yes?
The insurance company says that you called them and wanted to raise the amount of the policy. Is that right?
Well, yes, I did call him, but Alfred told me to. Said he wanted to provide more for me and Ray.
Anyone hear your husband say that he wanted more insurance?
No, we're not in the habit of discussing our private business around other people.
Other people learn to keep their noses where they belong. The world would be a better place.
Miss Atkins, I wonder if you could tell us what you had for dinner last night.
But that is the limit. I just told you what we had. Isn't that enough? Come in here and you ask a lot of questions. Poor Alfred's not even buried, and you come in here and upset me.
Well, we're awfully sorry, Mrs. Prater, but we have to find out. That's what we're paid for.
It's all right, Ellen. We've got nothing to hide. Answer their questions, and then maybe they'll leave us alone.
But I told them that we don't know anything about it. I told them.
All right, honey. Now calm down. Now, dinner last night. What you wanted to know about?
Yes, ma'am. Just what you had to eat.
Macaroni and cheese. Little salad and some pudding Ellen made.
Nothing else?
Bread and butter.
How about something to drink?
Water. Good, clean water.
Ray drink water, too?
No, he had milk.
Mr. Prater drink milk?
I told you.
We'd like for your mother to tell us, too, ma'am, just to keep the record straight.
I think he might have had some milk to drink. I don't remember special.
No, he didn't, Mother. Remember when I poured the milk for Ray? I said there wasn't enough for anyone else. Just one glass for Ray. That's all there was. Don't you remember?
Oh, no, I don't. But if you say it was that way, then I guess it was. You got no reason to lie. Ever occur to you officers that maybe Alfred took the poison himself? Ever think of that?
How's that, ma'am?
Well, didn't you tell him, Ellen? About how he used to moan around the house saying he couldn't stand it anymore?
What's this, ma'am? Your husband ever talk about taking his own life?
Yes, I didn't want to bring it up, but now I suppose I'll have to.
Yes?
Alfred was pretty depressed. He felt that he wasn't getting any place in his job. He felt that at his age he should be farther along. Times he'd get real low, say he wasn't going any place. I did my best to make him feel better. Guess it didn't do any good.
Well, did he ever say he was thinking of taking his own life?
Yes, several times. I laughed him out of it, and things would go along quiet for a while, and then something would happen that would set him off again.
Well, how is it that you didn't tell us about this before, ma'am?
Well, I didn't think it'd prove anything. No reason to drag skeletons out of the closet.
You satisfied now? You happy? Now you know about Alfred, maybe you'll leave us alone.
Is your son here, ma'am?
Yes, he's out in the yard playing. I'll call him if you have to talk to him.
I'd like to very much, ma'am.
All right, I'll get him.
And before you go, Miss Prater,
Yes?
do you keep any poison around the house?
course not. I'd be afraid that Ray might find it.
Nothing at all? Nothing for rats, gophers, anything like that?
No, never been bothered with rats or mice. There aren't any gophers around. No, Sergeant. There's no poison in the house.
Well, you wouldn't mind if we looked around, would you? Maybe your husband bought some and he didn't tell you about it.
No, go ahead and look. I know you won't find anything. Alfred and I had talked about keeping anything around that Ray might get into. I don't recall ever having bought any poison, and I'm pretty sure Alfred didn't.
Well, we'll take a look later, ma'am, if it's all right. Now, if we could just talk to your son.
I'll get him. Ray? Ray, come in here. No, right now. He'll be right in, Mr. Friday. I hope you won't say anything to upset him.
Yeah, Mom? What do you want?
These men here'd like to talk to you, son. They're policemen.
What do they want to talk to me about? I haven't done anything.
Well, we know that, Ray. Just have a couple of questions for you.
This is Mr. Friday and Mr. Smith, my son Ray.
Hi. Pleased to meet you.
You bet. Wonder if you could tell us what you had for dinner last night, Ray?
Dinner?
Yes, son.
Well, Mom fixed macaroni and cheese. We had that.
Mm-hmm. Anything else, son?
A salad. I didn't like it. Then we had some pudding for dessert.
What'd you have to drink, Ray?
Milk.
What'd your father have? Ray?
I don't remember too well. You better ask Mom. She'll tell you.
I told you, Mr. Friday, only Ray had milk. His father drank water.
Ray?
That's right, Mr. Friday. Dad drank water. Nothing else.
It was apparent that Mrs. Prater didn't know Ray had talked to us the night before, and we were reluctant to involve the boy any more than was necessary. We searched the house and the garage, but we found nothing that could have been used to poison the husband. We obtained samples of Ellen Prater's and Mrs. Atkins' handwriting. We canvassed the drugstores in the immediate area. None of the druggists we talked to could remember selling poison to a woman answering either description. We contacted the office, and Sergeants Gill and Cenas and Danny Galindo were dispatched to the neighborhood where the Praters had lived previously. They were to canvass the drugstores and at the same time talk to the neighbors. In talking to the people in the area around the house, we found that the Praters were the subject of constant gossip. We heard tales of violent arguments between the victim and his wife. Several of the quarrels had resulted in the neighbors calling the police to quiet them. Around the neighborhood, we found out that Mrs. Prater had a violent temper and had had several arguments with her husband in the corner bar. According to the bartender, she accused him of running around. He went on to tell us that as far as he knew, nothing was further from the truth. That Alfred Prater loved his home and his son, and that he took to drinking as an excuse to get away from his wife's nagging. 5:20 p.m. Frank and I checked into the office.
Rough day.
Yeah, a lot of legwork.
Not that so much. Just hoping Cenas and Galindo did better than us.
Well, we didn't do too bad. We pretty much proved that what you said about the happy home life wasn't true.
I suppose. Without being able to show they were in possession of the poison, we aren't going to be able to prove much. I got it, Joe. Homicide, Smith. Yeah, Gil. Mm-hmm. How about that? Yeah, ask him to, huh? Okay. Said what? Yeah, I got it. Right. See you then.
And Cenas?
Yeah, they found the place she bought the poison. Druggist out there remembered her from the description, checked the book, used the name Eileen Peters. Funny thing, though.
Yeah.
When the druggist asked her the address, she gave him the real one. You know, the house they lived in previously.
She said what she wanted the poison for?
Yeah, Gil said the book read to destroy pests.
On the way out to pick up Mrs. Prater, Frank and I outlined the plan for identification. In the event the druggist was unable to give a positive identification, we thought it better if the suspect didn't know she was being observed. This would forestall any embarrassment to the druggist. We arrived at the Prater home and took the suspect into custody. She said that she couldn't understand why we were arresting her, but that she'd be more than happy to go with us to get the thing straightened out. 6:40 p.m. Frank and I talked with Mrs. Prater in the interrogation room.
Alfred and I got along perfectly, never a misunderstanding.
Well, your neighbors don't bear that out, Miss Prater.
What?
They said that you two used to fight all the time, had to call the police a couple of times.
They're busybodies, Mr. Friday, busybodies. They were jealous because Alfred and I were so happy. Once in a while we had a little fuss, but nothing worth mentioning.
How about the police being called, ma'am?
Well, they might have come by when we were playing the radio a little loud, having a party, something like that, but never an argument.
And you said your husband didn't drink any milk the night he died, is that right?
That's right, I did.
Your boy Ray seems to disagree with that. He said that his father did drink some milk, commented on the fact that it tasted bitter.
The little sneak, he's lying, of course, you know that. Wait a minute, you talked to him. He said that his father drank water, like I said. What are you trying to do, cause trouble between me and my son?
No, ma'am.
I should hope not. Poor little kid, father dead, and you trying to say that I did it, that I killed Ray's father. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Frank?
Yeah, Joe?
It's a little warm in here. You want to open the door for a minute?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. That's better. Not too cold on you, is it, Miss Prater?
No.
Miss Prater, did you ever buy any poison for any purpose?
You asked me that before. I told you no then. The answer's the same now.
You're sure that you never bought any poison of any type?
Absolutely.
You ever do any business with a Mr. McLean in your old neighborhood?
McLean? Don't recall the name.
He's a druggist.
No, I always bought from Mr. Swenson, little drugstore in the corner near the house.
Excuse me a minute, will you please? I want to check something down the hall.
Yeah, all right, fine.
Listen, maybe you haven't got anything else to do, but I have. If you'll get this foolishness over with, I'd like to go home.
Well, we're almost finished, Miss Prater. Just a couple more things.
Well, get him over with.
Same one, Joe. He's positive.
Mm-hmm. Miss Prater?
Yes?
Maybe if we lay this thing out for you, it'd be a little better.
Anything to get it over with. I want to go home. I got to get dinner for Ray and Mother.
All right. In the first place, you told us that you and your husband were happy. The neighbors tell us that you fought all the time. The bartender says you used to come in there and raise the roof with your husband. You claim he was going out with other women. So the part about you and your husband being happy is a lie, isn't it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you said your husband didn't drink any milk for dinner the night he died. Your son says he did.
What's all this about milk, anyway? What's that got to do with it?
Well, according to what your son said, it looks like that's what your husband got the poison in, doesn't it?
Where would I get poison? I didn't buy any. I told you that. You searched the house and the garage. You didn't find any.
We've got the man who sold it to you, Mrs. Prater. He just gave a positive identification.
And Don Meyer, our handwriting man, checked the samples of your handwriting with a signature in the druggist's buy book. They're the same.
You might have wanted to collect on that insurance policy.
Any way you look at it, Miss Prater, the facts point out that you killed your husband.
No, why not admit it?
I didn't want to kill him. I only wanted to make him sick. Just sick, that's all. So he'd stop drinking, stay home a little bit. I didn't want to kill him. Didn't mean it. I didn't want the money. I just wanted him home with me.
That's right. Frank, you want to call the stenographer?
Yeah, Joe.
You can understand it, can't you, Mr. Friday?
Ma'am?
You can understand it? I thought he was running around. I wanted him home with me and Ray and Mother. A nice little home for Ray. That's all I wanted. Is that wrong? Something nice for Ray. Is that wrong?
Oh, I don't know.
What?
What's he got now?
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 13th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, you know best of anyone what you're looking for in a king-size cigarette. So here's all I ask you to do. Try Fatima's and then make up your own mind. If you're looking for an extra mild and soothing smoke and a really different flavor and aroma, then Fatima is the king-size cigarette for you. Ask for Fatima in the bright sunny yellow pack. King-size Fatima. The difference is quality.
Ellen Adelaide Prater was tried and found guilty of murder in the first degree. She was sentenced to life imprisonment and is now serving her term in the state penitentiary for women. Further investigation proved that the mother-in-law, Mrs. Ruth Atkins, was unaware of the intention of her daughter to kill her husband. She was not connected in any way with the death of Alfred Prater. Just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, June Whitley, Sammy Ogg, Virginia Gregg. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
King Size Fatima has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 144 regarding a murder in Mint Canyon. All Newhall substation cars be on the lookout for suspicious persons in your district. That's all. Rolls and quotes. America deserts its home to live in trailers on the open road. Once again, the country echoes to the rumble of the covered wagon. And from one of these modern gypsies comes a letter addressed to Calling All Cars.
6 months ago, I gave up the idea of getting a new car, bought a trailer instead, and gave up my home to live on wheels. Every day I'm on the road, a different town nearly every night. There was only one objection to my idyllic new life. My old car lacked the power to pull the heavy trailer when we came to hills, and the slightest grade reduced me to whirring along in second gear. I've tried every gasoline sold in the West. None made any difference until I tried Rio Grande Cracked. I don't understand this patented cracking process you advertise, but I'll gladly testify that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline has actually increased the power of my car. It hardly seems possible, but my trailer and I hit the hills on high now. Rio Grande Cracked gasoline has made all the difference in the world.
That letter is from Carl Hale Dixon, trailer tourist, whose temporary address is 1000 North Curzon Avenue, Los Angeles. His enthusiastic letter proves again, from a new angle, that Rio Grande Cracked gasoline must be the most powerful, the fastest, the quickest starting gasoline on this market. Else, why should it be specified more than any other brand to power the hundreds of police cars, fire engines, and emergency equipment in the largest cities and counties of the West? When are you going to discover what a difference Rio Grande Cracked makes in the performance of your car? And now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff Eugene Biscaluse of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Biscaluse.
Good evening, friends. It is a strange thing how the legend of buried treasure persists. Thousands of dollars have been spent by fortune-hunting expeditions to discover the hidden hoards of the pirates Captain Kidd and Jean Lafitte. Yet there has never been any conclusive indication that those worthy buccaneers ever buried any treasure. Closer to home, we often encounter a similar circumstance with more ghastly results. Some gossip will start an idle tale that this or that person has buried his money under his house or keeps it in a jar on the pantry shelf. The rumor becomes a fact to the busybodies who embroider it with every telling. The amount of hidden wealth increases with each recountal. It becomes solid gold instead of currency. Imagination weaves ridiculous fantasy around the private life of some poor recluse who asks nothing but to be left alone. Sooner or later, the story is told in a scrupulous person, and we have another attack, or as is often the case, a murder on our hands. And in almost every instance, the criminal finds no gold. There's a very good reason for this. Even the most eccentric miser these days realizes that a bank is the safest place to keep money. You citizens could do a vastly important service and perhaps save a life if you scoff at any, refuse to believe, or repeat the next story about buried wealth that comes to your ears.
It is Sunday evening, May 18th, 1930. In a little ranch house in Mint Canyon, 70-year-old Albert Horton and his half-deaf nonagenarian brother, George, are reading the Sunday papers by the light of an oil lamp.
Well, George, according to the papers, Hoover says prosperity is just around the corner. Eh? Just around the corner. Oh, he's been saying that for 6 months now. There ain't been no change. Price of alfalfa still going down, and the price of food still going up. Yep, but don't know what it'll all come to. Well, what this country needs is William Jennings Bryan. He'd only won the election back in '96. We wouldn't be in this mess now. No, George, know very well bimetallism wouldn't work. It just ain't good government. Oh, that's the trouble with you, Albert. For a young feller, you're the most set in your ways I ever did see. Well, for a feller that'll be 90 next year, you talk like one of these here radicals. Now, I never could understand. Wait a minute. What is it now? Well, it sounds like the horse is around. What in tarnation? I'll go see. Okay, where'd I put my a pistol.
Pistol also over there on the mantel.
Somebody's been fooling around that corral and searching the family for the lead. Look at that. What's the matter out there, Albert? Who's there? Albert! Albert, what is it?
Take it easy, Grandpa.
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Just get over there and sit down on that bed and you won't get hurt.
Oh, what's the matter? What's happened out there?
Just a little argument. Don't let it worry you none.
You got Albert's pistol there.
Yeah, and one of my own. And if you start any funny business, I'll empty them both into you.
Why, we used to string rascals like you up to the nearest tree when I was a young man.
Yeah, but times have changed, Pop.
Well, what are you going to do with me?
Nothing. I'm just keeping you quiet until my pals get through.
Well, what are they after?
You ought to know. They're going to relieve you of that gold you got hidden out here.
Gold? Well, we haven't got any gold here.
Yeah? Well, maybe you've forgotten about it, but we know different. I wonder what's keeping those guys. Should have answered. Now, listen, Pop. I'm going out to see where those guys are, and don't you move out of this house, because I'll be covering the door.
Young whippersnapper. Giving me orders. Wait till I get my shotgun. Show him I'm just as good a shot as I ever was. Tell you, get away with this. No, sirree. I can't get... What's this? Albert, speak to me. Albert, it's your brother George. Oh, speak to me, for God's sake.
L.A. Sheriff's Office. Hutchinson speaking.
This is James Catlaw speaking. There's been a murder up here.
Where?
Up at the Hortons Ranch, 15 miles up Mint Canyon from Saugus. Old George Horton just walked down to my place and says his brother's been shot.
Okay, tell him to keep his shirt on. We'll be right up. Deputy Sheriff Hutchinson immediately phones Captain Bright, Chief of the Sheriff's Homicide Department, at his home, who instructs him to have the substation at Newhall confirm the murder report and then notify him. In less than 10 minutes, the answer comes in from Newhall affirming the first call, and Captain Bright starts in his own car for the Horton Ranch. Arriving there in record time, he attempts to interview the badly frightened George Horton, but finding that he can get no more than vague answers to his questions, he leaves the old man and continues his investigation by himself. And by the time Hutchinson arrives with camera equipment, he has found...
One brass .32 shell casing, 2 sets of footprints leading to and from the porch, tire tracks in the soft dirt of the road.
With these facts in his possession, Captain Bright supervises the taking of pictures, mentally notes the position of the body, then assigns Deputies William Penpraise and Virgil Gray, who have arrived on the scene, to take over the investigation. They begin by questioning James Catlaw, who first reported the murder.
Well, it's just like I told the officers over the phone. Old Mr. Horton came down to the house half scared out of his wits and said his brother'd been murdered. Then I called the sheriff's office and started back up the road toward the house with Mr. Horton. And the only people we saw was Mr. and Mrs. Heinrich coming down the road.
Yeah, my name's Heinrich. I live about 100 yards from Horton's place. I farmed some of his land on a share basis. But we weren't home when the shooting occurred. We were down to Newhall to the movie.
Did Horton have any enemies?
Well, there was some bad blood between him and Dayton Furnival. He was the fellow that sold the ranch to the Hortons, and they was having some argument over the details of the transaction.
Anybody else around here that might be called enemies of the Hortons?
No, not so you could say no.
Did he have any close friends around here?
Well, there's George McCoy and his wife. They live up the canyon a piece.
Well, yes, Albert was having some trouble with Furnival, but I don't think Furnival bore any ill will.
Can you think of any reason, Mr. McCoy, why Mr. Horton should have been so brutally attacked?
Well, of course, there was plenty of folks around here that thought the Hortons had gold buried on their ranch.
What's that?
Yeah, you see, they come down here from Tulare County where they had a big ranch, and, well, it was legend up in those parts that the Hortons buried a lot of money on the place. Of course, nobody would have known about it if it hadn't been for that Mexican.
What Mexican?
Mexican kid that worked for them up in Tulare and came down here with them. Oh, he told folks around here all about the gold.
What was that Mexican's name?
Tony Martinez, I think it was. Oh, he don't work for them any longer, though. He got a job at the Bulldog brake lining plant out in Watts.
What do you know about Dayton Furnival?
Well, he and his brothers-in-law, a couple of fellows by the name of Brothers, they traded ranches. They took the Hortons' place in Tulare County, and the Hortons took their place down here. Oh, it was kind of a mixed-up deal. I never could understand it.
Furnival still lives around here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's still got a place here.
Oh, great. I'll go talk to Furnival, and you look at Horton's place. Look it over and see if there's any indication of hidden gold.
Okay, I'll meet you back there.
So you can see, Mr. Furnival, any light you can throw on this case will be of great help to us.
I'll be glad to be of any assistance I can.
First of all, what do you know about this buried gold legend about the Hortons?
I've heard the stories. And when my brothers-in-law took over the place up in Tulare County, they heard it up there. But I don't place much faith in it. I happen to know that the Hortons have over $200,000 safely deposited in various Los Angeles banks.
I understand there was bad blood between you and the Hortons.
Nonsense. If there was any bad blood, it was on Albert's part. He felt that we hadn't lived up to the terms of the agreement we made when we traded ranches. But I didn't dislike him. He was a nice old fella. I didn't have it in for him, if that's what you mean. Ask Walter Hewitt. He can tell you that.
Who's he?
Well, he's related to me by marriage, and he's also a nephew of the Hortons.
When can I get in touch with him?
I imagine he'll be out here today. I phoned him when I heard what had happened, and he said he'd come out.
Well, when he gets here, I want to talk to him. Well, Gray, have you found any buried treasure?
Not much. I found 2 canvas sacks full of $20 gold pieces and an old trunk. $280 in all. You could hardly call that treasure.
No sign of a search being made for it.
No. There hasn't been anything disturbed in the house. It's very puzzling.
This man Furnival seems to be on the level. He tells me the Horton brothers have a couple of $100,000 in the bank.
I don't get it at all. They bump off the old man and never even try to look for the money.
I beg your pardon, Sheriff. Here's Mr. Hewitt. You said you wanted to see him when he got here.
Oh, yes. I've been wanting to talk to you, Mr. Hewitt.
Well, I want to talk to you. Who did it? That's what I want to know. Who killed my uncle?
Well, that's what we all want to know, Mr. Hewitt. That's what we're here for. Have you got any ideas?
None whatsoever.
What about this feud with Mr. Furnival?
Oh, that was some argument about the roads on this place. Nothing serious.
Well, just what are the details of that deal?
Well, my uncles were getting old, and I wanted them to be near me in Los Angeles. So I arranged a deal whereby my uncles took this ranch in exchange for their ranch in Tulare County, plus a $25,000 mortgage on the place. My uncles had threatened to foreclose the mortgage on Furnival and his brothers-in-law because they were having a disagreement about the road.
Sufficient motive for murder, Mr. Hewitt?
Ridiculous. The disagreement wasn't that serious.
The officers, working slowly and meticulously week after week, are unable to discover any evidence to strengthen the tenuous theory that the involved land deal might have been the reason for the murder. However, developments cause actual accusations to be made from another source. When, after George Horton, weakened by the shock of his brother's death, follows him to eternity. Walter Hewitt and his sister are named the sole beneficiaries of the Hortons' fortune. Disgruntled heirs, cut off without a penny, actually charge a conspiracy to murder. But before this nasty mess has progressed to an embarrassing degree, a new twist enters the case when on a day in early September, Deputy Sheriff Gray receives a telephone call.
Huh?
Let me speak to Gray.
This is him speaking.
Listen, Virgil. This is Kaltoff down in Long Beach.
Yeah?
Listen, I just fell across something that looks like a lead on that Mint Canyon murder.
Yeah, what is it? We certainly need a lead on that job. We've been working on it for 3 months, and we haven't gotten any further than the mudslinging of the heirs to the Horton estate.
Well, you come down here and talk to Mrs. Eva Stone at 2020 Atlantic Avenue. She's got a story that you'll be interested in.
Well, gentlemen, it isn't a very nice thing to discuss. This makes me very unhappy, but I think it's for the best.
I'm sure it is, Mrs. Stone, and now suppose you discuss it.
Very well. I suppose I'd better begin at the beginning.
That's the customary way.
Well, you see, I have 2 daughters, one 16 and the other 14. And you gentlemen can't know what a task it is for a widow woman to bring up 2 growing girls nowadays.
Undoubtedly.
But what have your daughters to do with that murder?
I'm coming to that. My oldest daughter, Ella, recently fell for a no-good oil driller by the name of Lloyd Dye. I tried to break up the thing, and I tried to reason with Ella. But you know how girls are nowadays. Or do you?
Yes, Mrs. Stone, I do.
Well, I looked up this young man, and I found that he'd been sent to the Ione Reform School some time ago on some sort of a dirty charge. Well, I just don't let myself think about such things. But who knows with such a person whether my daughter might be next. Well, he wouldn't let her alone, so I decided to get the goods on him and get him out of town for good.
And did you?
Did I? Wait till you hear. I checked up on him and found that at the time he was making love to my daughter, he was talking on dark roads with young Mildred Root, who lives over on Balboa Street. I did a little detective work myself, and I found that he had confessed to Mildred that he had killed that old rancher up in Mint Canyon last May.
Are you sure about that?
Positive. You don't have to take my word for it. Go ask Mildred.
That's just what we're going to do.
Yes?
Miss Root,
Yes?
we'd like to talk to you for a few moments.
Well, what about?
We're from the sheriff's office.
Oh,
May we come in?
well, I don't know. My mother isn't here right now.
We want to talk to you, not your mother. And we've got to talk to you right away.
Oh, well, very well. I suppose you can come in.
Yeah, thank you. May I introduce myself? I'm Deputy Penrose, and this is Deputy Gray.
How do you do? Well, won't you just sit down?
Thank you.
Well, what is it you wanted to talk to me about?
Well, we'll come to the point, Miss Root. Do you know Lloyd Dye?
Well, no. I don't think... Well, that is...
We know that you do.
All right. Yes, I know him.
And he confessed to you that he killed that rancher up in Mint Canyon last May.
No, I don't know anything about
Oh,
that.
come now, Miss Root. Please, the truth.
Oh, I don't want to get in trouble. I'm a good girl. I don't want to get in a jam.
You won't get in any jam, Miss Root, but you've got to help us.
Yes, tell us about it, Miss Root.
Well, he came down here on May 19th.
That'd be the day after the murder, Pen.
Yes, go ahead, Miss Root.
Well, there isn't anything much to tell. He said he was shot, and he was afraid that he was going to die. And then he told me that he killed the old man, and that he disposed of all the evidence, and the police would never get him.
Why didn't you report this to the police, Miss Root?
Oh, well, I thought he was bluffing. I thought he was trying to impress me.
Where does Dye live?
Well, do I have to tell you that?
You'll save us time if you do. We'll find out anyway.
Well, he lives in a hotel over on Pacific Avenue at number 263.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
We're looking for Lloyd Dye. He live here?
Dye? Yes, he's got a room here. Is he in now?
No, he isn't. When do you expect him?
Oh, he usually comes in around 5 o'clock.
What number's his room?
110.
Let's have the key.
Well, I can't do that.
We're from the sheriff's office, buddy. Hand over the key and don't tip him off when he comes in.
First thing to do is to see if we can find that gun.
Right. You look through that bureau and I'll see what's in this clothesline.
Never mind, Gray. Here it is.
Oh, let's see.
Look, 32. I'll bet $1 this is the gun that killed Albert Horton.
What a break, boy.
Quiet. Somebody's coming down the hall.
Here's our boy.
All right, Dye, up with your hands.
Say, what is this?
You're under arrest for murder.
For murder? You're crazy.
No, you're crazy. You think you could get away with that job out in Mint Canyon last spring.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Stick out your arm.
Say, listen, you. I'll get you guys for false arrest.
That's your privilege. If we made a mistake, time being, you'll be smart if you'll just quietly answer our questions.
What was the idea of killing that old rancher?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, who was in that deal with you?
You own a car, Dye?
I used to.
What happened to it?
The finance company.
What finance company?
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out through the Motor Vehicle Bureau.
Oh, go ahead and find out, but I don't know what company.
Want to tell us the truth, Dye?
I am telling you the truth.
All right, my friend. Have it your way. It's all the same to us whether you talk or not. You're going to jail anyway.
While the ballistics expert checks the .32 caliber gun found in Dye's room, Penn Praise tracks down the car Dye formerly owned, finds it, compares its tires with the photograph of the tire prints at the scene of the crime, returns to headquarters.
Well, Gray, the tire on Dye's car checked with our pictures.
Good.
3 of them are still on the wheels. The 4th is on the spare.
And the gun we found in his room is the same one that shot Albert Horton. Furthermore, I had the doctor examine him. He's got a scar from a bullet wound in the abdomen. I questioned him about it, and he claims he was shot by some dame's husband down in Long Beach as he was crawling out the bedroom window.
Modest lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he'll talk about anything but the Horton mess. Absolutely denies it.
But he thinks he's big stuff for the women, eh?
I should say he does.
Then he's done a lot of boasting to them.
I don't follow you.
He shot off his face to Mildred Root. He's told her more than she'll admit.
So, if we can't make him talk, we'll make her talk. Is that it?
Exactly. Come on. Now, listen, Miss Root, you've got to help.
Oh, why can't you let me alone? You've got him in jail. What else do you want?
We want to know everything he told you.
It's bad enough that I had him put in jail. What will he think of me?
We told you we'd keep you out of this. He doesn't even suspect that you put the finger on
We're
it.
protecting you. Why can't you play ball with us?
Oh, all right. What else do you want?
Who was with him out at the Horton Ranch?
Well, he told me that he went out there with
Gordon Gauss and some Mexican fellow.
Gordon Gauss. How do you spell that? G-A-U-S-S?
Well, I guess so.
What was the Mexican's name?
I don't know.
Sure you don't know?
I'm telling you the truth. I don't know his name.
All right, now, don't get excited, Miss Root. Just go ahead with your story.
Well, that's about all I know. Lloyd told me that they went out there because they'd heard that the Hortons kept a lot of gold hidden out there.
Where's this Gauss live?
I don't know.
Does he drive a car?
Well, yes, I think so.
What kind?
Well, last I heard, he had a yellow Ford.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, all Long Beach cars, be on the lookout for a yellow Ford Roadster, license number 7 Victor 348, 7 Victor 348. Arrest the occupant of this car and notify Long Beach Sheriff's substation. That's all.
Pull over, buddy.
What's the matter? I ain't done nothing.
What's your hurry? Looks like you're going on a trip, all that baggage back there.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'm going down to the Imperial Valley.
You were going to the Imperial Valley.
Well, what's the charge? I was only driving 25 and I stopped back there for that light.
I don't know anything, buddy. I got orders to pick you up. That's all I know. For further information, you'll have to ask the sheriff's office.
I don't know what you're talking about, I tell you. I didn't have nothing to do with no murder. I've never even been to Mint Canyon.
No use, Gauss. We knew you were there. You drove up to Horton's ranch with Lloyd Dye and a Mexican fellow in Dye's Pontiac sedan. One of you shot and killed Horton. Probably it was Dye. The other, probably you, held up the other Horton brother, the old man, for several minutes. Now let's have this straight.
I tell you, I'm innocent.
Where were you the night of May 18th?
Well, how should I know?
Don't think now. It was a Sunday night.
Well, if it was a Sunday night, I was in bed by 10 o'clock.
How come you're so sure about that, huh?
Well, because I had to be up at 6 in the morning to get to work.
Where do you work?
Out at the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant in Watts.
Who was that Mexican that was with you that night?
I don't know no Mexican. I've never known no Mexican.
Hey, wait a minute, Gray. I know who that Mexican is now.
Who?
Tony Martinez, the boy who used to work for the Hortons.
How do you know?
You remember? When we were questioning the relatives of Horton, they said that Martinez had quit to go to work for the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant in Watts. Sure, that's the bird.
How about it, Gauss? Was the Mexican Tony Martinez?
I never knew no Mexican.
Inquiry at the Bulldog Brake Lining Plant reveals the fact that Martinez left his job the day after Dye's arrest. The Border Patrol is notified, but fails to produce the missing Martinez. The two deputies center their questioning on Gauss, the weaker of their two prisoners. Day follows day of grueling questioning. And then, finally...
All right, I'll come clean. I don't see what you got on me anyway. I didn't shoot the old man. You can't pin murder on me. We went up there all right. All three of us. Dye, Martinez, and me.
And what happened?
Well, let me tell this my own way, and it'll be the truth, every bit of it.
Okay, start talking.
I met Martinez a year ago over at the Bulldog plant. As soon as we got to know each other, he told me about the ranch where he used to work and how the old man that owned it kept a flock of gold money hidden out there. He wanted me to help him rob them. I put him off for months. I've never been mixed up in no beefs, and I didn't like the idea. Finally, he persuaded me to go up there and look the place over. I did. And a little while later, I introduced Martinez to Dye, and Martinez suggested we cut Dye in on the deal. We told him about it, and he liked the idea. And that Sunday in May, I run into him in Long Beach, and he suggested we pull the job that night. I was scared, but he insisted, so we picked up Martinez over in Downey and drove out to the canyon. When we got there, it was late in the evening, and Martinez let the horses out so as the old men would come out of the house. We were going to hold them outside the house while Martinez went through the place to find the gold. We didn't plan no murder, but only one of them come out, and Dye jumped him while I run inside and held the other one up. I didn't hear nothing from outside, so I went out, and Dye and Martinez had scrambled. I had to hitchhike back to Long Beach. The whole thing was a mess, and I didn't have nothing to do with the shooting.
When this confession is typed out, will you sign it?
Yeah.
This confession has been given without any force or intimidation being used on you?
None that I know of.
Armed with Gauss's signed confession, the officers interview Dye, who, after carefully reading the document, comes clean.
We didn't mean to bump off nobody. I was wrestling with the old guy on the porch, and he pulled out his gat and shot me in the middle. Well, I started to run. He fired a second shot at me, so I turned around and I let him have it.
the opinion of this court that insufficient evidence of guilt has been presented in your case, Gordon Gause, and therefore you are acquitted of the charge of murder. However, there is no question of a doubt that you, Lloyd Dye, are indeed guilty of second-degree murder, and the court hereby sentences you to serve a term of from 7 years to life in the state penitentiary.
But Dye's attorney appeals his case to the Supreme Court, which grants him a new trial. And the result of that trial is one of the strangest ironies in California legal history. The day at last arrives when the judge delivers his verdict.
In the opinion of this court, there can be no question of the guilt of the defendant, Lloyd Dye, of the crime of murder. In this case, the useless, brutal murder of an old man. This court cannot see the justification of leniency shown in the defendant's previous trial and cannot be swayed in the interest of the defendant in consideration of his voluntary confession. In the opinion of this court, only one verdict is possible, and this is guilty of murder in the first degree. And the court hereby sentences the defendant to Folsom Penitentiary for the rest of his natural life.
Had Dye been satisfied with the first court's verdict, he would have been freed under the parole system in a few years. But as it is, he must live and die in Folsom Penitentiary. Our men kept constantly after the missing member of the murder trio, Tony Martinez, and having located him in Mexico, tried to lure him across the line at Calexico. He was too wily and escaped the Mexican police waiting there for him. However, it's only a matter of time until he, too, is brought to trial for his participation in the plot to rob the Horton brothers.
Thank you, Sheriff Fitzgerald. Remember when you were a youngster how you wanted to be a policeman? Or perhaps you wanted to be a detective and solve crimes. Rio Grande has made it possible for thousands of boys and girls to achieve this ambition. These youngsters belong to Rio Grande's junior police department. All wear a metal police badge. Nearly all have handcuffs, microscopes, fingerprint outfits, or some of the other 14 articles in Rio Grande's junior detective outfit. And they got these valuable gifts through the generosity of motorists like yourself who use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. You can outfit your own children or some neighborhood youngster with a 14-piece detective outfit at absolutely no cost to yourself. Just drive into any Rio Grande cracked gasoline station and ask. Get a free copy of the Calling All Cars News and read all about it. You've got to buy some motor oil this week, and if you seriously want the best oil for your car, you'll ask your Rio Grande dealer about Sinclair motor oil. He'll tell you how the special Sinclair de-waxing and de-jellying process ensures that you get an absolutely pure oil free from all waste, guaranteed against breaking down under engine strain. Rio Grande dealers recommend Sinclair motor oil according to your own car manufacturer's specification to all users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Your engine feels so much peppier with cracked gasoline that you can't resist speeding up. Cracked gasoline starts your engine so quickly that ordinary oils often fail to lubricate those first few seconds. Rio Grande dealers guarantee Sinclair motor oils to give never-failing lubrication in any emergency. This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security.
these two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against the home, kidnapping.
Just as it takes a special type of criminal to become a Hitler, so it takes a special type to become a kidnapper. Someone who refuses to face the fact that eventually all kidnappers and those who aid them will be hunted down by the FBI until they are dead or brought to justice. Such criminals aren't born, they're made. Created by environment, by society, by circumstance. And in one case, a kidnapper was created by something else, too. By his wife.
Sally. Ain't that enough for today?
No.
That last round was
No, Frank.
I'm tired.
Then rest for a minute.
They're dragging me out here every day for 2 weeks. I'm a good enough shot.
For small-time holdups, maybe.
That bank job was no...
You don't have to tell me about that bank job, Frank. That was my idea. Just like everything's been my idea.
Okay. If it's all yours, take the gun, too.
Darling, darling. You know I didn't mean it that way. You know I plan everything just for you. Besides, I couldn't do it all myself.
If you could, you would.
Don't be silly.
I don't know what the point of all this target practice is anyway.
It's going to give you a reputation.
With 2 stretches behind me, I've got one.
Like 100 others. But you're going to be bigger. Bigger than all of them.
Bigger?
Yes. What's the point of being anything if you can't be the biggest, the best, if you can't be number one? And that's what we're going to be, Frank. Number 1.
You're crazy.
Wait and see.
Look, a couple more bank jobs and we can be driving on gasoline for the rest of our lives.
That's what my father must have said to my mother. And what were they? Petty crooks. Now they have to live on what I hand out to them. No, darling. We're going to do it right. One real job. And then we quit.
What one real job?
Never mind.
Come on.
When we're ready, I'll tell you.
Sally.
Darling, have I ever given you a bum steer?
Well...
Have I?
No, but...
Now empty both barrels like a good boy, and we'll call it quits for today.
Professional criminals don't work alone, they help each other. The most successful are those who get the most help, and they get it through their reputations in the crime world. Sally Hadley learned this the way most people learn things, through experience. She made her husband an expert with a sawed-off shotgun, and then she made herself his press agent. She gave him a name, Shotgun Hadley. She passed out shells as souvenirs. She planned robberies and holdups, saw that he carried them out perfectly. She built up his reputation, and then she was ready. Ready for really big game. Ready for that hot Saturday night in July when an Oklahoma millionaire named Walter Montgomery was playing cards on the screen porch of his home with his wife and his best friend.
There's no point in playing with you, Henry. You always win.
You and Walter just let me win because I'm your guest, right, Walter?
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Henry?
Oh, Walt.
I thought I heard a car stop down below.
You always think you hear something nobody else does.
How about another hand?
Well, not for me.
Me either. I'm about ready for bed.
Oh, why don't you...
Sit down and keep quiet.
What are you...
Sit down. The shotgun works. Which one of you is Walter Montgomery?
Why do you want to know?
Never mind. Which one of you is Montgomery? Which one of them's your husband, lady? Okay, I'll take both of them.
But you can't...
Shut up. Come on your feet, boys. We're going for a little drive. If you ever want to see your husband again, stay away from the phone, Mrs. Montgomery. I told you the shotgun works.
1 hour later, a blue sedan stopped at an intersection 12 miles from Oklahoma City. A man was shoved out and his empty wallet thrown after him. Then the car continued on its way with Walter Montgomery blindfolded on the back seat. Just about that time, Mrs. Montgomery was putting through a long-distance call. She knew kidnapping was a federal offense, and following the Attorney General's advice to the public, she telephoned Mr. J. Edgar Hoover in Washington. In less than 45 minutes, special agents assigned by Mr. Hoover were on their way. They took no immediate action. Not even 4 days later, when Mrs. Montgomery received a typewritten letter, the first of a series of letters, the first of a series of ransom notes.
There was this note from my husband enclosed in the letter.
Are you sure that's his handwriting, Mrs. Montgomery?
Yes. He said to give them the $200,000.
Well, he certainly set a high price. Did they give you instructions how to pay?
Well, the letter says to watch for an ad in the paper.
And then take an ad yourself?
Yes.
Then it told you not to notify the police?
Yes.
Not to take down the serial number of the bills? And to have only, used $20 notes?
How did you know?
We haven't been reading your mail. It's just that kidnapping notes always follow the same pattern. Who do they want as the intermediary to deliver the money?
Henry, Mr. Carroll. He's my husband's best friend.
Well, if they put that ad in the paper tomorrow and you answer immediately, your husband should be back on the 1st of next week.
Unless something happens.
What do you mean?
Mr. Schuyler.
Yes.
I want to cooperate with the government. I know kidnappers are the worst kind of criminals. But you see, I want my husband back. Please don't do anything.
Mrs. Montgomery, there's no need for you to worry. The first concern of the FBI in any kidnapping case is to get the victim home safely. We want to see your husband back here as much as you do. And we won't make one single move that will stand in the way of his coming back.
Thank you.
3 days later, arrangements were made to have a satchel containing $200,000 thrown from the observation platform of a speeding train at a certain spot in Oklahoma. Although no one knew it, the serial number of every bill was taken down and listed. And 9 days after he was kidnapped, Walter Montgomery came home to his wife. He hadn't had much sleep. He was very tired, but he was safe. He was alive. He was home. As soon as he'd recovered from the shock and rested, he was interviewed by the FBI.
Now, Mr. Montgomery.
Yes?
What was the last thing you saw before being blindfolded?
Why, a lot of lights. Must have been some kind of plant.
Well, there was a power plant near where they dropped Mr. Carroll.
It could have been a power plant.
All right. Now, on the way to the house, did you hear anything?
Well, 1 or 2 cars passed us, but... Oh, yes. We must have passed an oil field.
Why?
I heard the sound of the pumps. And twice I remember smelling gas.
Well, then you passed 2 oil fields.
That's right.
Now, how long after you passed that second field would you guess it was before you got to the house?
Oh, I don't know for sure. Not long, though.
15 minutes?
Oh, less. I think about 10, say.
Good. Now, did the car drive right up to the house, or did they stop for anything?
They stopped to open a gate.
How do you know?
I heard a creak.
Mm-hmm. And then they drove right up to the house?
No, they drove into some kind of a building.
Mm-hmm.
A barn, it must have been, because I could smell hay.
Well, then the house is probably a farmhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Was it close to the barn?
It was exactly 12 steps away. I counted them.
Glad you did. Now tell me, did you have to go up any steps to the house?
3. And they creaked.
What happened when you got inside?
Well, they put cotton in my ears and taped it over with adhesive so I couldn't hear what they said.
Mm-hmm.
But every morning I could hear a rooster crow, and then about, less than a minute afterward, the sound of an airplane passing over the house.
An airplane? Did you hear it every day?
Yes. No, one day it didn't come.
Which day?
Well, I don't know. But it rained that day.
That was Sunday. That's the only day it rained while you were away. And that's the only day you didn't hear the airplane.
That's right. I don't know whether this is of any aid to you. At the time, I knew I should try to remember everything that happened so I could be of assistance.
Mr. Montgomery, I think you've practically drawn us a map right to that farmhouse.
For the FBI, anything can be a clue. The lights on a power plant, the smell of an oil field, the sound of an airplane. Using the information gotten from Mr. Montgomery, special agents mapped a circle, a ring around the approximate location of the farmhouse. They went to the airlines, checked schedules, checked flights, checked what line did not run a plane on that one Sunday. They figured over approximately what area the early morning flight passed, and the ring around the farmhouse grew smaller, tighter, closer. Now the FBI agents moved into the ring looking for the farmhouse. Looking for a farmhouse with a gate wide enough for a car to pass through. A farmhouse with a barn only 12 steps away. 12 steps away from a porch with 3 creaking stairs.
4, 5, 6.
What do you want?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone home.
Well, you can see I'm home, can't you?
Yes.
What do you want?
I'm representing a real estate company in Tulsa. We're looking over farms in this neighborhood with a view to buying them.
You want to buy this farm?
Does it belong to you?
Well, it belongs to my daughter, Mrs. Hadley.
Sally Hadley?
Yes. You know her?
I've heard of her.
Oh. She was going to give me the place anyways, now.
Hmm?
You want to buy it?
Well, looks like the right place to me. But I'll have to have some of the men in my company look it over this afternoon, if it's all right with you.
Oh, it's fine with me.
You'll be here?
Yeah, I'll be here. As long as I can count on seeing you later.
Oh, don't worry. You can count on seeing me. Definitely.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file of the case of Shotgun Hadley. We will return to this case in just a moment. In pioneer days, Americans looked to their neighbors for security. When Mrs. Brown was sick abed, neighboring wives came over to help out. If her husband died, neighbors saw to it that she and her children had clothes, food, and shelter. But as the nation grew in population, as life became more complex, this neighborly security was no longer sufficient. To take its place, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Today it has grown into a strong mutual organization in which each member enjoys the advantages of association with 3,200,000 good neighbors who have pooled their dollars to protect each other. The equitable management then puts these dollars to work in ways that benefit the entire nation. Equitable funds encourage home ownership. They lend the farmer a helping hand. They finance great industries on which our prosperity depends. So is it not right and proper to speak of life insurance funds as one of democracy's greatest assets? By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Shotgun Hadley, Kidnapper.
Small things, but enough for the FBI special agents to move swiftly on the trail of the kidnappers. The parents of Sally Hadley were arrested and jailed. Throughout the nation, the FBI sent a list of the serial numbers on the ransom money, sent a description of the kidnapper, sent the call, "Find Shotgun Hadley." To the FBI, Frank Hadley was another criminal who had to be caught. To the nation, he was public enemy number 1. To his wife, with whom he shared a hotel suite in St. Louis, Shotgun Hadley was a frightened fool.
We don't have to get out of here. Now sit down and cool off, darling.
Sally, they've got the serial numbers of this dough.
Shall I mix you another drink, too?
They've picked up some of the bills already.
Frank, will you sit down and relax?
Sure. Sit down and wait for them to clap us in jail along with your mother and father.
They're not going to put us in jail because they're not going to catch us.
They will if we don't get on the move.
We'll move. But there's something we've got to do first.
What?
Sit down.
What for?
Go on.
Oh.
That's it, darling. Now, you're going to write a letter.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. Here's a pen and paper. Just write what I tell you.
Who's it to?
Just write what I tell you. Dear Mr. Hoover.
What? Are you...
Go on. Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are knocking yourselves out...
Sally,
No, change that to wearing yourselves out. I am living on the fat of the land. Go on, darling.
Wait a minute. What's the rest of this going to say?
Oh, it's going to say that he'll never catch you because you're too good for him.
What?
You did this alone, all by yourself, without anyone's help. And you did.
What are you trying to do, tie a noose around my neck?
Frank,
This is a confession.
he's got my poor mother and father in jail, and I've got to get them out.
By having me confess?
Look, he knows you did it anyway. This will just clear my folks and show him that you're not afraid of anyone.
It'll just put me in jail instead of them.
Oh. You're really afraid of your own shadow, aren't you, darling?
Sally, listen.
You listen to me. Now, when I married you, I thought you were a man. I thought you were a man who could be the #1 boy in this country. I thought you had guts.
Sally,
What are you afraid of? You are #1 now. You've got to show them that. You've got to show them that they're the ones to be afraid. You've got to show them that you're too big to touch. Because you are, Frank. You are.
Sally, look. If we mail the letter
We're
from here,
not going to. I'm going to send it to a friend of mine in Chicago and have her mail it from there. When they get it, they'll see how big you are. They'll see you don't care.
Yeah, sure.
And then tomorrow, we're going to buy another car, and before they even have a chance to look at the bills, we'll be on our way.
Okay, honey, okay.
You just don't realize what a big man you've become. Now, what have you written?
Dear Mr. Hoover, while you and your men are...
Wait, I've got a wonderful idea. An idea that will top the whole thing off.
What now?
Hoover may think the letter is from some crank. But do you know what you're going to do? You're going to put your fingerprints on it, darling.
What?
You're going to prove this is straight from Shotgun Hadley.
From Chicago, from Dallas, from Denver, from cities all over the West come letters to the FBI. And as the letters turn up, money turns up too, ransom money. $20 bills reported by alert citizens to the FBI. $20 bills that put the FBI closer on the trail of Frank and Sally Hadley. But Sally Hadley has gotten impatient. Leaving her husband in a small house near Memphis, she buys a cheap gingham dress, a red wig, and a second-hand car. And with complete unconcern drives right back to Oklahoma. On the way, she gives a lift to 2 hitchhikers, a man and his 8-year-old daughter.
I guess your little girl is asleep, Mr. Butler.
Yeah, she was awful tired.
Of course she was. Well, we'll get her a good dinner as soon as we get to town.
Oh, you've been so nice, I couldn't let you do anything else for us, ma'am.
Oh, don't be silly. I want to. Besides, she reminds me of my own little girl.
Oh, do you have one?
Yes, by my first husband. He died, poor man, and Frank, that's my second husband, he won't let my little baby live with us.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, he isn't a very nice man. Mr. Butler.
Yeah?
Can I trust you?
Of course.
I'm in terrible trouble, and I've got to speak to somebody. I've just got to get help from someone.
Ma'am, if there's anything at all I can do...
Well, maybe you won't say that when you know the truth. I'm Sally Hadley, and my husband is Shotgun Hadley.
The kidnapper?
Yes.
Gee.
I didn't know what kind of a man he was when I married him. Well, it's a little too late for that now, isn't it? But he's done terrible things to me, too, to my little girl, to my family.
Oh.
Because of him, my poor mother and father are in jail now, and Mr. Butler, I've just got to get them out.
But the papers
I know, but anything my father and mother did, he made them do at the point of that shotgun of his. Will you do me a favor, please? Will you just go to Oklahoma City and see my lawyer for me?
Sure,
You see, I can't go because the police are looking for me. But I want him to get a message to the FBI for me. I want him to tell them that if they'll release my mother and father, I'll tell them where my husband is.
I'll be glad to take your message, Mrs. Hadley. Only...
Only what?
Well, my little girl.
Oh, don't worry about her. I'll keep her here with me. Why, she'll be as safe as my own little girl would be.
Hello. Schuyler speaking. Oh, yes. No, not just yet. I'm trying to reach the bureau in Washington. May I call you back in a few minutes? Fine. Goodbye. Mrs. Hadley's lawyer again.
Pretty anxious for our answer, isn't he?
Yes.
You suppose he seriously thinks we're going to release the mother and father, Schuyler?
I don't know. He is Sally Hadley.
There's a sweet double-crosser for you. Ready to sell out her own husband.
Well, if he's half as tough as his reputation, I don't blame her.
I wonder if she was crazy enough to come back here to Oklahoma.
She might be. We know she hasn't been to a lawyer's office.
I don't think we can stall him much longer.
We don't have to. He's covered by now, and as soon as we find Sally Hadley's intermediary, we'll find her.
And her sharpshooting husband.
Right. Will you get Mrs. Hadley's lawyer for me, please?
Sally Hadley, waiting in an auto camp outside Oklahoma City for the message from a lawyer, gets frightened. And so Sally Hadley, with a little child as her protection, runs to her husband, who is now in Memphis. Meanwhile, special agents of the FBI located a man in Oklahoma City, a man who was Sally Hadley's intermediary, the man whose 8-year-old child is on her way to a gangster's hideout.
Well, now we've got a little 8-year-old girl to worry about, Schuyler.
Yes. I just hope that Hadley woman is here. Hello. Schuyler. You did? I see when. Well, that's that.
What? Where's she going?
I don't know. But we'd better send out a call for a woman driving with an 8-year-old girl.
A woman with a red wig.
Right.
She's probably going back to her husband.
That's my guess, too. And they'll probably try to move with the little girl. And... Schuyler speaking. Yes. Got it. Right. Right. That was Memphis.
Oh.
2 days ago, a second-hand car dealer down there brought in a flock of those $20 bills. And a man who sells wigs brought in another.
I see.
And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, a liquor dealer brought in another.
Well, I guess I'd better phone my wife and tell her I won't be home for dinner again.
Yes, I think we'll be having dinner in Memphis.
At 3:45 one September morning, a little girl sat on the Memphis railroad station. A frightened little girl clutching a ticket that would take her back to her father. But a little girl who remembered that she had had supper in a frame house near the edge of the city, and that she had seen a shotgun in that house. At 5:35 that same morning, agents of the FBI and local offices surrounded the frame house. They were armed with guns to battle against the murderous reputation of a man called Shotgun Hadley. It was just beginning to get light when 2 of them quietly entered the house. They stood for a moment in a dark room. To the left were 2 doors, 2 closed doors leading to 2 bedrooms, leading to Shotgun Hadley. They opened the first.
Keep quiet.
Who are you?
Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Oh, thank God. Listen, he's in there. Get him. He ruined my life.
That was Sally Hadley, the woman who had planned the kidnapping. The woman who later tried unsuccessfully to convince a jury that she was innocent. The woman who cared no more for her husband than she did for his gun. But she had built up a tremendous reputation for him. And now, as the FBI agents moved to the door of his bedroom, they checked their guns. They tried to anticipate the blast of that shotgun. And then, in a quick movement, they rushed the door to Frank Hadley. There was no battle, no fight, no shooting. Frank Hadley, kidnapper, Frank Shotgun Hadley, public enemy number 1, stood against the wall, his hands raised high, his knees shaking.
Don't shoot, G-Man. Don't shoot.
That was the beginning of the popular use of the phrase G-men. G-men meaning government men, meaning FBI agents. And that was the first and last time Frank or Sally Hadley tried a kidnapping. No kidnapper in this country has ever tried twice, once the FBI has caught them. Because the FBI is the largest protective force in the world. You see, it doesn't consist only of a director and a Washington headquarters of field officers and special agents. It also consists of you and all those like you. In every case, it's the cooperation of the people which enables the FBI to find the criminal. And that is the way it should be. Because the FBI, like our government, is created by the people, for the people. It is the people.
Have you ever said to yourself, no, I can't possibly buy an extra war bond? And then you find yourself thinking of someone you know in the Army or Navy, your son, and you think, what are your sacrifices compared to his? And so somehow or other you find the money for that extra war bond. Remember the extra satisfaction you felt? Well, that's how members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States feel about the special campaign theirs. All premium dollars received from new Equitable policies written in April will be matched with an equal number of dollars by the Equitable. Will be combined total during the 7th War Loan Bond drive in May. Remember, these war bonds will be over purchases, which amounted to the largest single subscription in both the 5th and 6th dollars. For you, your home. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, Sally was played by Leslie Woods and Hadley by Mandel Kramer. The music was under the direction of Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The man in the striped pants and red galluses and celluloid collar is Master of Arts and Doctor of Medicine at Harvard University, as well as Irving Professor of Chemistry and Mineralogy at this institution. Quite an educated man, a scholar. He has just turned on the faucet for a reason. He has just dissected a colleague, and he needs to wash away the blood. This is Thanksgiving week in the year 1849. The dissector's name, John W. Webster. The dissectee's, George Parkman. Dr. Webster has just committed murder because Dr. Parkman was a stubborn man to the very end. And tonight, my report to you on the terrible deed of John White Webster and his crime that shocked a nation.
Crime Classics. A series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The place is the Massachusetts Medical College on Grove Street in Boston in the year 1849. The college was a three-story building, the top two floors of which were reserved as offices and studies for the faculty. Dr. Webster occupied two high-ceilinged rooms on the second floor, just below the suite occupied by Oliver Wendell Holmes. On the afternoon of November 23, Dr. Webster had a visitor, a man much taller and heavier than him, a man of scholastic bearing, a man whose spectacle ribbon touched lightly his mutton-chop whiskers. His name, Dr. George Parkman. Doctor, lecturer, creditor. A man with a purpose.
I want my money.
You'll get it.
When?
When I've got it.
I must tell you something, Dr. Webster.
Oh, can't you just drink your tea and enjoy the afternoon? No? Very well, then. Tell me something, Dr. Parkman.
You're a dishonest man.
Lovely autumn afternoon.
A cheat.
No surgery to do.
A thief who beguiles his friends. I'm not only speaking for myself, you know.
You mean you've been commissioned by my other creditors to come here and insult me? Now, Doctor, can't we just chat? Of course we can. Gentleman to gentleman, doctor to doctor. Of course we can. Lemon, sugar.
Money.
And what to chat about? I know. In surgery yesterday morning, a most peculiar thing.
You're an amazing man, Dr. Webster. You combine your great skill with being a great rascal.
Oh, come now.
I lent you $450 as mortgage on your property. And you turn around and mortgage it again to someone else for $600. How can you do such a thing?
Quite simply. I need a sum of $1,000, and my property is not worth that much.
Good day, Doctor.
Dr. Parkman.
Yes?
Are you going to the police?
Yes.
To disgrace me?
I don't care about the results.
I do. Dr. Parkman.
Don't plead with me.
Of course not. I've something in the kitchen I want to give you.
It's about time.
Quite. I should not have waited this long. Come along. Dr. Parkman, you couldn't give me an extension of a few weeks.
Certainly not.
Certainly not.
Just give me my money now.
I have no money to give you. And you want to disgrace me. And I see no other way.
Don't be a fool.
No other way.
And so Dr. Webster killed Dr. Parkman. And, as I have indicated, Dr. Parkman died hard. At this precise time, the murderer must have observed several moments of contemplation and reflection on what he had done, to consider it, to assess it, and, being an intelligent man, an evaluation of the mess he had gotten himself into. Such moments of intimate musings we cannot know, nor as gentlefolk should we intrude upon. So, give Dr. Webster his moments, and let us perform a superficial examination upon the man biographically. I have here a copy of the Boston Herald of the day. It gives Dr. Webster a neat spread on the front page and says, among other things, this. He was born in Boston about the year 1788. He came from a family of considerable wealth and respectability. He received a most liberal education and adopted the profession of medicine. In 1833, he visited the gay metropolis of Paris, France, and afterwards went to the Azores. In 1837, he was elected Irving Professor in the university at Cambridge, Massachusetts. When his father died, he inherited $40,000. I would just like to depart from the paper for a moment to tell you that when he inherited this money, eggs were 12 cents a dozen. $40,000 which he wasted, which he threw heedlessly away into the vortex of fashionable life. Money went, debts came, and so on. Nothing novel. Money went, debts came. So did a wife and 2 children. So, having given Dr. Webster his moments, back to him now and observe him. Instrument of death still in hand, pale, still laboring for breath. Suddenly, a murderer. Instrument of death no longer in his hand, but no less a murderer.
Dr. Webster? Dr. Webster? Hello, Dr. Webster. Well, I'm here. You haven't forgotten, have you?
What?
The tea. You said come to tea.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
No.
But you said come to tea, and you said you would sell me a ticket to your lectures.
Oh, I'm sorry. Come in. Sit down, my dear.
Oh, you were teasing. The tea things are all ready, and you've already poured.
Miss Montgomery, my dear.
Yes, Doctor?
Drink your tea, and the tickets are $5 for 3 lectures.
I know how much the tickets are. And you know what?
What?
You've forgotten the cream. I know where the cream is in the kitchen.
Miss Montgomery?
Yes, Doctor, dear?
You don't want tea, do you?
Not really.
Then pay for your tickets and get out.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Well, there will be a vacant seat in the front row for your next 3 lectures. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Littlefield. Mr. Littlefield, I said...
I heard what you said, Doctor.
How are you?
I'm all right.
And how are things with you, Mr. Littlefield?
What do you mean, Doctor?
Well...
in the janitoring line, you mean?
That's right.
Well, it's the same as it's been for the last 7 years. Janitoring in a medical college like this, things don't change much.
Oh, I see. One day is...
Just like yesterday, except today.
Oh?
You did something strange today.
How could...
You came down here in the basement and talked to me today. First time in 7 years you've done more than say hello to me.
Oh, I am sorry. I've been rude.
You're a doctor. So many things on your mind.
I'd like for you to help me with something, Mr. Littlefield.
What?
Well, if you were to play a prank on someone, hide something from someone so that someone would never find what you hid, where would you hide it?
You mean around here?
Yes.
Oh, lots of places. Just a minute, I'll look to the furnace and I'll be glad to help you. Need some coal.
The furnace?
What?
It needs some coal.
I just said that, Doctor. Yeah, no. I'll be glad to show you some nice hiding places, Doctor. Come on along. Yeah. What are you figuring on hiding?
Now, that would be telling, wouldn't it?
Big? Small?
Oh, kind of like this?
Medium, huh?
Yes, I would say so.
Fine. Just follow me, Doctor. Here's where I come whenever one of you doctors tells me to store his old records.
It's a large room, isn't it? Let's go inside.
And up here in the attic, no one ever disturbs these old storage crates. Huh? Oh, time for me to be going home, Dr. Webster.
A few more places, Mr. Littlefield.
And so forth. A lot of places, good hiding places, rarely visited, if ever. So Dr. Webster shook the hand of Ephraim Littlefield, thanked him, and bade him good night.
Not at all, Doctor. Don't mention it.
And Dr. Webster went back to his apartment on the second floor of the building. No melodrama. The body of Dr. Parkman was still on the kitchen floor, and there was work to do. Light the candles, turn on the faucet, and get to work. Man at work. Dr. John W. Webster, Master of Arts, Doctor of Medicine, Surgeon. Dr. Webster by candlelight. Finish making the tour, downstairs, upstairs, further upstairs, the attic. At 2 o'clock in the morning, and so forth. Work done. And the next morning, about 10, according to the records.
Good morning, Mr. Littlefield.
Good morning, Doctor.
How are you?
Same as yesterday.
Well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, isn't it?
Same as last year.
So, what are you planning to do to celebrate?
Same as everybody else.
Dinner?
Oh, sure.
At home?
Same as everybody.
Here is something for you, Mr. Littlefield.
What?
Oh, go on, take it. It's $10.
Well, well, thank you, Doctor.
And I want you to buy a nice fat turkey and everything that goes with it.
I certainly will. I thank you again, Doctor, and very much.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Littlefield.
Happy Thanksgiving, Doctor.
And they shook hands again and bade each other goodbye again. And the Thanksgiving season was upon them.
You are listening to Crime Classics, and your host, Thomas Hyland. Moliere wrote a delightful comedy about a man who was not a doctor, but whose wife kept telling everybody he was. It's A Physician in Spite of Himself. Hear it later tonight on the Summer Theater with screen actor Robert Young in the starring role. Remember, it's the Summer Theater on most of these same CBS radio stations later tonight. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on the terrible deed of Dr. Webster.
Let's talk about Boston for a moment, a city of genteel culture and tradition. And in 1849, the bookstores were advertising a cultural tome entitled The Runaway Wife, a Tale of Intrigue and Passion. And during the Thanksgiving week, Boston was enjoying the festival that it had practically invented. Here and there in Boston, a man named Dr. George Parkman was missed. But to take his place in the minds of men was celery, turkey, oysters, pumpkin pie, and quince. I would like to add parenthetically that Dr. Parkman was dead, and the only person who was sure of this fact was Dr. Webster, his killer. The same Dr. Webster who at this moment, cold steel in hand, carves surgically from the turkey's sternum and passes then the second helping of white meat to Mrs. Webster.
Now you may pass your mother the celery, Mary Ann. Martha,
Yes, dear.
the oyster stuffing is succulent.
Oh, thank you, dear.
You and I and the children, we have much to be thankful for.
You're a kind husband, that's why. You provide.
Pass the squash.
Mary Ann, pass your father the squash.
I'll get it. Yes, sir?
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm so sorry to disturb you.
Yes, what is it?
Well, I'm from the police, sir. Daniel Cliver.
Oh, please come in.
Well, I see you're having your Thanksgiving dinner. I don't want to disturb you.
Oh, do come in, come in. Won't you join us?
Well, thank you, no, sir.
What may I do for you?
Is Dr. Parkman here? He seems to be missing from his usual haunts.
John, what is it?
Dr. Parkman is missing from his usual haunts.
And I thought you might give us some information as to his whereabouts.
Me?
Well, 2 days ago, he was seen going into your study at the college.
2 days ago. 2 days ago, that would be Tuesday. No. Oh, yes. Tuesday he visited with me and we had tea. Stayed for perhaps an hour and then left.
You're sure of that, Doctor?
Well, sir, in situations where it is important to be certain, physicians such as I can be counted on to respond with accuracy.
Well,
Tuesday, Mr. Cliver. Since that time, I have not seen Dr. Parkman. Will you have some sherry?
Thank you, sir. No, I'm sorry I disturbed you, sir.
Dr. Parkman not seen in his usual haunts? I wonder where he can be.
I can't imagine. Mary Ann, pass the yams.
Homey scene in Boston, Thanksgiving Day, 1849. Typical festive scene, and I suppose typical, too, for Boston men whose deeds of murder are 2 days old. And janitors have holidays, too, and families and groaning boards. Mr. Littlefield, for example, in his small brick house in Cambridge, near the college.
Care for more dark meat, Mrs. Littlefield?
No, don't mind if I do.
There you are.
Juiciest bird we've ever had to table. Juiciest.
What did you say, Mrs. Littlefield?
Juiciest.
You know, Mrs. Littlefield, it still worries me.
About the turkey?
The sudden generosity of Dr. Webster. It bothers me. Why he should have given me the money for this dinner.
Eat, Ephraim. Thinking is a bad sauce for a tasty dish.
Still, a man who hasn't spoken a civil word to me in 7 years, to give me a gift, and to ask me of hiding places.
Eat, Ephraim.
And the thing now of Dr. Parkman. Each year for the last 7 at Thanksgiving time he hands me $1. This year he did not. I haven't seen him. Not for 2 days now. I wonder...
What you imagining?
Mrs. Littlefield?
Yes?
I better speak to people. That's what. That's right, Dr. Jackson. Me and my wife were talking it over.
And I'm happy you came to me, Mr. Littlefield.
Kind of putting one and one together we were. Over Dr. Webster's turkey, so to speak, if you know what I mean.
I know very well what you mean. Dr. Webster's asking about those hiding places.
And Dr. Parkman's disappearance. Both happening at the same time. One and one together, I say. What do you think, Doctor?
Time for action, Mr. Littlefield. Let's call on Dr. Bigelow, and the 3 of us will seek an answer.
Forces gather, forces conspiring to destroy Dr. Webster. The Furies, the Fates, and their names, Dr. Jackson, Dr. Bigelow, and the man of the gratuitous turkey, Mr. Littlefield. And, as is common in classic tragedy, the pursued senses a feeling in the air. All is not right. Something is amiss. Forces are gathering. Dr. Webster felt it. He tried the air the following morning, sniffed at it, sensed it immediately.
Oh, my.
What's wrong, dear?
Nothing.
But you look so pale.
Nothing wrong. A kiss, dear. I'm going to work.
Oh, something's wrong. I'm sure of it.
And, having kissed his wife and sniffed the air again to make sure, Dr. Webster didn't go to work at all. Instead, he called a hansom, gave the driver an address, and was driven to a more or less fashionable part of town, gave the driver his fare, received a wink in return, and knocked on a door.
Why, Dr. Webster.
Hello, my dear.
I'm honored. Please come in. I really didn't mean it, you know.
Mean what?
About not coming to your lectures. I wouldn't miss them for the world.
I've come to give you your tickets. Here.
Thank you.
They're free. Miss Montgomery.
Yes?
When Dr. Parkman left my apartment the other day, Tuesday...
What?
Just after you came in, didn't Dr. Parkman look...
Dr. Parkman?
Didn't he look nice? In good health, robust, springy step? You recall you remarked on his springy step?
I?
Yes.
Oh, you've done something naughty. What have you done?
First tell me what happened when you came to my study at the college Tuesday to buy tickets.
Well, I knocked on your door.
Very good.
You opened it for me.
Good.
Bade me enter.
Yes.
Introduced me to Dr. Parkman, who was just leaving.
Oh, excellent.
We watched him go.
And you said?
My, what a springy step Dr. Parkman has.
Bravo, bravo.
Don't be troubled, Doctor dear. I'm your friend. Your very good friend.
Which was nice, because if ever a doctor needed a friend, his name was Dr. Webster. Because let's not forget the Furies, the Fates, the two physicians and the curious janitor, who have gathered and discussed a certain hypothesis and came to an agreement.
Let's take a walk around the building.
And they did. Downstairs, upstairs, further upstairs, the attic.
3 o'clock, gentlemen. I guess we know all we need to know.
Dr. Jackson and...
Forgive this intrusion upon your study, Dr. Webster. We've been waiting for you.
I have the keys. I let these gentlemen in.
I didn't give you permission to do that, Mr. Littlefield.
You know Dr. Bigelow, of course, Doctor. And I've heard you've met Mr. Cliver of the Boston Police.
Gentlemen.
Will you take over, Mr. Cliver?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Dr. Webster.
Yes, sir?
We found Dr. Parkman, or rather, these gentlemen did, and they called me. They showed me where Dr. Parkman was.
I see. How is he?
Come now.
The last time I saw Dr. Parkman, he was the picture of health. A man with a springy step.
You are under arrest, Dr. Webster.
And they took Dr. Webster away, and they locked him up and held a trial for him, and in spite of his protestations, found him guilty. I must tell you, too, that Miss Montgomery, shy girl that she must have been, completely disappeared in the face of adversity. While waiting for final sentence to be pronounced by the governor and council, Dr. Webster maintained his usual good spirits, partook heartily of the food afforded him by his friends, and generally behaved himself. Then the sentence was handed down. He was to be hanged.
Oh, no.
By the neck until he was dead.
I confess that I killed Dr. Parkman. There. That makes up for something, doesn't it?
On August 31, 1850.
Doesn't it?
And that's when he was hanged. For a deed of blood, for a murder most foul.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Dr. Webster, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Jay Novello was heard as Dr. Webster. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Martha Wentworth, Jean Howell, Herb Butterfield, Junius Matthews, and Larry Thor. Bob Lamont speaking. And here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, St. Joseph, Missouri, on a hot April day in 1882. The time, the exact moment when Jesse James turned his back on Charlie and Bob Ford. And my report to you on the death of a picture hanger. Thank you. Good night.
The profitable end of the rainbow is always in view of Bill Cullen's lively quiz show, Walk a Mile. Contestants have 4 opportunities, each representing a quarter of a mile, to make good on this fun-packed show. If they can walk a mile, they're in line for the jackpot. I'll tell you what, instead of us talking about it, why not listen for Walk a Mile later this evening on most of these same CBS radio stations? Stay tuned now for Gary Moore with Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, there's action as a policeman really finds it in 21st Precinct, Tuesdays on the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Gangbusters! Gangbusters, brought to you, the men and women of America, by the makers of Sloan's Liniment. With the cooperation of leading law enforcement officials of the United States, Gangbusters presents facts in the relentless war of the police on the underworld. Authentic case histories that show the never-ending activity of the police in their work of protecting our citizens. America's crusade against crime. You, too, can help in our crusade. Here's a last-minute police bulletin.
Nationwide alarm. Attention all citizens. Watch for Clifford Davidson, 32, 5 feet 7 inches, 208 pounds, brown hair, blue eyes. This man, veteran criminal and escape artist, broke from jail, Wewoka, Oklahoma last week, where he is awaiting trial for murder, allegedly committed following a previous escape from prison. Caution, this man is dangerous.
Gangbusters urges you to be on the alert for this criminal. We will have more clues for you at the end of our program. In a moment, we'll be ready for our proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf and Prosecuting Attorney Stanley Wallach of St. Louis County, Missouri, who will discuss the strange case of the missing corpse in which a dead man convicted as murderer. But first, April showers, they say, bring May flowers, but they also bring the muscular aches and pains that often go with damp and windy weather. Yet there's no need for any member of your family to suffer the discomfort of a stiff neck or sore back, just so long as you have that handy bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment on your medicine shelf. Here's Sloan's 1-2 heat treatment that has brought such quick and comforting relief to millions. 1, pat on some Sloan's liniment. 2, relax for a few minutes. Then, like a heat treatment, Sloan's glowing warmth goes to work on that tight and painful spot. In almost no time at all, Sloan's will help soothe your pain away. You'll find Sloan's quick action is a welcome friend, whatever the cause of your muscular distress. Accident, overexertion, or exposure to raw and biting weather. Ask your druggist for Sloan's liniment if you need a fresh supply after the last few wintry months. Sloan's costs so little, and you're so grateful for its soothing help when you want relief in a hurry. Now for our proxy interview between Colonel Schwarzkopf and Prosecuting Attorney Stanley Wallach of St. Louis County, Missouri. Picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
The case of the missing corpse. Prosecutor Wallach, that sounds almost like fiction.
Tonight's case may appear fantastic, Colonel Schwarzkopf, but it is a matter of public record. This case concerns Elmer Dowling and Izzy Lundy, two crafty criminals whose viciousness has seldom been matched by any criminals anywhere. We begin in St. Louis one late afternoon in February 1938 in the hideout apartment maintained by Elmer Dowling.
Drink up, Lundy.
Thanks, Dowling.
I asked you up here to explain what I got in mind for you.
What do you mean?
I'm considering you as triggerman for my outfit.
Triggerman, huh?
Yeah. Next thing I consider is what's your experience.
I got plenty.
I got it all right here on my desk. Here on this case history card. Izzy Lundy, known as Monkey Ears. Robberies and other jobs, market prison 10 to 20 years. Shot way out of jail, handy with guns.
How'd you find out all that, Dowling?
That's my business, to find things out and to get things done.
Why should I join your mob, huh?
Listen, Lundy, when I want a man in my mob, he joins.
But I've been away for 13 years. I've been out of things.
I'll teach you the ropes. Then you'll be a big asset to my protective organization.
Protective organization?
Yeah. For businessmen and storekeepers. They pay us so much dough per week for protection. Protection from our own gang.
But suppose the storekeepers squawk to the cops.
I know better than that. It's cheaper to pay up and shut up than to stop a bullet or get crippled for life.
Yes. Sounds okay to me, Dowling.
Lundy, before we're through, we'll have every store in the city in our protective organization. They're going to pay us, and they're going to pay plenty.
Good morning, mister. You remember me?
What are you men back here again for?
Hey, listen, mister, this is your last chance. Are you joining our protective organization or ain't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, boys. Dump that paint all over the place. Give them the work. Right,
okay. No, stop it. Don't, please. No.
We're going to teach you a lesson, mister. And if you ever blab to the cops, you'll never see your wife or kids again. Go to it, boys. Don't answer that phone, buddy. My business comes first. You got the money for the organization?
I tell you, I can't pay you. I'm not taking enough money in my store.
You're trying to welch on the organization, huh? Well, I'll show you.
What are you going to do?
You know what's in this can?
Oh.
Acid.
No, don't.
It's all yours, mister. Right in your face.
Oh, my!
That's the dry cleaning store on the corner, Red. The one Dowling wants us to take care of.
I got the dynamite already, Lundy.
All right, drive by the store and I'll light the fuse and heat it.
Hey, Lundy, there's a guy down the block.
Don't worry about the guy down the block. I'll light the fuse.
There! Step on it, Red. There!
Emergency squad, explosion in dry cleaning store at Franklin and Jefferson Avenues at 10 p.m. Investigate immediately. Repeating, explosion in dry cleaning store, Franklin and Jefferson Avenues.
An hour later, Colonel, at headquarters.
We got that report, Moore?
Yes, Captain. The emergency squad say dynamite was used to blow up that dry cleaning store.
Moore, we can be pretty certain who's back of this outbreak of violence. Racketeers extorting money from businessmen.
It's an ugly situation, Captain. We can't get witnesses to testify against these crooks.
Yes, crooks like Elmer Dowling.
Now we've got another bombing on our hands, and still no witness.
I'm assigning additional squads of plainclothesmen to cover various business places and stores. Yes?
Captain, there's a man out here by the name of Louis Lee Baker. He wants to see you.
What about?
He says it's about the bombing of that dry cleaning store tonight.
The bombing? Send him right in.
Yes, Captain. Right away, sir.
Moore, open the door, please.
Yes, sir. Come right in, sir. The captain will see you.
Thank you. How do, Captain? My name's Baker.
Glad to see you, Mr. Baker. Have a chair.
Thank you.
You say you know something about this bombing tonight?
Well, I don't know if this means anything, Captain, but I thought I ought to report it anyway.
Report what, sir?
Well, at 10 o'clock, I was walking along Franklin Avenue.
Yes?
And just as I was about to cross the street, a car came racing down the avenue.
What happened?
Well, there was an explosion. I didn't know then it was a bomb. Later, I got thinking about it, and the bomb and the speeding car.
What kind of a car was it?
It was a Chrysler sedan. I didn't see the license number, but I did get a good look at one of the men in the car.
Oh, is that so?
He was sort of pasty looking. Had very black eyebrows and big lips.
Anything else?
Well, the one thing I noticed most of all were his ears.
His ears?
Yes, sir. They stuck way out.
What's that?
Well, I never saw a man whose ears stuck out so much, sir.
Was he stockily built?
Well, yes, he was.
This means something to you, Moore?
I'm not sure yet, Captain. But I used to know a criminal who fitted that general description to a T. Monkey ears, they called him. If it's the same man, he's a gunman of the worst type.
All right. We'll have Mr. Baker go through the identification files. If he can pick out the picture of the same criminal you have in mind, we'll have our first positive identification to help smash this gang.
And the picture that Louis Lee Baker identified, Colonel, was the picture of Monkey Ears. Izzy Lundy. The authorities moved fast and arrested him in a few hours.
Good police work, Prosecutor Wallace.
Indicted for this bombing, Lundy posted bail and was released by the courts pending trial. He immediately phoned Dowling.
Yeah, Dowling, that's why I'm calling you. That Baker guy's identified me for the bombing of that dry cleaning store. I'll go to jail.
Hold it, Lundy. Where are you calling from?
From a drugstore. I'm afraid to come near you. The cops are on my trail.
Yeah, I thought so. Now, let me think.
This is serious, Dowling. You've got to help me.
Yeah, I know how serious it is. Once the cops throw you in jail, they'll probably get more information that'll lead to me.
You? I'm the guy that's in a jam.
I'll think of the spot I'm in. Hey, wait a minute. What did you say is the name of the guy who saw the bombing?
Baker. Louis Lee Baker.
Baker, eh? Is he the only witness the cops got?
Yeah.
You sure of that?
Positive.
Good.
What do you mean, good?
If something should happen to this witness, the cops wouldn't have no case, would they?
That's right, Dowling.
Well, something is going to happen to him. We're going to find this guy, Baker. And when we do, he won't be a witness. He'll be a corpse.
Meanwhile, Colonel, at headquarters, the captain was talking with Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker, your identification of Izzy Lundy as the cleaning store bomber is the first good break we've had in our campaign to rid this city of racketeers.
I'm glad I'm able to help, Captain.
You'll realize, Mr. Baker, that your life is in constant danger.
Yes, sir.
That gang will stop at nothing, absolutely nothing, to prevent you from testifying at Lundy's trial. So we're going to hide you on a little farm near Sanctum, Missouri. You know where that is?
Yes, sir, about 150 miles south of here.
Yes. Under no circumstances are you to leave the farm unless accompanied by our men.
I understand, Captain.
When we want you, our men will show their credentials and will tell you, the captain wants to see you. Now remember that phrase. The captain wants to see you.
Yes, sir. The captain wants to see you.
Mr. Baker was taken to this farm, Colonel, and given ample police protection. Then a startling event occurred.
Prosecutor Wallace, we're anxious to hear this startling occurrence, but right now, here's Charles Stark with a few words.
Mowing the lawn for the first time after the long winter months is always a chore. The ground is uneven, the grass is tough, and you yourself are probably more than a bit tired and sore when you've finished. That's when you need Sloan's 1-2 heat treatment to bring you quick and comforting relief for muscular aches and pains. Here's all you have to do. 1, take your bottle of reliable Sloan's from your medicine shelf and pat on some of this quick-acting liniment. 2, relax. And then, like a heat treatment, Sloan's helps ease those stiff and aching muscles. You can actually feel that penetrating, glowing warmth easing away your pain. Sloan's liniment has helped millions in just this quick and easy way during the past 50 years. And Sloan's will probably do you the same good turn. You'll find Sloan's liniment a true family friend in need. Welcome to the members of your family all through the year. For whatever the cause of your muscular distress, accident, overexertion, or exposure to chilling drafts, you'll find that Sloan's will help you forget your aches and pains in almost no time at all. So make sure you always have a bottle of Sloan's on your medicine shelf. Ask your druggist tomorrow for Sloan's liniment. Now back to Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Prosecutor Wallace, with Mr. Baker hidden out on a farm near Sanctum, Missouri, And with Elmer Dowling threatening to kill Baker to prevent his testifying at Izzy Lundy's trial, you said a startling event occurred.
Baker stayed close to the farm, Colonel Schwarzkopf, awaiting word that the captain wanted to see him. Then, 1 week later, Baker was standing at the farm entrance when two men drove up and got out of their car.
Oh, Baker. Mr. Baker.
Yes, sir. You gentlemen want to see me?
Yes, Mr. Baker. We're detectives from headquarters.
Detectives?
See our badges? The captain sent us out. He wants to see you right away about that bombing.
The captain wants to see me.
Now, if you'll just get in the car.
But I'd like to leave word with the men at the farmhouse where I'm going.
We haven't
so
got time for that. This is urgent, Mr. Baker. We don't want to keep the captain waiting.
Well, you know best, sir.
Sit right here in the front seat.
Thank you.
Right between the two of us.
You don't know what the captain wants to see me about, do you?
I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with murder.
Gentlemen, we've been driving for an hour. It's getting dark. We're going in the wrong direction. This isn't the way to town.
Baker.
Yes?
We're not going to town.
What?
The captain's going to meet us at a house just up this back road.
Oh. Why didn't you tell me about this before?
We've got our orders.
Here's the place now. That house looks deserted. There's no light.
Don't worry about that, Baker.
Well, where's the captain's car if he's going to meet us out here?
Guess we're ready.
How about it, Tom?
I guess we are. Let's go in the house anyway.
Yeah,
sure. Come on, Baker.
I'd rather wait here in the car.
No, Baker. We're going inside. Come on, Baker. Orders are orders.
All right, I'll do what two men say.
Quiet around here. Ain't it, Baker?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Let me check your arm, Baker.
Check my arm?
Yeah, it's so dark. You might stumble.
You're sure the captain will be here?
Step inside, Baker.
It's so dark in here, I can't see.
Turn on your flashlight, pal. Sure. Go on inside, Baker.
Hey. There's no one in this house. It's empty. Deserted.
That's right, Baker. That's why we brought you here.
What do you mean?
Just this. Wait. I want to make sure. No, we got nothing to worry about, Red. 2 bullets right through his head. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Darling, you think anybody could have heard those shots? Nah. No one lives within miles of this place. Let's get in the car and scratch. Hey, Red, wait a minute. What's the matter? We ought to get rid of that body. Not me. I ain't going back to touch no corpse. Red, unless you want the same thing Baker got, you better come with me. Okay, John. But I don't like it. Yeah. Quiet around here, ain't it? And dark. Good spot for a job like this. Flash your light. Darling, look. Say, what the? The corpse, the body. It's gone. But it can't be. It was right here on the floor a minute ago. Flash your light around. The room is empty. But he was dead. I killed him. 2 bullets right through his head. Then where is he? A dead man can't get up and walk away. I'm getting out of here. Now, me too.
Prosecutor Wallet, you mean to say the corpse, the victim's body, was actually gone?
Yes, Colonel. By a strange miracle of fate, Louis Lee Baker had not been killed. Though suffering intense agony, he had managed to crawl out the back door of the deserted house and hide. He saw the 2 gunmen return and then run off in terror when they found that his supposedly dead body had vanished.
So that's why the corpse was missing. So what did Mr. Baker do?
He dragged himself to the side of the road where some passing workmen found him and rushed him to a hospital. Well, later that night, at the hospital, Baker talked with police officers.
That's the whole story, Captain. They shot me twice in my head, but I guess I'm too tough to kill.
I don't feel I ought to question you any further, Mr. Baker. You need rest.
Captain, I want to tell you all I know.
All right, Mo, take this down. Yes, Captain.
The man who shot me was a big fella, 6 feet, about 200 pounds.
Yes.
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Baker.
I had a broken nose, no chin.
No chin. Big fellow, blonde, blue eyes, broken nose, receding chin. Why, Captain, that description fits the man we arrested on suspicion but couldn't hold. Yes, Elmer Dowling.
Captain, you know the man who tried to kill me.
Yes, Mr. Baker, and we're going to get him.
When you do, I'll be in court to testify.
Yeah, sure. All right, now relax and get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
You'll need every bit of strength you've got.
Yes, Captain.
Come on, boy. We've got work to do. That fellow Baker has more courage than a dozen men, Captain. He certainly has more. Two things I can't understand. How Dowling found Baker at the farm, and why should Dowling want to kill him?
Seems you can't hide anything from that gang. They probably followed every move Baker made. But I know why Dowling wanted to kill him. Baker's our only witness against Izzy Lundy. If Baker had been killed, Lundy would have gone free.
Then you think Lundy and Dowling are part of the same mob, eh?
It points that way.
Yes, it does.
More, I want you to grab Izzy Lundy and throw him back in jail immediately. This time he's going to stay in jail till he goes on trial.
Right, Captain.
Meanwhile, I'll get to work on Dowling. We're going to put the heat on every member of that gang until we get Dowling or they turn him over to us.
Within 5 hours, Colonel, the police had again arrested Izzy Lundy, and a search for Dowling was on. Warnings was flashed from coast to coast.
Attention, all field agents. Federal Bureau Investigation. Attempt to locate and hold for questioning Elmer Dowling in connection with attempted murder. Dowling is 6 feet tall.
Urgent. Police of Eastern Seaboard. Arrest on site Elmer Dowling, fugitive. Dowling weighs 200 pounds.
Special notice, West Coast Police. Elmer Dowling reported in California. Wanted for attempted murder. Dowling has blonde hair, blue eyes.
Attention, all Missouri police. Be on watch for Elmer Dowling, fugitive gangster, now at large. Dowling believed to have returned to St. Louis. May be hiding out somewhere in city.
Dowling. Dowling. That you, Red? Yeah. Open up. Why'd you come here? Look at this newspaper. It's about Izzy Lundy. Lundy? He was sentenced for that bombing today. Got 25 years. 25 years? The guy who sent him to jail was that fella you tried to kill, Baker. He testified in court against Lundy.
That was the mistake of my life. Not making sure that guy Baker was dead. Now look what he's done. Has me hounded like a rat.
The cops sure are after you, Dowling.
I can't stand much more of this. Cooped up in 4 walls, afraid to show my nose outside. Afraid every noise I hear on the stairs is the cops. I'm going nuts. I can't sleep no more. I lie in the bed, hour after hour, just listening and waiting.
That's all you can do, Dowling. To show up in the streets, the cops will grab you inside of 10 minutes.
So where's the rest of the gang? Why don't they do something for me?
They're hiding out from the cops, same as you.
Well, where's Jaime? You ought to be able to find Jaime.
Yeah, he must be with the others.
The yellow rat. Just when I need him, they run out on me. If I ever get my hands on him, I'll... Hold it, Red. Don't open that door. Now, wait till I get my gun.
That ain't the door, it's the phone.
What? Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Dowling.
Who's this?
Me, Jaime.
Oh, Jaime. Well, where you been? You got no idea how glad I am to hear you. Now, listen, Jaime. I'm on a spot, see? I need dough to beat town. Tell me where Rick can meet you so you can go and...
Listen, you dumb cluck.
Dumb cluck? Why, I'll break you. Now, wait a minute. What's the matter?
Plenty.
What do you mean?
The cops got the gang smashed. Half the boys are in jail already. And the cops ain't gonna stop till they get you and every one of us.
Yeah, well...
So there's only one thing for you to do.
For me to do?
The boys say for you to give up to the cops tonight.
What? Why, you're crazy.
You've had your warning, Dowling. We'll be watching you.
Yeah, now, wait, Jaime, wait.
Now, remember, Dowling, it's the cops or us.
Hello.
What is it, Dowling?
The gang. They're throwing me over. Put me on the spot.
On the spot?
Yeah. But how do they know where I was? No one knew where I was, but...
What are you looking at me like that for?
You. You were the only one who knew. You're in with them. No.
Darling, put on that gun.
Shut up. Hand over your money.
Well, sure, darling. Here is every cent I got.
I ain't licked yet. I'll get out of this town, and I'll kill anybody that tries to stop me.
Sure you would, sure.
Now, Red, it's your turn.
Don't shoot, please.
I ain't shooting. I need these bullets for the cops. But here's what you're getting.
No, please.
Hello, headquarters.
Listen, Codman. You want Elmer Dowling. I know where you'll get him.
Who is this?
Never mind who it is.
Oh, check your call.
Listen to me. Go out to the waiting room of the Taylor Avenue car station, and you'll find Dowling if you get there fast enough.
Maury, hung up. What's Captain? Another tip on Dowling. Get a special squad. We're going out to the Taylor Avenue car station. It may be a false alarm, but we're going to investigate at once. All right, Maury, pull up here. There's the car station.
Right, Captain. We'll leave the car here so Dowling won't see it.
Follow me, men.
Yes, sir.
Any special instructions, Captain? If Dowling is in this waiting room, we've got to be careful. He's sure to be armed, and I don't want any innocent person hurt.
Yes, sir. We'll have our guns ready.
I'll know Dowling the second I see him.
Here's the waiting room.
Careful now, men.
A lot of people in there, Captain.
See that big fellow sitting there hiding back in that newspaper?
It's Dowling. Wonder if he sees us.
He's getting up. Now, hold it, men. We don't want any shooting.
He's going out the back way.
Good.
You two men guard this front door.
Yes, Captain.
More, you and I will go around back. Come on, fast. Right, Captain. Ready to shoot any instant? Yes, sir. Hold it. There he goes. Back of that house. Oh, you wait here. I'll cut around this side and try to head him off. Oh, put your hands up. Darling. Oh, I'll kill you if you don't do what I say. I'm using you as a shield. Start walking. All right. I'll kill you. Drop that gun, darling. No. Okay, let go of my arm. Drop that gun, I said. He got down. Come on, man. Are you all right, Captain? Yes, I'm all right. This rat isn't. Put the handcuffs on him. There's a man waiting at headquarters to see you, darling. What man? The man you tried to murder. A missing corpse.
Elmer Dowling was positively identified by Louis Lee Baker, Colonel, and went on trial for the attempted murder of Mr. Baker on March 4th, 1940. He was convicted and was sentenced to 30 years in the state penitentiary at Jefferson, Missouri.
This has been a most interesting case, Prosecutor Wallace, and I want to congratulate you on your successful prosecution of Dowling. One of the most impressive features of this case is the fine courage displayed by Mr. Baker, who refused to be intimidated in his efforts to help the police smash this mob. In these days of national stress, America needs citizens who support the law enforcement authorities and who are not afraid to face the gangsters and reveal them as real enemies whom this country must face. Thank you, Prosecutor Wallace, for helping us to prove again that crime does not pay. Now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, a few words from Charles Stark.
I should like to leave you with a reminder. Muscular aches and pains often arrive without warning or invitation. During the summer months to come, when we are all more active, take the wise precaution of always having a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment on hand. You'll discover that Sloan's will help you get the quick and comforting relief you want. 1, pat on some Sloan's liniment. That's all. Just pat it on. 2, relax. And soon you'll feel that welcome, gentle warmth as it penetrates right to your sore and stiff muscles, easing and soothing the pain. Ask for Sloan's liniment when next you visit your favorite druggist. And now, the clues.
Attention, citizens Southwest. Look out for man wanted concerning murder. Negro, 33, 5 feet 7 inches, 135 pounds. Black kinky hair, brown eyes, left eye punctured and may be completely out. 3 razor/slash scars, left arm at shoulder. May wear dark glasses to conceal defective eye. This man wanted connection murder near Muskogee, Oklahoma. Caution, citizens New England, New York, New Jersey. Watch for James Joseph Horan, 39, 5 feet 9 inches, 180 pounds, brown hair turning gray, brown eyes, tattoo initials JJH, right forearm, large ears, eyes slightly crossed. This man, veteran robber who has been operating in New York and New Jersey, wanted by federal authorities for questioning concerning robbery of bank at Suffield, Connecticut.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. Tonight's broadcast is the last of the current season for Sloan's liniment. But we have some glad news. Sloan's will again sponsor gangbusters in the fall. Until then, we wish to thank all of you who have sent us so many splendid letters. And we want to thank the police organizations of the country for cooperating with the producers of Gangbusters in proving so conclusively that crime does not pay. And speaking for Sloan's, a very happy summer to you all until we meet again in the fall. America's crusade against crime.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same hopper you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them. William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, The Mystery of Skull Valley.
Today, Hoppy and his partner, California, are many miles from the Bar 20, riding along an old wagon road that winds through the lonely brush country. This is a land of superstition, of Indian legends. But as they ride, California shows little enthusiasm for Hoppy's current venture, which is to buy some prize Hereford bulls at a bankrupt ranch north of Skull Valley.
Doggone it, Hoppy. We could have stayed at the Bar 20 and bought towers without chasing all over creation.
But not at the price I'm going to pay out here.
There you go, thinking about money.
Well, a rancher's got to improve his stock, California.
Just the same. Money's the root of all evil, as the feller said. It's for me. Just give me a horse and a bedroll. I'll be satisfied.
Well, speaking of money, what's there in the road?
Well, I'll be darned.
Well, it looks like a coin.
$150 gold piece by the size of it.
Oh, you know they don't make $150 gold pieces.
Well, this ain't the darndest thing I've ever seen. Here. Look here. There's Spanish writing on it.
And a crown.
What's a crown doing on that coin, Hoppy? You don't reckon there's a king around here somewhere?
This king has been dead a long time, California. This is an old Spanish coin.
Yeah, well, what's it doing on the road?
Well, Spain used to own this part of the country in the old days.
They did, huh? Well, let's get a shovel and start digging. Whoop, whoop, we're rich, Hoppy.
Slow down, California.
I'm going to have me a silver-mounted saddle, 24 pairs of Cheyenne boots, silk shirts. I'm going to...
And I thought you didn't care anything about money.
Oh, that was a couple of minutes ago.
Just give me a horse and a bedroll.
Oh, quit it, Hoppy, doggone. There might be millions round here. I've heard of them Spanish treasures.
Oh, that's probably somebody's good luck piece. He'll come back looking for it directly.
Hoppy, here's another one. Uh-oh. Hey, two more, Hoppy. Quick, come here.
Well, don't bluster, blood vessel. I'm coming.
Oh, don't. It's beat all, Hoppy.
Well, it sure does, California. Look there.
Say, that's blood, and a lot of it. Probably carrying a bullet in him.
Hoof prints in the road.
Yeah, must be riding his horse. Ain't no other tracks.
And from the looks of them, they're fresh.
Reckon it's the same feller that lost these here coins?
Maybe.
He won't last long losing blood that way.
Well, let's go find him. He needs help, and quick.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy in California have stumbled onto some old Spanish coins along a deserted road near Skull Valley. But blood spots in the dust and fresh hoof prints lead Hoppy to believe that whoever lost those coins has been badly wounded. Right at the moment, they're on his trail.
Look there, California. The tracks lead off into the brush.
And there's his horse. Probably fell out of the saddle.
Easy, Topper. Easy, boy.
Oh, I see him. Under that mesquite yonder. Looks like he's dead.
Well, he's either dead or passed out.
Poor fella. Reckon he's a gunner, Hoppy?
Give me a hand. We'll turn him over.
Yeah.
Easy now.
There. He's still breathing.
No telling how bad that wound is. Somebody got him in the back, high on the shoulder.
Look, Hoppy. More of them coins in his shirt pocket.
And the pocket's torn. No wonder he was losing his money.
Where'd you figure he got them coins?
That's what I aim to find out. Find this rock, California, quick.
Oh, that's less than like to burn my whiskers. Doggone it. Why's anybody shooting the dust?
I don't know, California. This brush wasn't so thick.
Wait till I line my sights on that buzzard all.
There they are on that ridge yonder.
Two of them.
Maybe this will give them something to think about.
You got them, Hoppy?
No, they ducked behind those rocks.
Well, you scared them off anyhow. Look at them ride. say I'm gonna...
Hold your fire, California. You'll only waste bullets. They're out of 6-gun range for this time.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Think they was the ones maybe that shot this poor fella?
Wouldn't be at all surprised, California.
One of them had a red beard.
I'll remember that. Now we got to get this fella to a doctor. Rincon is just up the line a ways. Then we'll go looking for Mr. Redbeard. You think he'll pull through, Doc?
Barring complications. First, I'll have to get that bullet out of him.
You happen to know him?
His name is Melendez, a sheep herder. Works for Sam Carradine.
Sam Carradine, huh? Has he got a red beard by any chance?
Hardly. Carradine has black hair. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, looks as if he's coming around.
Now, maybe we'll find out what this is all about.
Voz de la muerte. Voz de la muerte.
Listen, old-timer, we're your friends. Who shot you?
Voz de la muerte. Voz de la muerte.
The poor feller died.
No, he just lost consciousness again.
Voz de la muerte.
That means voice of the dead in Mexican.
Yeah, I know. Doc, why would Melendez talk about a voice of the dead when I ask him who shot him?
It's just a superstition. There's a legend that an old Spaniard, Don Pablo, was buried in a mine cave years ago. The Mexicans claim they can hear him wail on a stormy night.
An old Spaniard named Don Pablo.
Maybe he's the one that owned them coins.
Quiet, California.
Did you say something about coins?
Yeah. Ever see any coins like these before?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Mind telling me where?
Just a moment. Who are you, anyway?
The name's Cassidy.
Cassidy? Not Hopalong Cassidy of the Bar 20.
That's him, all right.
Well, I've certainly heard a lot about you, Cassidy. Sure, I'll tell you where I saw one of those coins. Tom Travers had one last week.
And who is Travers, Doc?
An archaeologist. He came here with his sister about 3 weeks ago. To put her around the Indian ruins.
Where can I see him?
Travers has been missing for several days.
Maybe he found one of them Spanish treasures.
Quiet, California. Yeah, any idea where Travers could be, Doc?
Well, this is wild country, Cassidy. Hard to tell. I've tried to comfort his sister, but...
His sister? I'd like to have a talk with her. Where can I find her?
She and her brother are staying at the Carradine Hotel.
Carradine again.
He just bought the place. Made his money in sheep.
I reckon I'll see what she has to say. I'll drop back to hear Melendez tell his story. Come on, California.
Yeah, sure.
Take good care of Melendez, Doc. Somebody might want to silence him permanently.
Hoppy.
Yeah?
How come you didn't tell the doc that Melendez had them coins?
He didn't ask me.
No.
You scout around town and see what you can find out about Redbeard. I'll see the girl.
Doggone it, Hoppy. You have all the fun.
I sure do, don't I, California?
You wanted to see me?
Yes, Miss Travers.
The clerk said somebody wanted to see me on the porch and...
Won't you sit down, please, Miss Travers?
Thank you. Is it something about my brother?
Yes, it is.
You found him?
No, but I may have a line on him. Your brother had an old Spanish coin last week, like this.
How did you know?
Doc told me.
The doctor? Oh, I guess Tom did confide in him to a certain extent. But where did you get this?
A sheep herder named Melendez. My partner and I found him with a bullet in his back.
He's dead?
No.
Then he can talk. He must have gotten those from Tom. Maybe he killed him and stole...
No, I don't think so.
Then what do you think, Mr.
Cassidy. Hopalong Cassidy.
Hopalong Cassidy. That name is very familiar.
I run the Bar 20 ranch south of here.
And you want to help me find my brother?
That's right, Miss Travers.
But I don't quite understand what interest you should have.
Well, let's just say I like people, especially people in trouble. Now, if you'll tell me what happened the last time you saw your brother.
Well, it was 4 days ago. We were right here on this porch.
I've really stumbled onto something this time, Linda.
But, Tom, it's probably just an old coin that somebody dropped.
Oh, I don't think so. And I'm going back to find more.
Take someone with you. Don't go alone.
Oh, this is something I have to keep to myself.
But you showed this coin around town.
Only to the doctor. And I trust him. He's interested in archaeology, too.
Oh, Tom, when are you ever going to stop roaming around the country looking for old relics? Why don't you marry some nice girl and settle down?
And the same goes for you, Linda.
You want me to marry some nice girl?
Oh, you know what I mean. Hey, how about Sam Carradine?
Be serious, Tom.
Now, when I come back, I'll have more money than we can ever spend in a lifetime.
Please tell me where you're going.
Well, here comes Carradine now. Don't let on what I've told you.
Morning, Tom. Morning, Linda.
Good morning,
Morning,
Mr. Carradine.
Well, see you're all set to ride again, Tom. Going after more of them Indian relics?
Yes, just thought I'd putter around some more.
Well, in case you don't get back before Saturday, I was wondering if I had your permission.
Permission for what?
To ask Miss Linda to accompany me to the school dance.
Why, I think it'd be a good idea. Hey, we'll all go, because I'll be back tomorrow night at the latest.
All he would tell me, Mr. Cassidy.
Maybe Sam Carradine could add a little to that. Is he around?
I saw him ride out of town a while ago. He said he was going to a sheep ranch at Salt Creek.
Thanks, Linda. And don't you worry. We'll find your brother.
I hope you find him alive.
Well, like I said, Cassidy, Tom Travers is loco.
That's the way I got him figured, Hoppy.
Quiet, California. Carradine, just what makes you think Tom Travers is crazy?
Why, any fella that'll go around with a shovel and dig up engine arrows and pottery and such junk has to be loco.
Well, he seems to enjoy doing it.
Well, every man to his own taste, I reckon. And him with such a pretty sister.
Any idea what could have happened to him?
Engines, maybe. They don't like fellas prowling around their mountains.
Yeah, maybe he fell off on his horse and busted his full neck. That's rough country for a tenderfoot to be riding in.
Carradine, have you tried to find him?
Sure. I've had my men out twice combing these mountains, but it's mostly lava rock. You know a horse don't leave tracks on that stuff.
Hoppy could trail ant tracks across the egg-shell.
That's enough, California.
No man can track a horse across lava.
Well, let's forget about Travers for a minute, Carradine. Did you ever see a red-bearded fellow in these parts, about your size?
Redbeard? Why, no, don't reckon I have.
See, Hoppy, just like they said in town. Ain't nobody ever seen this critter.
Probably a drifter. Well, why you ask about him?
He and his partner bushwhacked one of your sheep herders.
One of mine? Who?
A fellow named Melendez.
Melendez? Is he dead?
He's at the dock, but he'll pull through.
Has he talked any?
No, not yet.
Oh, I see. And this red-bearded gent tried to kill him.
Yeah, he was set to finish the job when California and I rode up.
Hoppy, look yonder.
Where?
Down there by the sheep pens.
Well, that's him.
What's the matter, Cassidy?
It's our friend with a red beard.
I spotted us, Hoppy. He's trying to get away.
Come on, let's go after him, California.
There's one feller I sure want to palaver with.
I'll bring him down.
We can get him, Carradine. Put that rifle down.
I fixed him, Cassidy. He won't go around shooting anybody else.
Doggone it. Carradine, you hadn't ought to use that rifle.
Let me handle it, California.
Well, looks like I got him dead center.
And that looks like the end of Redbeard.
Yeah, too bad. I only meant to wing him. Probably just a grub line rider looking for a handout. But he hadn't ought to try to run away.
But, Hoppy, that doggone...
Come on, California.
Yeah, but just the same that...
We'll see you in town, Carradine.
Yeah. As soon as I bury this hombre, I'll be in.
Carradine killed that fella deliberate.
I know that.
And why didn't you do something about it?
We'll give Carradine enough rope and maybe he'll build himself a hang noose.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to our story. Hoppy in California seemed on the verge of getting their first break in the mystery of the Spanish coins and the disappearance of Tom Travers. The red-bearded man who had shot at them earlier in the day rode into Sam Carradine's sheep camp, but before the partners could overtake him, Carradine shot him dead. We now find Carradine in his cabin questioning one of his men.
You wanted to see me, Carradine?
I sure do.
I'd have been out to your shack sooner, boss, but my horse threw a shoe.
Is that all?
Yeah. Hey, where's Red?
Where you'll be if you don't talk. Now, what about Melendez?
Well, he come along with his sheep, see?
Never mind the details. What happened?
Well, me and Red was keeping an eye on Travers, like you said.
Go on.
We went up on the ridge looking for a deer we seen.
Is that keeping an eye on Travers?
I just figured on some fresh meat for tonight, boss. But while we was up there, we seen Melendez come by. I watched him through the glasses and seen him pick up some of them gold coins.
How'd he find those?
Well, doggone if I know, Carradine. He stuck them in his shirt pocket, and they lit out there like the devil was after him with a scalping knife.
Why didn't you stop him, you fool?
Well, Red did try a long shot with a rifle and winged him, but by the time we got down off the ridge, he was gone. We tracked him, was about to finish the job when two hombres...
Cassidy and his partner.
Cassidy? You mean one of them fellas was Hopalong Cassidy?
Yeah, as if I haven't got troubles enough.
Don't you worry, Carradine. I seen Silby Gans. He just come back from the doc's office. Melendez is in bad shape, he says. Ain't been able to talk yet.
Yeah, and he ain't going to. Now, here's what we do. Tonight's the school dance. While I'm waltzing Linda Travers, I want... dancing this one, Linda.
We danced every one, Mr. Carradine.
Oh, now, can't you get used to calling me Sam?
But I don't know you that well, Mr. Carradine.
Well, you don't know that Cassidy fella either, but you call him Hoppy.
Well, Patty's
speaking of the devil, here he comes now.
Hello, Linda.
Hello, Hoppy.
Howdy, Carradine.
Howdy.
I have Pop to play a waltz next time. How about it?
I'd love to, Hoppy.
Well, here's my waltz. Mind stepping aside?
No, I don't mind stepping aside.
Carradine looks angry.
Not half as mad as he's going to be. The trap's all set.
Then you do think Carradine is behind this?
By keeping my eye on him, I'll soon know.
I felt he was evasive about Tom's disappearance.
I have an idea you had the right feeling, Linda.
Oh, I wish Tom had never found those old Spanish coins.
But they may lead to a fortune. A man like Carradine would kill for a lot less.
I'm so worried. Hoppy! Those shots!
Sounded like shots. Hey, what happened, Jack?
Those shots came from the doc's office, Carradine. Come on.
Why would anyone be shooting at dogs?
To keep someone from talking, maybe.
Melendez, he's in there.
Exactly, Linda. And let's hope he's still alive.
Oh, my head.
What happened, California?
Well, I waited in the doc's office, like you said. Two fellas sneaked in. I was standing there in the dark.
Who were they? Did you see them?
No, not till I saw them leaning over them rolled-up blankets in the bed that they thought was Melendez. There they was, pouring the lead into
You
them.
mean Melendez wasn't in the bed?
No, Carradine.
Thank heaven.
He's in another part of the house.
Well, why would anyone want to hurt an old man like that?
Maybe he knew something someone didn't want repeated.
I'm sure sorry, Hoppy, about the way I ruined things.
How'd they get away?
Well, just as I was going to corner him, I tripped over this here darn box.
I'm glad they didn't do more than bend a gun barrel over your head.
Doggone me, anyhow. We could have got them fellers and made them talk, and then...
Well, forget it.
What do you do now, Hoppy?
We'll make other plans, and they'll start with Carradine.
Carradine?
He's gone.
I figured he would be.
Hoppy.
What's up, Doc?
I was going to send for you just before the shooting. Melendez talked a little.
What did he say?
Oh, he kept muttering about the Voce de Muerte, voice of the dead.
What else?
Something about Valley of the Skull.
Where's that?
It's north of here, full of old mines that have petered out. They were first worked by the Spaniards.
Wait a minute.
What is it, California?
When them two gunmen come into this room, I heard them say something about the Silver Queen mine.
And the Silver Queen is in Skull Valley.
That's where we're going, California.
Please be careful, Hoppy.
Don't worry about me. Doc, tell me how to reach this mine, and we'll be on our way.
Good thing the moon's out, Hoppy. We'd never found this here mine.
Yeah, we better go the rest of the way on the foot.
You reckon Carradine's here yet?
You can't tell.
Maybe we ought to wait till daylight.
But if Travers is alive, we got to get him now.
Hear that, Hoppy?
Well, that's somebody yelling for help.
Sounds like an animal to me, Hoppy. Let's go back to town and come some other time.
I'll bet one of those Spanish coins against the nickel is Tom Travers.
It's coming from that there mine entrance.
That's probably what Melendez heard.
You mean this is that Voz de la Muerte business?
Sure. Here's the mine. Come on.
I sure followed you a lot of places, Hoppy, but this here's the worst.
Wait, I'll strike a match.
Look at them timbers, Hoppy. If a fella breathed on them, the whole tunnel would cave in.
Then hold your breath, California.
They're rotten. Almost clear through.
Travers! Tom Travers!
Is that you, Carradine?
We're friends. We've come to get you.
Oh, thank God. Listen, I'm about 100 feet in the tunnel. In a shaft. Be careful.
We're coming.
I sure don't like this, Hoppy.
I don't suppose Travers likes it much either.
I walked into something.
The timber. Look out!
I thought we was goners.
Shoring's almost gone in here. You all right, Travers?
Yes. But hurry. You're almost here. Be careful.
Careful now in this tunnel, California.
I'm feeling my way careful.
I'm just ahead. Down this shaft, on the ledge, about 10 feet down. And a sheer drop from here on.
Hold it right here, California, till I light another match.
That's better. A buddy can see now.
We can see you, Travers. We'll have you out in no time.
Careful the sides don't cave.
I'll watch that. Now, California, I'm laying down on the edge here. You hold my feet. I think I can reach you.
No, wait, Hoppy. Wait. If that bank slips...
We'll have to take that chance. Now, sit on my feet, California.
I got it. If you go, I go with you, Hoppy.
Now, Travers, can you reach up till you touch my hand?
I'll try. Yes. Yes, I can just reach.
That's good. Now, let me grip your wrist. And come up easy like. And don't kick the side of that wall.
I'm ready, Hoppy.
Easy now.
Up. Up. I'm making it. Steady now.
A little more. There. You're up.
Oh, thank heavens for you. Carradine left me here to rot because I wouldn't tell him where the coins were.
Good thing you didn't.
I couldn't tell him. I only found a few old coins in a wine cask, probably left by some Spaniard who worked the claim.
You think you can walk?
I'll try. I haven't had any food or water.
That Carradine ought to get a taste of the same medicine.
He'll get worse.
You came in the long way, through that tunnel, same as I did, before I discovered this side tunnel.
He's right, Hoppy. Brush has grown over it, but I can see moonlight.
Well, then let's get out before we have visitors.
You already got visitors, Cassidy, but you ain't going to enjoy their company.
Carradine.
Right. I followed you in here. Now we have you cornered in the dark, Cassidy. Try to get out of this.
What do you intend to do, Carradine?
I'm no fool, Cassidy. You ain't keeping me talking till help comes. I'm too smart for you.
Get you out that side tunnel with Travers, California.
But listen, I ain't budging with you left behind, Hoppy.
Do as I ask, Hoppy. All right, go on, fast.
I hear you whispering, Cassidy, and it won't get you nothing. There's 3 of us against you.
Yeah, I know, but you can't shoot, Carradine. These old rotten timbers that cave in, and the vibration of a shot would do it.
And I'll take that chance. I got it. You saw me kill Red.
The whole mountain will be in on you, Carradine. All clear, California?
Clear, Hoppy, hurry! Oh, no, you don't, Cassidy. Let him have it, Buck. He's right, boss. The shore is pretty rough. He's getting away. Shoot, you fool!
Now back to our story.
right, Hoppy?
Yeah, I'm all right. But I'm afraid Carradine and his men wish they'd taken my advice.
It was Carradine who did the shooting.
Yeah, and he won't ever worry about Spanish gold anymore.
Oh, but for you, I'd have been buried along with him.
Hoppy, I don't even feel sorry for that Carradine. Greed like he had ain't good for a man.
How you talk, California. Well, when you found those coins, you were going to buy a silver saddle, Cheyenne boots.
You know darn well you wouldn't have had no use for me lolling in front of a barber shop with nothing but money.
Then you've changed your mind about being rich.
Oh, sure have. But like I said before, I found them coins. Just give me a bedroll and a good horse.
Is that all?
And $1 every Saturday night for tobacco.
Goodbye from Hopalong, Cassidy, and California. Another job is done, and they're heading back to the Bar 20. But they'll be riding out again soon, and they'd be mighty pleased if you'd join them for another story of action and excitement. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Mystery of Skull Valley was written by Dean Owen and Howard Swartz. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The following transcribed program is rebroadcast by the Armed Forces Radio Service to our fighting men overseas. Goodyear presents The Roy Rogers Show. Friends, tonight, as usual, Goodyear brings you Roy Rogers. But because of the great news we've all been hearing, we want you to know that we will interrupt this program instantly for any late news flashes. Meanwhile, you'll hear Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, Pat Friday, the Farr Brothers, Perry Botkin's Orchestra. Goodyear's guest tonight, motion picture villain Porter Hall. And now, the greatest name in rubber, Goodyear, invite you to meet America's greatest Western star, Roy Rogers.
I've got a locket in my pocket, a plain golden locket. Got a locket in my pocket, right next to my heart. I've got a picture in this locket, the locket in my pocket. Got a picture in this locket, with which I'll never part. The face in the picture is beautiful to see, and the girl that the face belongs to, she belongs to me. I've got a locket in my pocket. My sweetheart's in that locket, got my sweetheart in my pocket, right next to my heart. In the picture is beautiful to see, and the girl that the face belongs to, she belongs to me. I've got a locket in my pocket. My sweetheart's in that locket, got my sweetheart in my pocket, right next to my heart. right next to my heart. Howdy, folks, and welcome from me and the gang to tonight's Goodyear get-together. We've rounded up a few new and some old songs for the occasion and one of the West's most amazing legendary stories. But right now, it's time for you to meet our guest for this evening, one of the swellest actors who ever foreclosed a mortgage on poor little Nell, Mr. Porter Hall. Hi, Porter.
Roy, that's a nice welcome after you asked me to come over to your get-together.
Well, shucks, don't mind the folks, Porter. They've seen you as a villain in so many pictures that they just can't keep from booing at you.
Well, I'm so misunderstood, Roy. To everyone who's ever seen me in pictures, I'm a no-good, low-down, unprincipled crook. No, honest, Roy, you know I'm not that way at all. Much.
Porter, I'm surprised at you. Why, I think I'd much rather play your parts than my own. The heavy in the picture, oh, well, he always gets his own way, and you get most of the close-ups, you know, where you sneer and twirl your mustache and make everyone in the audience hiss at you.
Well, that's the real trouble, Roy. I never know if they're hissing the character or the actor playing the part.
Well, when Porter Hall is playing the part as a villain, it isn't the actor they're hissing, you can believe me. But just to give you a break, Porter, we've got a sketch for you to play in tonight about one of the West's most amazing characters. And just to prove that you're the star and the hero, I'm not even going to play in it. How's that?
Well, that's what I call really being a hero. Giving a whole story to a screen bad man. But what are you going to do, Roy?
Well, first of all, Porter, I'm going to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't forget yourself and steal the ranch. Then I'm going to just sort of keep the get-together moving, like now when I call on the Sons of the Pioneers to dedicate a song to you.
He always sings ragged music to the cattle as he swings, back and forward in the saddle on a horse. That is syncopated gait, and there's such a funny meter to the roar of his beater, how they run when they hear the fellow's gun, because the Western folks all know he's a highfalutin, scootin', shooting son of a gun from Arizona, ragtime cowboy Joe.
Out in Arizona where the bad men are, the only thing to guide you is an evening star. The roughest, toughest man by far was Ragtime Porter Hall.
He always sings ragged music to the cattle as he swings, back and forward in the saddle on a horse. That is syncopated gated, and there's such a funny meter to the roar of his repeater, how they run when they hear the fellow's gun, because the Western folks all know he's a highfalutin, scootin', shooting son of a gun from Arizona, Ragtime Porter, Ride-em Porter, Ragtime Porter Hall.
Today, when congratulations are being offered all over the world to the millions who worked and fought for victory in Europe, Goodyear would also like to propose a toast of its own and to its own. A toast to the 24,783 of its men and women in the armed forces. It's well done to those in Europe. It's good luck to those in the Pacific. And here's a toast, too, to the 100,000 Goodyear employees at home who, with their war work, have contributed and are continuing to contribute to final victory. To them, good work, and let's keep punching hard till the Japs get theirs.
It's the Farr Brothers' Furious Fiddle and Galloping Guitar in Cajun Stomp.
I'm sorry I'm late. Have I missed much?
Well, hello there, Pat Friday. You have missed a couple of good songs, but you're in plenty of time for the story Porter Hall and I are going to tell tonight.
Porter Hall? Do I know him? Are you my Uncle Everett?
Yes, every Friday. I am now fabulously wealthy, and I intend to buy you the finest ranch in the West.
Oh, but I already have a ranch.
Oh, you have? As if I didn't know. But you deserve a much bigger one. Now, if you will just give me that piece of paper you're holding, which I assume to be the deed to your present property.
Here you are, sir.
Aha. My proud beauty. Now I have you in my power.
Doggone you, Porter Hall. Unhand that girl and give her back that deed.
Aw, shucks, Roy. That isn't the deed to my ranch. It's just the song I'm going to sing tonight.
Curses, foiled again.
Not exactly, Porter, because if Pat'll forgive you and sing the song right now, you'll get the treat of your life. Folks, Miss Pat Friday singing Close as Pages in a Book.
We'll be close. As pages in a book, never
See them tumbling down. You know, you hear a lot about a cowman's pony, but there's another little animal. I guess the West would never have been made without him. You find him packing loads twice their own weight, where grubby prospectors work tirelessly in the desert sands. You'll find him high up in the mountains, where a less sure-footed animal will plunge his rider 5,000 feet down a sheer drop. Or maybe their voices aren't as musical as a cowhand's song as he sings and quiets his herd, but I've yet to see the true Westerner who didn't cuss them and love them. The gentle, sure-footed, little braying burro.
king of the cowboys in a new Western ballad, Don't Blame It All on Me.
If our love should fade like a cold winter's day, don't blame it all on me. Their true love has flown, might have known, friends will say, don't blame it all on me. There was a time, dear, when we were so gay, I heard you say, I love only you. Someday with the dawn, all our love may be gone, but don't blame it all on me. For after all, dear, I too have a heart. You have it now, don't break it apart. Someday our romance may break up just by chance, but don't blame it all on me.
Say, Roy, you've got both Pat and me busting with curiosity about the yarn you and Porter Hall are going to tell. What's so different about it?
Come on, Roy, don't just stand there with that twinkle in your eye.
Well, kids, tonight's story is about the greatest cowboy who ever rode a bronc, shot a six-gun, or roped a steer. As a matter of fact, he's the man who taught broncos to buck, who invented the six-shooter and considered the lariat one of his unimportant inventions.
Oh, no. Wait a minute, Roy.
Now, you wait a minute, miss. Don't accuse Roy here of exaggerating.
But, Roy, anybody knows the six-gun was invented by Samuel Colt.
That, Vern, is just a rumor. The six-gun was definitely invented by Pecos Bill.
Pecos Bill? Never heard of him.
Female tenderfoot. Bah.
But who was Pecos Bill, Roy? He sounds as fantastic as this Hall character here.
He's much more so, Vern. Pecos Bill is the most fantastic character the imaginations of thousands of cowboys ever dreamed up. And if you'll all just make yourselves comfortable, Porter Hall and I will tell you plenty about him. Now, I'm not saying that Pecos Bill is dead even today. To be honest, I don't know if Bill was ever born. They say he was born in Texas, and he was quite a baby, weighed 73 pounds, and stood more than 4 feet tall. He got lost out on the prairie one day and didn't have anybody to play with, so Bill wound up living and playing with the coyotes. Well, just about Bill's 9th birthday, a cowboy who'd wandered off the trail came upon Bill just as the big kid was having a morning exercise.
Hey there, son. What you doing? Playing, tarnation. Don't you use your eyes. Can't you see them wrestling? Now, hold on. That ain't fair. One younger like you dead only 2 bears? Let up on them critters.
Well, I don't like to be picking on somebody who ain't my own size, but shucks, there ain't more than 2 bears left around these parts. Guess a blade too rough. Most of them die of a busted neck.
Well, what in tar place you doing out here in these hills anyhow? Running around shameless like that with no stitch of clothes on your body.
Clothes? Don't you know us coyotes don't wear no clothes?
You been chewing loco weed, youngster? You ain't no coyote. You're a human being.
I ain't no human being. I'm a regular natural-born coyote. Don't I live with them varmints? Don't I talk to them? Don't I howl like them? Ain't I got fleas?
Now, looky here, Button. That ain't no proof you're a varmint. Why, sakes alive, ain't a human being in these parts that don't howl and ain't got fleas.
Well, don't you call me no human being.
Well, that's what you are. Look, ain't every varmint you ever seen got a tail? Now, ain't they?
Why, sure, all varmints got tails. That's natural.
Darn tootin' it is. Then if you're a varmint, where's your tail? Well?
Well, God blast it to lightning. You're right. I ain't got no tail.
Of course you ain't. So you see, son, you're not a varmint at all. You're a human being.
I don't want to be no human being. I don't want to be no human being.
Now, looky here, fella. You is a human being. And it's my duty as another human being to take you back to civilization.
Well, that's just about the time that Texas started to make its place in the world, just when Pecos Bill was dragged back to civilization. What with eating regular, Bill started to grow. And inside of a year, Bill was more than 8 feet tall and weighed better than a half a ton. But Bill was lazy and hated to work.
But, Roy, what kind of work did Pecos Bill do?
Almost any kind of ranching, Pat. Roping, branding, and, well, you know, when he'd do the branding, he'd do it with his bare hands. He'd just grab a yearling, tuck it under his arm, and stuff his ears up so he wouldn't hear the calves bawling. You know, Bill was kind of a soft-hearted cuss.
You mean he wasn't tough, Roy? He wasn't a bad man?
A bad man? Pat, Pecos Bill was so bad that he killed off everybody in his part of Texas that had enough spunk to stand up to him. Then he got so tired of the peace and quiet that he finally started heading west. Well, he finally run into an old fella and stopped his horse.
Howdy, stranger.
Say, can you direct me to some place where I might find myself a real man? You know, the kind what takes a real joy in a killing.
Well, just keep heading up this canyon about 200 miles, and you'll find them right enough. Yes, sir, you sure will.
Oh, thanks, old-timer. Pecos Bill is much obliged to you.
Did you say Pecos Bill?
Yes, sir, I did. Pecos Bill's my name.
Upper and daisies, I gotta get out of here. Get it there.
If he was really in a hurry, I wonder what took the old goat so long.
Oh, Roy, for goodness sakes, don't stop there. What did Pecos Bill do? Did he go the 200 miles up the canyon?
Well, yes and no, Pat. You see, old Bill turned his horse and started, but after riding only about 20 miles, a doggone horse stubbed his toe on a cottonwood tree and busted his leg. Well, all Bill could do was follow the coat of the West. He covered his eyes with one hand and pulled out his rifle, which he used as a pistol, aimed it at the poor horse's head, and with tears running down his cheeks.
Goodbye, old page. Someday we'll meet again, you and me, over on the t'other side of the great horizon.
But before Bill could squeeze the trigger, the horse looked up, and with tears streaming from his big brown eyes, he said,
"Now, wait a minute, Bill. You ain't gonna shoot me just 'cause 3 of my 4 legs is busted, are you?"
Well, I reckon I was, but if you got any last words...
Well, you know I ain't one of them regular undersized, scrawny little horses. Just leave me alone for a bit, and I'll get well.
Well, doggone if I don't believe you. Well, I'm going to take the saddle off you and leave you here. Then I'll leg it up to where that bunch of tough hombres are, and when you feel well enough in about 20 or 30 minutes, just trot up and join me. Well, I hadn't gone 2 miles further, saddle over one arm, when I spot a little rattlesnake no more than 18 feet long. So I put down the saddle, and I reached out and I grabbed the sneaking sidewinder, and after cuffing him good fashion a few times, the snake told me he'd give up. So I coiled the little fella like a lariat, stuck him on my saddle horn, and I started on up the canyon.
Hello, boy, Bill. Tell him the rest of the story.
Stop me, you movie cowboy, you. Well, a little piece further up the road, a catamount jumped me.
A what?
A catamount, a mountain lion. Don't you know nothing? Anyway, he knocked me to the ground, and that made me sore. Don't gun you dead-blooded big gunk. Cut me up like that. Take that. Hey, now.
No. Quit, Bill. Quit. Can't you take a joke?
Oh, so it was a joke, was it?
Yeah, but didn't turn out so well, Bill. Honest, I'm the sorriest catamount out of captivity.
Well, at least you're the dumbest catamount I ever seen.
Oh.
Just for that, I'm throwing this saddle on your stupid back and riding you up the canyon.
No.
Yeah, using this rattlesnake for a whip. Now, get over there. Go on. Now, let's get started. Else I'll now break you in two and only eat the best piece.
Well, as soon as Bill got the saddle...
Hey, just a minute, Roy. That's a fib. How come the horse and the catamount actually talked to Pecos Bill, and Bill answered them?
Well, heavens to Betsy, Pat. Wasn't the lad brought up with coyotes? Why, shucks, he had more trouble talking straight Texan than he did chewing the rag with them varmints. What happened then, Bill?
Well, I rid into the camp where all them hard-bitten owl hoots was sitting around eating chow. So I hauled up my catamount and I walked over to the cook pots and I looked in. Yeah. What's this?
Bean.
Nothing but 6 quarts left. Well, I'll start on those. Well, ain't so bad. But they make me thirsty. Give me that coffee pot.
Look out, stranger. That pot is a boiling.
Shut up. There. Now, someone hand me that porcupine to wipe my mouth on and we get down to business.
What is your business, partner?
Who's boss of this gang? That's what I want to know. Who's boss around here?
Stranger I was, but you be.
And did anyone ever hear of Pecosville after that, Roy?
Well, sure, Pat. A few years later, someone bet him he couldn't ride a cyclone. Well, Pecosville was the kind of a fellow no one could dare, so he went back to Kansas, waited for a twister, and when one came along, why, he climbed aboard.
And was he killed, Roy? I mean, did the cyclone throw him?
Throw a legendary character like that? Why, not at all, Vern. By the time that twister crossed Colorado, he had it as tame as a lamb. But then he got a little bit overconfident, you know. He rolled himself a cigarette, and when he couldn't find any matches, he reached up and grabbed a piece of forked lightning.
Oh, I see, Roy. And the lightning electrocuted him? Is that
Shucks, no, Pat, but it tickled him and got him to laughing so much he didn't look where he was going, so he slipped off the cyclone and dropped 97 miles to Earth.
Oh, Roy, that doesn't seem possible.
But it happened, Vern. And where Bill landed, he weighed so much and fell so far that he knocked the Earth 150 feet below sea level. Folks called the place where he landed Death Valley, because they figured he'd never survive such a bump. Fact is, I was surprised as you were when Pecos Bill walked in here tonight.
It's the whole Goodyear gang, led by Roy Rogers, the king of the cowboys, in Skies Are Bluer.
Skies are bluer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, where my heart lies. Songs are newer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, as the crow flies.
That's where the yellow corn is brighter and cotton's whiter than snow.
Just listen to the wheat a-swaying. It sounds like it's saying hello. Bells are ringing and boys are singing. Oil is gushing and the folks are rushing out to Oklahoma, USA. Skies are bluer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, where my heart lies. Songs are newer in Oklahoma, Oklahoma, as the crow flies. That's where the yellow corn is brighter and cotton's whiter than snow. Just listen to the wheat a-swaying. It sounds like it's saying hello. Bells are ringing and boys are singing. Oil is gushing and the folks are rushing out to Oklahoma, USA. Well, it looks as if our time for tonight is like the water in a stream in the middle of the summer. It's all run out. But we've got more time again next week, and we'd like you all to be back sitting with us at our Goodyear get-together. We have some songs and music and a little chatter, Western style, and a rip-roaring story about the old days that should please everybody. So till next Tuesday, this is Roy Rogers thanking Porter Hall for appearing with us tonight and saying for the whole gang, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and a frown from a rainy day.
Now, this is Vern Smith saying good night for Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber. If you like the songs and stories of the West, don't miss tuning in next Tuesday. Same station you're tuned to now, same time of the day on your clock, when Goodyear will bring you another get-together with Bob Nolan and the Sons of the Pioneers, Pat Friday, the Farr Brothers, Harry Botkin and his orchestra, and starring the king of the cowboys, Roy Rogers.
Exciting news. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.